Bonded historical note. In ancient times, the purity of Lycan blood was not only a source of pride and prestige, it was a matter of survival. Having been hunted almost to extinction, the preservation of the species became paramount. The unique genetic code that made Lycans what they were had to be protected from contamination or dilution caused by crossbreeding. If allowed, mating outside the species could, conceivably, jeopardize their existence. To that effect, a set of bonding laws were put in place. Matings and blood bonds had to be approved by the pack alpha. Having relations with humans was forbidden and severely punished, while bearing young with a human was deemed treasonous, a betrayal of the species, and an act of purposeful defiance against the alpha. Despite the bonding laws, love or lust prevailed, and some Lycans still had relations with humans. Their offspring were derogatorily called halves, a term which persists to this day, but without any of the associated negativity. However, in those less enlightened times, halves were considered second-class citizens and a source of shame for the pack. Discrimination, intolerance, even persecution of halves and their parents was prevalent. As Lycans came back from the brink of extinction and their numbers increased, the importance of bonding laws lessened. Alphas still approved matings and blood bonds, only now it was more of a formality than a matter of ensuring the lineage. Lycan-human relations still were not encouraged, but when they occurred a more tolerant attitude prevailed. Also, the offspring of such unions were no longer scorned or hidden away in shame. Lycan society evolved, the lot of the halves improved, and for the most part the days of discrimination and intolerance have faded into the annals of history. But for a small pocket of Lycan society, acceptance of halves was not considered an option. They clung to the old ways, to the literal interpretation of the Book of the Law. Blood purity became an obsession, and to further there, because they formed a society called the Purists. When the Purists first emerged, their agenda had seemed noble enough. Returning to the old ways and adhering more closely to the Book of the Law had a certain nostalgic ring that appealed to some in a world full of constant change and disintegrating morals. Purist numbers swelled, and many of the gains made by the halves over the centuries seemed in danger of disappearing. Eventually, the voice of reason prevailed, and the Purists began to lose favor. Strict adherence to the letter of the law was not as appealing in practice as it had at first seemed. Many of the new followers had friends, neighbors, or even family members who were half-blooded. Turning on them did not sit easy with a tender conscience. Complaints against the Purists began to trickle in, and Lycan Link, the international organization that functioned under the radar and assisted Lycans in coexisting with humans, started an investigation. Their conclusion was that there was a faction among the Purists that was an extremist group with an ethnic cleansing agenda. Once this was brought to light, the group seemed to disappear and was deemed an unfortunate blip that had righted itself. People went about their lives and pushed the group from their minds. Lycan Link revised its Rights and Freedoms Act to ensure all Lycans, regardless of purity, were treated fairly. And while some grumbled, it quickly became a non-issue. The Lycans relaxed, and all seemed well in the shifter world. Unbeknownst to many, however, the purist group was not gone. Small pockets persisted in the more remote areas, and once again were slowly gaining followers. Insidiously, they were spreading their ideology, taking over packs, and turning neighbor against neighbor. When reports of purist activity appeared again, Lycan Link was determined to stop them from gaining momentum and formed the Anti-Cleansing Squad, or ACS. It was charged with finding conclaves of purists and ensuring that the rights of halves within those packs were not being violated. While basic freedoms, such as thought and speech, were the right of every Lycan, even the purists, there were certain boundaries that could not be crossed. Chapter 1 Oomph. The sound echoed through the cavernous room, bouncing off the cement brick walls and disappearing into the high, raftered ceiling. Brandi absorbed the hit to her shoulder, the jarring sensation echoing through her shoulder blades, neck, and spine, yet there was no time to think about pain right now. Using the energy from the blow, she allowed it to propel her into a spin and pivoted on the ball of her foot while striking out with her other leg. She aimed the kick at her attacker's knee while raising an arm to block his next move. Every sense was heightened, super-tuned to the actions of her opponent. Sounds and smells bombarded her. The pounding of her heart, his heavy breathing, the scent of sweat. Even the brush of air over her skin was amplified, alerting her to his slightest movement and damn. As she spun around, she knew the move would fail. The bastard seemed to have anticipated her actions and sidestepped, just in time so her foot barely skimmed his thigh. She caught a brief glimpse of his face, amused, even smug. It made her blood boil to think he was playing with her like a cat with a mouse. Anger fueled her next move, and she ducked low, launching herself forward and ramming her shoulder into his stomach, letting him know her inner fury. Unfortunately, the move was not as effective as she would hoped, and the result was akin to running into a brick wall. He grunted and took a step back, her slight weight barely knocking him off balance. In shocking contrast, she staggered sideways, her whole body reverberating from the impact. Her lungs struggled to replenish the air that had been forced out of them by the collision, and her brain was momentarily addled. Brandi gave her head a quick shake, trying to clear her scrambled thinking, and in that brief moment her opponent took advantage, grabbing her by the waist and flipping her onto the ground. The room spun wildly before her eyes, until her back protested its abrupt contact with a hard surface, and the air that had just made its way into her lungs was, once again, roughly expelled. She spread her fingers against the cool, tiled floor, its solidity anchoring her as she struggled to bring the world back into focus, to rise above the pain that throbbed through every inch of her beaten body. Beside her, she could sense the man dropping down to his knees, looming over her, breathing heavily. Time seemed distorted in her suddenly topsy-turvy world, and dread built inside her when he did not follow through with another move. Was he planning further abuse against her? Her whole body cringed at the idea, and for a moment she considered just staying there and admitting defeat. But even as the thought passed through her mind, she dismissed it. Her sense of self-preservation spurred her into action, and she tried to scramble away even while her brain struggled to process what was going on. The attempted escape was a pointless exercise. She would barely moved when he grabbed her leg with rough hands and drew her back. Immediately, she began kicking and flailing, a sense of satisfaction rising within her when she made contact with flesh and heard his grunt of pain. In the end, however, it was as futile as all her other efforts had been. In seconds, he had her pinned to the ground, his weight effectively keeping her in place, the heat of his body burning right into hers. Her heart began to race as panic swelled within. Yet at the same time, age-old instincts were coming to life, filling her with a strange, melting sensation and urging her to submit to the male who had finally conquered her. No, she mentally screamed, forcing herself to ignore the feeling. She submitted to no one, not even the ancient ways of her people. Bucking and writhing, her anger and frustration grew. Nothing she tried was working, yet still she fought against him. He was considerably bigger than her, over 6 feet tall and solid muscle, but giving up was not an option. Her wolf was rising to the surface now as well, pawing at the restraints she kept it under. It was young and feisty, eager to enter the battle, to prove itself to the world. No, not now, she admonished it, while struggling to breathe under the weight of the body pressing down on her. This is a human-only fight. The creature whimpered, but subsided like the well-trained beast it was. At a more opportune time, she would have rewarded its obedience. However, for now a chuckle drew her attention. Her opponent apparently found the situation amusing, and his laughter was like a red flag waving before her. A growl erupted from her throat. Playing nice was no longer an option, and she jerked her knee up towards his groin. He blocked the move, but as he shifted to the side, she managed to free one arm and swung it towards his face. His nose, his chin, she was not fussy about a target now. She managed to land a blow to his cheek, her nails scoring his skin. Bright red trails sprang up on his face, blood spreading across the bronze surface, and he hissed in pain. The appearance of blood on his face shocked her into a moment of stillness. She would never done that before. Her brief hesitation proved to be her undoing. In a blur of movement, he captured her hands, twisting her arms up and anchoring them over her head. Transferring both wrists to one hand, He pressed his forearm to her throat and slowly bore down. Drops of blood mixed with the sweat that trickled down his cheek. His brows were lowered, his lips pulled back. Her gaze fixed on his white teeth and sharp canines. Brandi froze. All he had to do was press down a bit harder, and her windpipe would be crushed. She swallowed hard, and a shiver skittered over her body. Never had she been this close to such a dangerous male. The lethal power he possessed was palpable, and she instinctively knew a near-feral wolf lurked beneath his human veneer, dominant and demanding. The fight was over. Her attacker had won. With his broad, shouldered body looming above her and blocking everything from her view, she felt herself being transported back in time to the days when such a fight would have meant she was now his to do with as he pleased. If he wanted to, he could kill her and throw her broken body to the side, or, more likely, she could find herself being ravished, mated, and marked as his own despite her protests. Their gazes locked, and at such close range, she could see the flecks of gray and green in his blue eyes. Fringed with brown lashes, they seemed to search hers, looking for her secrets. She stared back, seeing the hardness and determination, the wildness that hinted he would never be truly civilized. His wolf lurked near the surface, and her own beast perked up its ears in interest, almost ignoring her inner command to stay away from the untamed creature. Unwillingly, she was being pulled to this man, drawn in by the force of his personality, by her instinctive awareness of his physical presence. The fight had left them both breathless, and she could feel little puffs of air on her face each time he exhaled. Her own heavy breathing caused her chest to rise and fall, her breasts rhythmically brushing against his body. Only the thin material of their sweat-soaked clothing separated them, and it did little to block the tingle of awareness she felt from having such close contact with him. Heat from his body mingled with hers. The scent of sweat and male surrounded her, and against her will, the warm feeling rose inside her once again, ancient instincts now refusing to be denied. Her muscles relaxed, her body softened, readying itself to welcome him. She was at his mercy, and strangely enough, despite her attempts to deny it, that thought sent a thrill through her. It began to coil low in her belly, making her ache for his possession. Perhaps he felt it too, because at that moment, something flared in his eyes and he leaned in closer, his nose skimming over her cheekbone, his tousled brown hair brushing against her forehead. Her chin began to lift, exposing her throat, inviting his bite. Did his hand tighten on her wrists, and his hips bear down on hers? His cheek was pressed to her face. Something warm and wet licked her neck, and was not that his arousal pressing against her thigh. Her breath caught in her throat at the frisson of sexual awareness between them. His slightest move seemed amplified as he brushed against her sensitized, damp skin, and she found herself straining within his grasp, trying to get closer, wanting to touch, to explore. The scent of his arousal surrounded her, causing her own to grow exponentially. To her horror, a whimper of need escaped her. Did his chest vibrate with a suppressed rumble in response? Before she could decide if it was real or a product of her overactive imagination, he pulled back. With an agility not expected in such a large man, he leapt to his feet and reached a hand down to her, his face suddenly implacable. Brandi was stunned by the quick progression of change from aggression to intimacy to cool indifference, and blinked up at him owlishly before focusing on the hand he extended to her. After a moment's hesitation, she took it, allowing him to pull her into a standing position. Her body ached, not only from the beating it had just endured, but also from the desire that had been burgeoning within her just seconds before. Dropping his hand, she forced herself to look away and came to a stunning discovery. They were not alone. How could she have forgotten that? She swallowed hard and schooled her face into a bland mask. Showing weakness in a room of dominant, alpha-type males was never a good idea, especially when you were one of the few females present. She tried to control her breathing. The exertion had left her short of breath and panting. Licking her dry lips, she grimaced at the salty metallic taste which tingled on the tip of her tongue. And that, class, is how not to defend yourself when in human form. The instructor, her assailant, Reno Smith, addressed the students gathered in the gymnasium before giving her a nod and a distracted smile. Thank you kindly for your assistance, MS Jones. It's Johansson. She murmured, brushing her hair from her face, and wondering how he would been able to turn off his feelings so quickly. She was still feeling decidedly off balance, searching his face for some sign that he really had been affected by the encounter, that it was not just her imagination. She found none. Already he was turning away, her presence seemingly forgot. He began a talk to the class, and she knew she would just been dismissed. For a moment she stared at his back, her gaze tracing his strong, muscular shoulders that tapered to a trim waist and lean hips. Her palms itched to touch him, and she clenched her fists, digging her nails into her own flesh in an attempt to eradicate the insane desire to cup his firm buttocks and squeeze. It was utterly ridiculous. She could not go around groping a man who was basically a complete stranger, no matter how hot his body was. Besides, he would just brush her off. He deserved her scorn, not her lust. Whipping herself up into a temper over her ill treatment at his hands helped quell some of the desire within her. Resisting the urge to stick her tongue out at him, it really was too juvenile an action for someone who would be graduating in a little over a week. She satisfied herself with rolling her eyes instead. Walking over to the bench at the side of the room, Brandi forced herself not to limp. She grabbed her things and made her way to the door near the back of the gym, refusing to look to see if anyone was watching her progress. Damn, this had been an asinine idea. When her roommate, Tabitha, had heard Reno complaining in the hall outside the gymnasium that his volunteer for the self-defense seminar had not shown up, she would presented Brandi as a candidate. Mr. Smith, my friend here, would love to help you. Tabby had pushed her at the man. She has taken the basic self-defense course and would be perfect. Brandi had been shocked. They would been on their way to class when Tabitha had overheard his grumblings. And before she could formulate a protest, the man had looked her up and down and declared that she would do. Name. Without checking to see if she was following, he barked the question at her. Johansson. Brandi Johansson. But I do not worry, Jones. It's just a basic demo. She would hesitated and looked helplessly at Tabitha, yet her roommate had merely urged her to follow him. This is your chance, Brandi. Now go. Tabby whispered the words in her ear before giving her a push to hurry her along. Shaking her head, Brandi had followed, just knowing it was a bad idea. In a matter of minutes, she would found herself in front of a room full of first-year cadets, listening to Reno Smith explain to the class that she was there to help demonstrate self-defense techniques. I'll go easy on you, he would assure her. Just do your best to take me out. At first she would hesitated. Attacking someone who was just standing there did not seem right, but when he would swept her feet out from under her and she would landed hard on her rump, accompanied by the snickers of the students, the proverbial gloves had come off. Using every trick she would ever been taught, Brandi had done her best to gain the upper hand. Now, barely half an hour later, she was sweaty and sore while her erstwhile opponent continued on with his class as if nothing had happened. She bit back the desire to snarl and pushed open the changing room door instead. So how did it go? Tabitha was waiting inside, fairly bouncing up and down with excitement. Brandi looked at her, stunned that the woman could even ask. What do you mean, how did it go? You set me up to be attacked by Reno Smith, one of the toughest enforcers Lycan Link has ever produced. How do you think it went? She huffed and limped over to the sink to examine her appearance in the mirror. At least there were no visible bruises yet. I am sure he was careful not to really hurt you, Brandi. And besides, it was a perfect opening for you to accidentally meet. After all, you have been crushing on him ever since you first saw him. This was your chance to get up close and personal with the man. I saw an opportunity, and I made sure you took it. Brandi stared in disbelief at her friend's reflection in the mirror. The girl seemed oblivious to what she had just been through. If this is how you set people up, please do me a favor and do not do it again. Turning on the taps, she splashed her face, pleased to rid herself of the sticky sweat that had accumulated there. Sure, she would dreamed of getting all sweaty with Reno Smith. It just had not been from this type of activity. After shutting off the water, she dried her face and rummaged in her backpack. Thankfully, she had a spare top in there. Brandi pulled off her sweat-stained garment and donned the fresh one. It was a bit wrinkled, but it would have to do. Balling the dirty t-shirt up, she shoved it to the bottom of her bag. When she looked up, Toby was frowning. He did not ask you out. No, he did not ask me out. He was in full instructor mode. He did not even notice me. She rolled her eyes, exasperated both with her friend and the man of her dreams who had just treated her as a nonentity. Now that cannot be true. When I peeked in the door, he was lying on top of you. He had to notice you. Brandi snorted. Oh sure, he noticed me. I was an anonymous body to beat up. I am sure it was not that bad. Toby gave her a doubting look. When it was all over, he said, and I quote, "Thank you for your assistance, Miss Jones. But your name is not Jones. It's Johansson." Exactly. He did not even know who I was. Brandi shook her head, wondering how her friend could be next thing to a computer genius 1 minute, and then morph into the poster child for every dumb blonde joke ever written. I know you meant well, Toby, but do not do me any more favors, okay? Okay. Sorry. Toby answered in a small voice. Brandi sighed and gave the girl a one-armed hug. Her roommate meant well, however. When it came to men, she just did not think things through all the time. Come on, we have one final lecture before exams start. Brandi finger-combed her hair and pulled the mass of fire-red curls back in a clip. After taking a look around to ensure she was not leaving anything behind, she picked up her bag and headed towards the hallway. Behind her, she could hear the sound of yelling and grunts of pain. Reno Smith must be beating up on someone else now. Poor fools. Chapter 2, Reno sat on the terrace outside the cafeteria. As he stared across the grassy commons, watching the young men and women who had gathered there, a touch of envy shadowed his heart. God, how long had it been since he had been that young, felt that carefree? He took a sip of coffee and sighed. He might be only 28, but as far back as he could remember, he had been weighted down. Duty, responsibility, the need to contain his wolf. He snorted and pushed back the self-pity. There was no place for that in his life, and resumed watching the scene before him. Some of the students were studying, while others lounged on benches or under large shade trees visiting with friends. A few were engaged in a lazy game of football that involved more laughing and talking than actual sport. For all intents and purposes, it looked like any other college or university. The only difference was that the entire population was made up of Lycans. Residents in nearby towns thought the school was a private denominational institution, and great pains were taken to maintain that facade. A shout rose up from one corner of the green space. The football game had encroached on a group intent on studying, and they had not appreciated the interruption. He narrowed his eyes and watched the altercation to see how it evolved. Hot-headed young Lycans did not always have the best self-restraint. If need be, he would step in, but it was preferable to let them learn how to sort out their own differences. Soon, they would be in the real world and needed to know how to handle themselves with discretion. Words were exchanged. One male started to lunge aggressively, and Reno tensed, ready to wade into the fight if necessary. However, the fellow seemed to catch himself. With a nod of approval, Reno noted the group talking. Then the football game moved over while the others settled back down. For at least half of the students gathered, exams started tomorrow, and they did not want to waste their time on pointless arguments. Reno recalled how nerve-wracking finals could be, flaring tempers were to be expected, and mentally wished them good luck. He settled back in his chair and lifted his face to the sun, pleased the cafeteria had an outside terrace. Vaguely, he was aware of the patrons who were sitting inside, so busy with food and conversation that they barely glanced at the view offered by the large glass wall that separated them from the outside. Fools, he thought to himself, enjoying the warmth that beat down on him, both relaxing his muscles and soothing the beast within. Not too hot, a clear bright blue sky arched overhead, and the faintest of breezes skimmed his face. Sighing in contentment, he slouched back in his chair and closed his eyes. Summer days like this were too few to waste, and he begrudged the fact that he would have to go back to work in less than half an hour. Hey, Reno. What happened to your face? Reno opened one eye, and noted that a tall, blonde-haired man carrying a tray of food was approaching his table. He gave an irritated growl. He would purposely chosen an inconspicuous seat in a corner, hoping for some time alone. But obviously, that was not going to happen. Brad was okay in small doses. It was just that he could talk the ear off a stalk of corn. Hiding his displeasure, Reno sat up and nodded a greeting. A wild night with the ladies. Someone get turned on by your Texas charm. Brad set his food down and looked around for a chair before borrowing one from a nearby table. Reno flicked his gaze to the window beside him and noted his own reflection. Faint red lines still showed across his cheek, the tanned skin and dark stubble on his face doing little to hide the marks. He touched the scratches he would received the previous day, his eyes darkening at the memory of how he would receive them. Trust Brad to notice, damn him. Nothing that exciting. He responded while shifting his eyes to study the commons again. I was doing a demo for new cadets who are considering taking my course next term. My assistant's nails caught me. Frank has long nails. The other man paused in the act of sitting down and looked at him in surprise. Nah. Frank did not show, so I grabbed some girl from the hall to help out. Who was it? If she scratches, she might be fun. Brad smirked. His mind was always on sex. Reno shrugged negligently. I do not remember. Not too tall and a lousy fighter. He answered the question with reluctance. Ever since the encounter, he had been doing his best to try to forget her big green eyes, curly red hair, and lush curves. For some reason, she would stirred something in him. It made him uneasy, and he did not like the feeling. In his job, he could not afford to lose his focus, and he tried to keep his emotions in check. It was not easy, but it was for the best. After all, he did not even have a real pack or home. He had nothing to offer a female, so he would always gone with the belief that it was pointless to consider relationships. It was a fact he would come to grips with long ago. There was little point in constantly revisiting the issue. I think her name was Jones. The words slipped out before he could stop them, and he cursed at himself for hoping the name would sound familiar to Brad. Jones? Nope, no one I know. Brad shrugged and took a bite of his meal. Reno pushed down his disappointment. Her name was irrelevant. He had no intention of seeking her out. So, how do you like your stint as an instructor? Find any promising candidates? Brad spoke between mouthfuls of food as he gulped down a quick lunch. Reno shook his head before taking a bite from his own sandwich. Like himself, Brad was a temporary instructor who had been seconded from his usual position at Lycan Link headquarters in order to train the next generation of young wers. Brad's specialty was computers, and he helped maintain the vital internet links that allowed the organization to function smoothly. Reno's usual job was that of an enforcer, a combination of police officer and soldier, but he was presently instructing self-defense and tracking courses. All senior enforcers were required to do a stint at the academy once every 4 years. This was his first round, and he would had his doubts about how he would take to returning to the halls of academia. It's okay, but I would not want to do it full-time. As for finding anyone suitable for my unit, he shrugged. A few possibilities, but no one who really stands out. I heard a rumor they are changing the name of your group. The ACS. No. They wanted to, but council voted it down. There is no way you can sugarcoat something like ethnic cleansing. Sure, purist activity has died down lately, but there are still active pockets we need to keep watch on. And until we're able to locate the actual leaders, the threat of resurgence exists. You do not think it was just a flash in the pan. I mean, sure, halves were discriminated against for centuries, but that is all in the past, is not it? No. The core group of believers are still out there, and their only aim is to cleanse the bloodline. When they take over a pack, anyone deemed not pure enough is treated like a second-class citizen with no rights. I have come across situations where halves and their families have had their homes taken away and have become little more than slaves to the purebloods. There are even a few cases of halves disappearing, possibly being killed. He shook his head in disgust. Little wonder he felt old and tired. Dealing with the scum of the earth day in and day out did that to you. It's hard to imagine people believing that crap. The purists are experts at spreading rumors and misinterpreting the book of the law. Once they get a foothold in a pack, it's not long before they are in charge and have the members brainwashed. So it sounds like you still need some pretty sharp Lycans on your team. Yeah, that was why I volunteered to do my stint now. We have had a few enforcers retire, and I need replacements. A muscle twitched in his jaw when he recalled how they would retired. Their wolves had gone rogue and become totally uncontrollable. Men who had once worked under him were now locked up in a high-security institution and would likely remain there for the rest of their lives. Rogues, once they turned, seldom regained control. Making the call had been hard, yet the safety of his other officers and that of the rest of Lycan society was on the line. It was a harsh fact to face, but served as a wake-up call to the whole unit. A wolf with rogue tendencies was not unsalvageable, but it did require extra vigilance, and those two men had become sloppy in their duty. Pushing the unpleasant memory aside, he stretched and resettled in his chair. I still have 2 months left, though. I just started an upgrading course today for anyone who wants to switch their specialty. Maybe there will be some in this batch. After all, the alphas do not send wusses to the academy. Yeah, most of the cadets have a reputation for being pains in the ass. That is what I need, whereas that are just this side of rogue, smart and aggressive, dominant yet still manageable under the right leadership. Well, this is the place to look. I tell you, Reno, I have got a couple cadets in my computer class that Reno let Brad talk while his attention shifted to studying the ivy-covered buildings, residences, parking lots, and pathways that made up the academy. It was Lycan Link's version of a university, combined with a training ground. Many Lycans went to human schools, but some, usually the most dominant males and some females, chose the academy instead. Reno laughed ruefully to himself. Chose was not always the proper term. To be sure, some came for academic training in courses such as computers, medicine, or law. Members of that group were considered regular students. Others, however, were sent by the pack alpha whether they wanted to go or not, having been deemed either too unruly or having shown signs of becoming future pack leaders. They entered into the cadet program, which was far more grueling and strict. In that respect, the academy served as a reform school and holding ground for wers that did not fit into a pack's present hierarchy. In ancient times, such wers would simply have been killed or at least driven from the pack and left to survive on their own. However, Lycans were considerably more enlightened now, and the academy served as their second chance. After training in how to control their inner wolf, some of the cadets returned to serve their packs in positions of authority, but not all were that lucky. There were cases where the pack alpha still viewed the young males as too great a threat and barred them from coming back, which left the now homeless Lycans in difficult circumstances. They could seek out a new pack, provided any would take them in. Some tried to establish their own packs, while still others ended up wandering the world as a rogue. Lycan Link did its best to take in as many as it could, finding them a spot in the vast organization that served wers around the world. While working for Lycan Link was not the same as living in a pack, it did provide a refuge and sense of purpose. Reno knew that from personal experience. Have you checked out the Black Devils? Brad nudged him, and Reno left his reverie behind to look where his friend was pointing. He focused his gaze on 3 cadets who were sprawled in the shade of a tree. They appeared strikingly similar from a distance. Black Devils. He frowned. I have not heard of them. They have been keeping a low profile lately, but they are as black as the ace of spades when they shift. Given their coloring, that made sense, so he nodded. What about the devil part? Brad snorted. Campus gossip is that those 3 get into more trouble than any 300 cadets combined. And their interest in the local ladies contributes to the devil moniker as well. Reno shrugged. High spirits are common here, and dominant males have to get the energy out somehow. He chuckled as he mentally reminisced about his own experiences at the academy. My days here were not exactly pristine. Yeah, well, they do it better than anyone else. Rumor also has it that they are possessed. Devil demons, if you know what I mean. Faster, sharper senses, more intuitive, they could ace every course if they tried. But they do not. Well, one does. Cain. He's the youngest and most serious of the lot, and tries to keep the other two in check. Lord only knows what they would get into otherwise. He'll likely head home when he graduates and become a co-beta. His file indicates he's in line as the next alpha if he just bides his time. Dipping into the files, Brad. Reno looked at his companion out of the corner of his eye and murmured a slight rebuke. Brad grinned and shrugged his shoulders. Can I help it if the security codes here are so easy to break? Let us just say I was testing the system. As long as you report the faults so they can be fixed. The Academy would not want the cadets tiptoeing through their files. Reno knew only too well that it was a prank most cadets attempted. He would done so himself and had never been caught, but what he would learned about his psychological profile had been punishment enough. Potentially dangerous rogue, that had been the conclusion of his entry tests. Reading that label had changed the course of his life. Okay, I'll tell the Academy. Geez, you enforcers are sticklers for rules. Occupational hazard. Brad rolled his eyes. So, I suppose, you do not want to know about the other devils. Reno hesitated, however his curiosity got the better of him. What did you learn? One is named Ryan. He's Cain's half-brother and too cocky for his own good. He has potential as an alpha, but if he's up against Cain, it will not work unless he changes his attitude. I can see him heading out on his own one day, kicking around the world before settling down, maybe even starting his own pack. Reno nodded. He had been in that boat once himself. His older brother had taken over the pack back home in Texas, but with the knowledge of his own potentially rogue tendencies, he had not returned. While he could have fought for the leadership and possibly won, the peace and stability of the pack would have been severely damaged. In the end, he could not do that to his packmates, even if it meant condemning himself to the life of a rogue. Thankfully, he would found his place at Lycan Link. What about the third one? Is he part of the same family? Brad shrugged. No one knows. They look enough alike, but he was found in a human orphanage. He's a half. Reno gave Brad a sharp look. A genetic quirk resulted in most half-breed Lycans being female. Not only that, half-breeds usually lacked the ruthless dominance needed to meet the entry requirements for the cadet program. Nope. Full-blooded. Someone noticed his scent in amongst a group of orphanage children at a park. Some discreet investigating revealed he had just been dropped off there. No background records at all. His adoptive pack speculates there was a pack war or natural disaster, and he was a lone survivor. But to leave a Lycan pup in a human orphanage, he shook his head in disbelief. Hey, I did not say it was right, or if that is even what happened. It's all just speculation. Point is he was found, taken in, and when the adoptive pack could not handle him anymore, he was sent here. Actually, he's been enrolled longer than any other cadet. I thought you said they were some of the best. Why is he taking so long to graduate? He keeps screwing around. Never passes the tests. As a matter of fact, if he messes up this time, the dean is threatening to kick him out pass or no pass. Brad shook his head. Personally, I think he fails on purpose. He does not have anywhere to go when he leaves, so he just keeps hanging around. And when he hooked up with those other two, well, this is home now, I suppose. Nowhere to go, eh? Reno leaned forward, propping his elbows on the table, and studied the distant figure of the young were. Is he enforcer material? Brad smiled and took a sip of his coffee. I was hoping you would ask that question. When I read his file, he struck me as exactly what you need. He'll take a lot of training, though. You will probably have to knock him down and put him in his place more than a few times. I can do that. Reno sat back and smiled. He liked a challenge. Hey, if this works out, I'll owe you one. Wanna pay up in advance? Brad quirked an eyebrow at him. Ow. This girl I have been seeing, Tabitha, she has this friend named Brandi who is interested. A football came whizzing between them, causing both men to jerk backwards. Seconds afterwards, a sheepish-looking young man appeared apologizing profusely. Reno growled at him and then exchanged a laughing look with Brad when the youngster took off with his tail between his legs. Still chuckling, Reno stood up. "I have got to go. I have a class to teach in a few minutes." Brad nodded. "Do not forget about Brandi, though. I'll point her out to you." Reno waved his hand negligently and went on his way. Chapter 3, Lycan Society, is dominated by pack life. A pack is more than a large family. Each member is highly dependent on the others for nurturing and support. When one member falters, the whole pack suffers. For this reason, pack members are highly protective of each other, instinctively recognizing that the common good supersedes personal wants and desires. Brandi yawned and stretched before complaining over her shoulder to her roommate. Why would anyone bother explaining pack life in a textbook written for werewolves? Is not it just a tad redundant? I mean, it's like explaining swimming to a fish. Why do we have to read about something we have experienced every minute of our lives since we were born? Spinning around in her chair, she stared at her friend expecting a quick reply. Tabitha was usually up for a good debate, but this time no response was forthcoming. Long blonde hair hid most of the girl's face as she bent over her own textbook, her legs curled up under her as she sat on the couch. "Tabi, do not you think studying pack life is ridiculous?" She issued the prompt again, and eventually Tabitha mumbled something, obviously lost in her own studies of computer technology and not really listening. Brandi sighed at the lackluster response to her mini-rant. She would really been hoping for something to distract her, but it seemed nothing would be coming from that quarter. With a slight pout, she turned back to her book and began to read again. The Alpha is the designated leader, and all other pack members look to him for guidance. He assumes his title either by default from his sire or by earning the position through a political voting process. On rare occasions, a leadership challenge might occur which usually results in a fight to the death. However, this is less common in modern times. Political maneuvering, even small campaigns within the pack, are becoming more and more the norm when determining leadership. Brandi rubbed her eyes and shook her head, trying to stay awake. The air in the small apartment was stuffy and far too warm. She shifted in her chair, adjusted the small fan so it blew directly at her, and sat up straighter in the vain hope it would help improve her concentration. For the past few days, her thoughts seemed to have been racing in a million different directions at once, even interrupting her sleep, and she could not afford not to be at her best, not this close to exams. Once an alpha assumes his role, the mantle of responsibility weighs heavily. Alphas are charged with overseeing all that occurs within the pack, from the approval of matings and naming ceremonies to the conducting of departing services. They need to ensure that sufficient sources of food and water are available at all times, as well as proper shelter from the elements. This entails obtaining and maintaining a territory of suitable size to support the pack and protecting said territory from outside threats. One of an alpha's greatest challenges is dealing with those rare Lycans that are classified as rogues, a designation not to be applied too liberally due to its severe connotations. A true rogue lacks the proper pack mentality, is disruptive to the established hierarchy, and can endanger the whole pack with its aggressive behavior and reckless ways. An alpha must keep the well-being of the whole pack in mind when contemplating the fate of a rogue, and should employ a variety of intervention techniques before resorting to banishment or termination. Brandi scanned ahead a few paragraphs, debating about not reading them, but her conscience pricked, and she forced herself to plod through every word. Finals were the following day, and it would be just her luck that they would ask for an essay on the role of the alpha. Propping her chin in her hand, she continued to read, the hypnotic ticking of the clock in the background making her eyelids grow heavy. Another yawn slipped past her lips. The Book of the Law is an alpha's most important resource. It contains the entire summation of Lycan wisdom and should act as a guide for all of the alpha's decisions. Alphas need to maintain order within the pack's ranks and ensure that members are treated justly and equitably as outlined under the Rights and Freedoms Act. Revised Lycan Council Annual Meeting, 1956. It is important to remember, however, that the Book of the Law was written by the ancient ones after years of persecution and near extinction of the species. Harsh times called for harsh measures. However, Lycan circumstances have improved considerably over the past few centuries, and as a result, some laws and clauses need to be interpreted with caution. Alphas need to reflect wisely on the spirit and intent of a law, rather than the exact wording, before enacting it. When in doubt, alphas are encouraged to look to their own council of elders or to contact High Council at Lycan Link itself should clarification be needed. Suddenly, Brandi's whole body jerked, and she sat up, hissing at the pain that radiated from her neck and shoulders. For a moment, she was disoriented, wondering why she was face down on her desk rather than in bed. Then it all came back to her, and she growled at herself for dozing off. Looking around, she saw that Tabi was no longer ensconced on the couch, and the small apartment was quiet. Forcing her bleary eyes to focus, she stared at her watch. 7 of the clock. Oh my gosh, I have slept through half the afternoon. There was no reply to her comment. Was Tabi even home? Scrubbing her hands over her face, she stood up and padded about the apartment looking for her roommate. Nope, she was not in the kitchen or the bathroom either. A soft tap on the girl's bedroom door garnered no response. However, there was a note on the message board by the door. You were sound asleep, so I let you be. Gone with Brad. Back in the morning. Brandi frowned and shook her head in disbelief. The night before exams, and her friend was out showing off her wide and varied appreciation of the male form. Brandi stared at the note and pondered the name listed. Brad. Was that the same one as last week? Or had that one been named Ryan? Not that it mattered. Tabitha could sample the mail buffet all she wanted. Brandi had enough to do without keeping track of her roommate's love life. Too much was riding on successfully completing this last set of courses. Her stomach growled, reminding her she would miss a meal, so she grabbed her textbook on the way through the living room and propped it on the counter in the small kitchenette. There were still several sections she needed to read over. With any luck, she could get through one while she prepared and ate a quick meal. The position of beta follows that of the alpha. Betas are charged with guarding the alpha as well as enforcing his edicts. Betas are protectors of the pack. They must be strong and level-headed, but also should possess a nurturing quality and be prepared to assist pack members with problems should the alpha be unavailable. While one beta is the norm, an alpha can choose to have co-betas should there be suitable candidates within the pack. This can be especially useful when a pack is very large and has extensive resources to manage, whether they be land, money, or both. Brandi took a bite of her sandwich while still reading, then reached for the can of soda she would set nearby without bothering to look up. Fumbling for the container, she inadvertently knocked it over, and the brown sugary liquid rushed across the countertop. Jumping to her feet and cursing, she lifted her textbook just a moment too late. Damn. This might be the most boring book in history, but I paid a lot for it. Grabbing a dishcloth, she dabbed at the damp pages, praying they would still be readable. After a moment of panic, it appeared the book was more durable than she would thought, with only the margins being affected. Setting the book aside, she cleaned the counter with efficient swipes and moved to the sink to rinse out the cloth. A small window over the sink gave her a tempting view outside. The sun was just setting, faint tinges of orange and pink slowly spreading across the sky, while a slightly cooler breeze whispered into the small apartment, fluttering the edges of the curtains and cooling her warm face. She longed to abandon her studies and make use of the grassy, park-like area that was outside her dormitory. Trees, benches, a baseball diamond, several tennis courts, and a running track filled the space. Usually there were several students using the facilities, but on this final night before exams, it was eerily empty except for Reno Smith. He was out there again. Brandi squeezed the dishcloth in her hands, water dripping between her clenched fingers as her heartbeat accelerated. Every evening, he went for a run at this time, had she subconsciously brought herself to the window at just the right moment. And did it even matter? She bit her lip and stared, drinking in each feature. God, he was such a hunk. Just the sight of his hard, lithe body, glistening with sweat, made her feel weak at the knees. A dusting of hair covered his chest and arrowed down to disappear under the low-slung waistband of his gym shorts that did little to conceal the interesting bits beneath. Combine that with her memory of their close encounter a few days earlier, and she was next thing to a puddle on the floor. Tabith's attempt to fix her up with the man had been utterly ridiculous. Reno did not need to hit on co-eds, certainly not ones like herself who were a bit too well-rounded and not into physical fitness. She was lucky he had not laughed in her face at her pathetic attempts to attack him in class. Thankfully, he had not been an instructor a year earlier when she would taken her mandatory self-defense course. Brandi suspected he would not have passed her out of kindness like her own instructor had. Closing her eyes, she relived the moment Reno had pinned her to the floor. She could still vividly recall every second. His scent, the weight of his body, the wild look in his eye. And that brief moment, when he would leaned in closer, how could the brush of his nose over her cheek be so erotic? A shiver ran through her at the memory, and she licked her lips, the tip of her tongue tingling as if she could actually taste the saltiness of his skin. What would it be like to hear a rumble of desire rise from his chest, and to feel his hard body pressed intimately against her core? Her breathing quickened, and for a moment she was sure she could actually hear his breathing, labored from exertion. The memory faded, and a new image took its place. Reno was staring down at her. She could feel the touch of his fingers as he ran his hands through her curls. She swore she could hear him murmuring in her ear, telling her how soft she felt beneath him, how much he wanted to stroke her creamy skin, explore her body, cup her curves, and thrust. The daydream faded, and with a start Brandi realized that she was rubbing her hands up and down her own thighs. God, what was she, some kind of a pervert? She licked her dry lips and then swallowed hard, pushing the erotic thoughts from her mind, yet unable to force her gaze from the scene below. Instead, she leaned even closer, pressing her heated cheek to the cool glass of the partially opened window so she could continue to watch his progress around the track. The very first day he would been at the academy, she would noticed him. An aura of power and suppressed danger had seemed to surround him, immediately drawing her attention and causing others in the hall to step to one side, giving him clear passage. Tall and lean, but obviously packed with muscle, his short brown hair had a messy just-out-of-bed look, and the beginnings of a beard had shadowed the lower half of his face. Some might have found him intimidating with his strong chin and nose, however she thought he was fascinating. So strong and confident, a dominant male. He would pass right by her that day. Their eyes had met for a second, and she would noticed how he would quickly looked her over. Her breath had caught in her throat, and she would given him a small, encouraging smile. For a moment, she would thought he would curved his lips in response as well, but his stride had not faltered, and he would passed on by. She would turn to watch him, admiring his rear view and the way he would walked. It was not cocky like so many of the cadets, just self-assured, as if he knew exactly who he was and understood the purpose of his life. She liked that, knowing what you wanted and where you were going were important to her. For herself, she knew she wanted to help keep her people safe. Her vivid imagination made her exceptionally well-suited for fabricating the stories that were used to hide Lycan existence. Building scenarios, looking for flaws and loopholes in stories, blending fact with fiction, and creating rumors. Most Lycans had no idea the exacting tasks that damage control involved. It was hard work, but extremely satisfying, as she would found out during her apprenticeship this past year. Brandi watched until Reno was out of sight. Her wolf whimpered as he disappeared, begging that they go after him rather than staying inside. She sighed. The creature had no understanding of why academics were important. Mooning over an unattainable man is not going to help me pass my finals, you know. But the male is out of our league. We need to put him out of our mind and concentrate on what is important. She finished the thought before the wolf could. If we do not pass, our chance at a career is over. We go back to Kolding's pass and end up mated and stuck in the kitchen for the rest of our lives. Is that what you want? To live and die in a poky old mining town? Her wolf shuddered at the very thought and begrudgingly subsided. With a final look of longing towards where Reno had disappeared, Brandi returned to her books. Since Tabi had abandoned the sofa, Brandi dropped down on it and arranged herself comfortably before starting to read again. For the most part, packs are allowed to function with a high degree of autonomy. However, Lycan Link does insist that certain norms be followed. It goes without saying that following the keeping is of primary importance, as is following the Rights and Freedom Act, Revised Lycan Council Annual Meeting, 1956. If Lycan Link has reasonable suspicion that essential elements of the Book of the Law are being violated, it is within its rights to send enforcers to investigate. Investigations shall be pursued in a non-confrontational manner, with due respect to an alpha's authority. At all times, enforcers will conduct themselves in a seemly manner that upholds the high standards of Lycan Link, and will strive to find equitable solutions that allow the pack to remain intact. Only if all reasonable solutions have failed will Lycan Link move to take over a pack. The alpha will be given due notice of this process and can choose to have his case heard before High Council. The decision of High Council is binding. Lycans who flaunt a High Council decision may find themselves facing charges and could be placed in a detention facility for an undetermined amount of time. Appeals are dealt with on a per-case basis, in conjunction with recommendations made by the attending damage control officer. She let the book drop on her chest and stared across the room. Tomorrow, she wrote the final test that would either make or break her chance of being licensed as a certified damage control officer. Now 22, she would spent the last 3 years preparing for the position and knew in her gut she could do the job. Proving it on paper was the final, yet hardest, step. Butterflies danced in her stomach at the thought of what passing or failing could mean. If her marks were not high enough, she would have to head back to the pack with her tail between her legs and accept a mediocre position within the ranks. A scout if she was lucky, though it was more likely she would be pushed into a mating. The very thought made her clench her fists. Not that there was anything wrong with being a mate and raising pups. Someday she even hoped to do that herself, but first she wanted to do something with her life, to help Lycan society as a whole rather than just her own pack. She knew she was seen as an oddity within her very traditional pack, the female that did not know her place, yet she could not help it. It was who she was, who her wolf was. And she was not so odd. There were other females at the academy. Not as many as the males, but some. Finger combing her hair, she drew her knees up and turned to the next topic in the book. The evolution of the roles of enforcers and damage control officers 24 hours later inside the academy pub. Music pounded from speakers mounted on all sides of the tiny dance floor. Lights flashed in time with the beat while Lycans, both male and female, writhed to a popular song. Over the din of the music, people laughed and tried to carry on conversations with their friends, the mood in the building celebratory. Patrons filled almost every square foot of floor space, the heat of many bodies packed together contributing to the already rapid consumption of cold drinks. Waitresses skillfully wove their way through the crowds, trays laden with glasses and pitchers balanced over their heads. One such tray landed on the table in front of Brandi, the contents of the glasses sloshing from side to side. Those sitting with her tossed a few bills into the kitty in the middle of the table, and the waitress swept it up with a nod and a grin, pleased by their generous spirits. Exams were done, and everyone was feeling carefree for the first time in months. Tabitha grabbed a glass and stood up to make a loud, enthusiastic toast. To the end of exams, textbooks, and boring instructors. Woohoo! Everyone cheered and banged the tabletop before chugging back their beer. Since they were in strictly Lycan territory, the drinks were considerably stronger than what would be found in a human bar. As a result, a pleasant buzz was affecting most of those present, and the group was getting more boisterous by the minute. Brandi tipped her glass too far back, and some of the liquid dribbled down her chin. She set her glass down with a bang, while simultaneously laughing and grabbing for napkins. Tabitha observed her predicament and teased her good-naturedly. "Forget how to drink, Brandi." "Yep. I lost the skill. Too busy studying." Brandi leaned her head back against the leather cushions that covered the booth and ran her fingers through her hair, feeling pleasantly relaxed. God, she would had more to drink tonight than she would had in ages, and yet it felt good to cut loose for a change. For 3 years, she would kept her mind focused on her career goals, and tonight was her night to put all that aside and just enjoy being young. Tomorrow, she would return to her disciplined ways, but for now, picking up her drink, she pressed the cold mug to her heated cheek, closing her eyes for a minute and relishing the cool bits of condensation trickling down her neck. God, she hoped she made it through the evening and did not have to bail. She was so hot and overtired, solid sleep, having eluded her for a number of days in a row. Maybe the alcohol would help calm the voices in her head, and she would be able to get her thinking straight again. Were you busy studying books or studying instructors? Tabitha jabbed her with an elbow, and Brandi opened her eyes to frown at her friend. What are you talking about? You know. Reno Smith. The guy you have the hots for. You have watched him every second you could from the moment he arrived on campus. So, she sat up, folded her arm, and jutted her chin. I was never in one of his classes, and there is no harm in looking. Looking is not as much fun as touching, though. Tabith's sing-song voice should have warned Brandi something was up, but too much alcohol and a lack of sleep had dulled her normally keen senses. She shook her head and made a slashing motion with her hand. Tabi, he's an instructor. Definitely off limits. And you already tried to set something up when you shoved me into his class last week. While the bruises on her butt had not lasted long, the ones to her ego still stung from the encounter. Tabi waved her hand negligently. So it did not work. It was just a one-time setback. That does not mean you cannot try again. And the whole instructor-student taboo is just in your head. It does not stop Brad and me. Yeah, right. Brandi rolled her eyes. Nothing stops you, but it's a moot point. Reno does not even know I exist. I would not say that. Tabitha slid her eyes sideways, and Brandi followed the direction of her gaze. Reno was across the room, leaning against the bar, and oh God, he was looking her way. Oh my gosh, I wonder if he saw me spill my beer. Brandi slunk down in the booth and tried to disappear. Tabitha grabbed her arm and pulled her back up. Why are you hiding? Because I do not know, because he's Reno. Brandi sputtered, not quite sure herself. She was focused on a career, though lately just the thought of the man made her lightheaded, and it was more than the fact that Reno was a legend. As one of the up-and-coming enforcers, rumor had it he could be in charge of the whole unit one day if he would only toe the line a bit more. His methods were effective, but unorthodox, and Lycan Link reportedly reprimanded him as often as they praised him. No, his infamy was not what was causing her heart to flutter. It was something else, though she could not quite figure out what. She would always been attracted to the man, but now there was an actual pull that made her want to plaster herself against him. An obsession seemed to have overtaken her, with thoughts of Reno filling her mind both night and day. Was it all her wolf's fault, she wondered. The beast would not stop talking about him. Well, pull yourself together because he's coming this way. Brandi peeked over Tabitha's shoulder and nearly died. Reno was coming her way, threading a path between the various tables and groups of Lycans. Oh hell. She watched him cross the room, his stride as smooth as that of any predator. His low-riding faded jeans emphasized his trim hips, powerful thighs, and long legs, while his t-shirt stretched over his chest, outlining the weltoned muscles beneath. His hair was not too short or too long, and had the slightly messy look about it that she found especially appealing. Clenching her fists, she could imagine how it would feel to comb her fingers through the brown locks, to clutch them in her hands while guiding his oh-sockissable mouth towards her own. Warmth swept over her body, and a whimper threatened to escape her lips as her imagination took an erotic flight of fancy. How could one man look so amazingly hot and not appear to be even slightly aware of it? He's probably looking at someone else. She nibbled her lip, afraid that it was true while at the same time afraid that it was not. Okay. It's you. You know how I know. How? Brandi forced her gaze from Reno's approaching form to her friend. She dreaded hearing the answer. Her sluggish instincts were trying to warn her of something, but Tabitha leaned closer and whispered in her ear. "I told him you were interested." "You did not." She stared at the other girl in horror. Tabitha grinned, looking extremely pleased with herself. "Sure I did." "Well, actually I had Brad tell him since they are friends, and that is what friends are for. You are probably leaving tomorrow, and I cannot let you go without having a chance to get it on with the guy you have been gaga about for ages. What kind of friend would I be if I let that happen?" Brandi grabbed Tabitha's arm. "What did you have Brad say to him?" Knowing Tabby, it was probably something mortifying. Shaking free of Brandi's grip, Tabitha laughed. "Nothing bad, just that you would like to meet him. Now come on, up you get." With that, Tabitha stood up, and, with the help of a few others at the table, pulled Brandi out of the booth and to her feet. "Go get him, girl." Tabitha shoved Brandi forward with a laugh, and the rest of the group whistled and called encouraging words. Brandi took a few stumbling forward steps while still glaring back at her supposed friends, and then ran into something very, very hard. Her whole body hummed with awareness, and even before she looked, she knew who it had to be. Chapter 4. Hey. Reno put out his hands to steady the young woman who had literally bumped into him. His fingers encircled her upper arms, lightly gripping the soft flesh. She turned to stare up at him, her long hair swinging around her shoulders and brushing over his hands. In the muted illumination, with colored lights flashing all around, it had been hard to make out the girl's features from a distance. Brad had pointed her out to him, but he would only had a general impression of a female tucked in the back corner of a booth. Now that they were face to face, his attention was immediately caught by her hair. Long red and a mass of curls. He had a brief impulse to run his fingers through the flowing tresses, but managed to control himself, despite the tingling of his palms. Instinctively, he inhaled, taking in her scent. And that is when it hit him with all the subtle impact of a mule kick. It was the same girl. His muscles tightened, his body hardened, and his skin seemed to prickle in anticipation. It was only when she gave a squeak of pain that he belatedly realized he would clenched his hands while still holding her arms. Loosening his grip, but not quite letting go, his hands refused to obey him. He stepped back so they were not touching, hoping she had not felt his erection. Nothing like being overly eager, he scorned himself mentally. "You are Brandi, right?" Her expression was a strange mixture of shock, horror, and interest. She glanced back at the booth she would just exited and then turned back to him. Reno was aware that several pairs of eyes were trained upon him, however he ignored them in favor of watching the way the tip of the girl's tongue slipped out of her mouth to wet her lush lips. He imagined how they would feel against his mouth, the way he would gently suck on the lower one, then nibble and soothe, the way they would taste when she spoke. He had to force himself to lift his gaze. "Yeah, I am Brandi. Brandi Johansson." He frowned. Johansson. Had not the girl been named Jones? "You beat me up last week." "I beat you up?" Reno felt his eyebrows shoot upwards at her description of the encounter. Yep, if he would had any doubts, they were gone now. She was definitely the same girl. Damn, he did not know if he was pleased or not. He would been trying unsuccessfully to forget her, yet here she was standing right in front of him, as tantalizing in real life as in his lust-filled memories. For some reason, perhaps self-preservation, he felt the need to downplay the impact the encounter had had on him, so he faked a frown as if searching his memory. "Ah, that is right. You were the last-minute stand-in for my self-defense class." Her head bobbed up and down, and she gave a tentative smile. "That was me." His fingers tightened around her arms again, as he recalled the encounter he would been trying to push to the back of his mind. As a random last-minute opponent, she would been less than effective, and he would evaded her attempts to fell him with little effort. It had been all he could do not to roll his eyes in derision. She would relied on basic moves anyone with a modicum of skill could counter. He remembered thinking he would have to speak to whoever had run the course previously about the need to upgrade expectations when she would charged at him. The impact had barely made him step back, but it had brought their bodies into direct contact, and that was when he would felt it, when his wolf had surged forward. Desire, lust, sexual attraction, whatever name you wanted to give it, had flared to life, dazing him with its strength and bringing his wolf dangerously close to the surface. It had knocked him sufficiently off kilter that he would slipped into autopilot, instinctively flipping her onto the ground before dropping down beside her. But then he would frozen, stunned by the image she would presented. A beautiful female laid out before him, just waiting to be taken by a conquering male. While he would contemplated how a nocturnal fantasy had turned into reality, she would taken advantage of his momentary lapse and almost gotten away. Only by yanking her back and rolling on top of her had he managed to hold her down, though the position had done little to decrease his growing awareness of her. She would begun to struggle in earnest then, kicking and even scratching him. Her squirming had heightened his lust even more. His heart had begun to pound. His awareness that it was just a demo had faded. When he would finally subdued her, a rush of desire had torn through him. Her body had been soft and yielding under his. Her scent, heady and sweet, had drifted up, teasing his nostrils, stirring his wolf even more. And her eyes, sea green and framed with thick lashes, had gazed up at him with fear, desire, and submission. That look had hit him like a punch in the gut. His body had instantly hardened, and he had not been able to resist leaning closer and absorbing more of her sweet scent. For a moment he would wondered if she tasted as good as she smelled, and when she would tilted her head, offering him her neck, he would slipped out his tongue for a quick lick. His wolf had rumbled in approval, urging him to bite and claim what was theirs. Only years of training and practice in overriding his beast had saved him from making an enormous mistake. At the last minute, he would drawn back, assuming his professional mask and ignoring the aching of his body. The cadets had not been aware of what had gone on before their eyes. Reno was not even sure how much the girl had realized. She would felt something, he was sure. He would seen the wolf stirring in her own eyes, smelled the desire beginning to waft from her, but on a conscious level had she wanted him, or had it been just an instinctive reaction? Right after the demo she would left, and while he would debated about looking for her later, common sense had kept him from engaging in a pursuit. Any attraction between them was pointless. She was a student, and he was an instructor. He did not want to cross that complicated boundary, nor did he have room for anyone in his life that was not a casual encounter. Now he found himself with her in his arms again. Were the gods being kind or cruel? His wolf whined its interest, obviously wanting to spend time in her company. He wavered, weighing the pros and cons. Well, perhaps his wolf did deserve some consideration after all. Reno quirked his mouth and nodded, deciding to see where the encounter would go. A few minutes in the female's presence should be safe. So he allowed a slow smile to spread over his lips. "Your name is Brandi." "Unusual. Brandy's fancier than moonshine." "Pardon." He blinked, wondering what she was talking about. She rolled her eyes. "It was my father's idea. I am from a small town in the mountains. You know, hillbillies, stills for making moonshine, that sort of stuff. Well, when I was born, my mama said she wanted a fancy name for me, that her daughter was not going to be as common as moonshine. My father said Brandi was fancier than moonshine. And the name stuck. Something like that." He gave a soft chuckle at the silly tale, then decided to bring the conversation around to the real reason they were meeting. "Brad mentioned that you are interested in talking to me." She paled, then flushed, and he wondered why. Was she embarrassed about their first encounter? It certainly had not been her most stellar moment in showing off her skills. Or perhaps it was the attraction between them that had her flustered. Someone jostled him from behind, bringing him back to awareness of his surroundings. Reno glanced about and frowned. "This is not the best place to talk. Why do not we sit over there where it's quieter?" He nodded his head towards a table near the back, then took her by the elbow and led her away before she could answer. Once they were sitting down, he gestured for a waitress. "What are you drinking?" "Beer." She jerked her head in agreement, and after placing the order, he turned to look at her speculatively. "So I hear you are interested." Her face turned bright red again, but she seemed to find her voice. "Look, I do not know exactly what Tabitha told you, but I am finding it sort of embarrassing that she actually had Brad talk to you about this." She picked up a napkin from the table and began to twist it with her fingers. Reno eased back in his seat and stretched out his legs, crossing them at the ankle. "No need to be embarrassed. This happens to me all the time." He flashed her a crooked smile and infused his voice with a bit of his Texas drawl, hoping to put her at ease. She really did seem uptight. Was she recalling their fight and thinking he would attack again? "Really?" Her eyebrows shot up higher than he thought possible. God, she looked cute. He gave a one-shouldered shrug. "Sure. Lots of wers are interested in what it's like to be an enforcer, and I do not mind talking about my job, though I have never met a female who wanted to join up." "Your job?" Her brow wrinkled. "You think I want to become an enforcer?" She blinked at him, looking puzzled before her face cleared, and a grin slowly appeared. Laughter bubbled from her lips, and she slumped back in her seat, suddenly appearing relaxed. "What is so funny?" He raised an eyebrow, not getting the joke, but enjoying the sound of her merriment. Brandi waved her hand between the two of them. "This. Tabitha told you I was interested. Well, technically it was Brad. She said something to him about it, and he passed the message along. Well, either Brad misheard or she deliberately misled him, and this is all part of a prank." Brandi turned in her seat and looked back at the booth occupied by her friends. None of them appeared to be watching. Perhaps it was just a misunderstanding, he heard her mutter. Reno cocked his head, wondering what was going on. "So you are not interested in being an enforcer?" "No." She sounded almost horrified at the idea. "Well, that is a relief." "A relief? Why?" She sat up straight again and gave him a hard stare. "You would never make it as an enforcer. Your self-defense skills are below par, and that is not very nice." She frowned at him, indignation radiating from her. He gave a shrug and continued on, never having been one to hold his punches when it came to evaluating skill levels. If people thought he was not tactful, too bad. They could blame it on his rogue tendencies. Sorry, but it's the truth, and it's dangerous for you to go around thinking you have any skill in that area. I am surprised you passed the basic course. When she bit her lip and shifted her gaze, he looked at her with narrowed eyes. "Or did you?" "I passed sort of." Brandi squirmed when he continued to stare, and finally continued. "All right, it was a mercy pass." She looked down at the tabletop, and then peered up at him as if ashamed at having been caught. "The instructor knew I was trying hard and really needed the credit." Reno sighed and thought he should reprimand her. However, the way she looked up at him through her lashes appealed to his softer side, wherever that had come from. He found himself giving an understanding nod. "I will not say anything, but you should consider retaking the course. I do much better in my wolf form." She lifted her chin a bit and sat up straighter as she made her pronouncement. "Do not we all? But phasing into a wolf is not always possible, so knowing a few human defense tricks never hurts." He allowed his lips to curve into a faint smile to take the sting out of his words while considering her carefully. "So if you are not interested in enforcement, what was your friend talking about?" She meant I was interested in her voice trailed off, and she suddenly seemed to be absorbed by a napkin she had been holding, smoothing out the wrinkles and then carefully folding it. Reno found himself enjoying the way her cheeks stained red. Not his usual sort. He tended to choose tall blondes like Tabitha, Brad's latest girlfriend, but this little rounded package was different. For one thing, her red hair was fascinating. When she did not continue, he prompted her. "Interested in you?" The word was spoken so quietly, he almost missed it. He cocked his head and analyzed her answer with professional detachment. She was not just another groupie looking for the thrill of getting it on with an enforcer. No, embarrassment and the thinnest edge of hope laced her voice. Not a good sign. There were still some shades of naivete about her. Definitely not the kind of female he needed to get entangled with. Oh. Okay, time to back off and let her down easy, he told himself. No strings, no attachments. That was his motto. Now that is a coincidence. I think I am interested in you, too. Reno blinked in surprise. Where the hell had that come from? He would had no intention of saying that. Brandi stood up. Setting down the remainder of the napkin, she would ended up shredding with her fingers. Look, I am sorry to have wasted your time. This is all just a big. She stopped as his words must have suddenly registered and stared at him in surprise. You are what? He paused, not sure what to say, but his basic honesty prevented him from allowing her to think she would misheard. I am interested in you two. I have not met many red-headed wolves before. A little qualifying of his answer could not hurt, he assured himself. Brandi gave him a funny look and slowly sat back down. Oh. Yeah. It's pretty unusual. It's not quite as red when I shift, though. She tucked her hair back behind her ears, then seemed to realize what she was doing and dropped her hands into her lap. Reno smiled at her obvious nervousness. Yep, this was definitely more entertaining than he would thought it would be. When his friends, fellow instructors, said they were going out for the night, he would envisioned having a beer or two at a sports bar and watching a game on a big-screen TV. The Academy pub had come as a surprise, though perhaps not totally unpleasant. Being surrounded by fellow Lycans allowed one to relax and act natural without fear of discovery. Later in the evening, when Brad had sought him out and reminded him of his promise to talk to Tabitha's friend, he would figured it would just be a quick chat. After all, a female enforcer was unheard of. Now he hoped the conversation would take a lot longer. His conscience pricked him, but he told it to shut up. There was no harm in a little conversation. He was not promising her anything. Their drinks arrived, and surprisingly enough, she did ask him about his job as an enforcer. So is it true what they say? She was looking at him speculatively while taking a sip of her beer. Is what true? That most enforcers would be too dangerous to have in a normal pack. No sooner had she uttered the words than she winced and ducked her head, seeming regretful. I am sorry. I should not have asked something so personal. Reno shrugged and gave a dry laugh. Do not worry about it. It's nothing new, and yeah, most enforcers are borderline rogues, ready to go over the edge if we're not kept in line. Rogues? That is awfully harsh. She frowned at his words. I have always envisioned enforcers more as frustrated alphas that did not have a pack to use up all their protective energies. A frustrated alpha. Hi. Is that what you are, buddy? He asked the wolf inside himself, before focusing back on the female sitting across from him. You are trying to put a pretty spin on a harsh reality. For most enforcers, our innate personality makes us aggressive. We want to lead and dominate, but a pack can only have one alpha and they do not usually want to give up the position. So in the interest of pack peace, you choose to leave your home. You put the needs of the pack first. Or we're forced out before we become a threat. He shrugged, feeling uncomfortable with how she was trying to elevate his particular brand of wolf to something nobler than it was. He knew the facts, having seen his assessment file when he entered the academy all those years ago. Learning he would been classified as potentially dangerous was a shock, but he preferred reality to fantasy. It was not a pretty label, but he would learn to accept it and had made the best of his life. She frowned, obviously not happy with his interpretation of the facts, and he tried to reassure her. Hey, it's not that bad. Lycan Link is a great place to live. I have some good friends there, enjoy my job, but it makes no sense. If all the enforcers are these dangerous near-rogue types, how is it that you are not always fighting? There are confrontations, believe me. Some have more trouble integrating than others. There is even a screening process to see if potential enforcers can handle being around the others. But with no real pack to fight over, it's easier, and we're kept busy dealing with situations all over the continent. Besides that, the captain is uber-dominant and keeps us all in line. Reno chuckled, thinking of all the times the man had literally wiped the floor with one or another of the men when they would become too cocky. He spent the next while entertaining her with tales of his life as an enforcer, sharing a few of his more interesting cases before moving on to how instructor stints compared to being in the field. Just as he was going to ask her what she would been studying at the academy, her friends arrived to drag her onto the dance floor. She looked at him apologetically, but he waved her on her way. It gave him some time to study her, to watch how she moved, to note the way her eyes reflected her emotions as she talked to her friend. No doubt she was scolding the other girl for setting her up. Both of the girls looked his way, and he raised his glass in a mock toast. The blonde, Tabitha, was laughing and seemed to be encouraging Brandi to do something. Brandi looked hesitant, nibbling her lip and shooting more glances his way. Eventually she nodded, agreeing to whatever Tabitha was proposing. Then the two disappeared from his view as a group of Lycans passed by. The next time Reno saw the girls, they were dancing, and the issue, whatever it had been, seemed to have been resolved. Reno narrowed his eyes as he watched her. She twirled around, her long red hair like a fiery curtain, the tendrils swaying back and forth. The color fascinated him, and he wondered what it would be like to have it brushing over his body, to run his hands through it while sampling her mouth. He sipped his beer, considering the situation. He was an instructor, albeit a temporary one, yet during their brief conversation she would indicated this was a celebratory night as her studies were now over. Plus, she would never been in any of his courses, except as a temporary assistant, so there really was no problem if they chose to associate. Oh yes, there was, his nobler half reminded him. Enforcers do not get attached. The lifestyle is not conducive to relationships. But the devil in him persuaded, who said he and Brandi had to have a long-term relationship. She was interested in him. He found her attractive. A casual encounter might be all she was after. She knew what he was, even if she did try to put a sympathetic spin on it. All through his mental wrangling, his wolf remained quiet, though the idea of a quick roll in the hay had its tail thumping. Ever since he would pin the girl down, the creature wanted to do it again. He smiled indulgently. The beast loved nothing more than the thrill of the hunt, followed by dominating its prey. Running a finger over the spot where she would scratched him, he recalled how she would submitted to him, lifting her chin and exposing her throat. A soft growl rumbled in his chest. Brandi turned about as she danced and ended up facing his way, her eyes closed, obviously lost in the song. Her body undulated to the tempo, and his own flared to life again. Damn! Was she deliberately being provocative or? He stared at her, shivers of desire afflicting his groin, his wolf becoming increasingly alert, testing the air to catch her scent. Lycans surrounded them, yet her scent was all too easy to find. In the short time they would sat together, he would registered it, and it was just as incredible now as it had been that first time he would encountered her in his class. Heady and sweet, it reminded him of the drink she would been named after. So what do you think? Brad slid into a seat beside him, while placing 2 beers on the table. About the girl. She is okay. Reno picked up the fresh drink and gave a negligent shrug. No, I meant the Black Devils. Brad gestured, and Reno forced himself to shift his focus. The 3 young men Brad had pointed out to him the other day were leaning against the bar, surrounded by a group of young females, all obviously vying for attention. Some were co-eds, while others were likely members of the home pack, who had come to enjoy the end-of-term celebrations. Kane was only showing a passing interest in the attention being bestowed upon him. He smiled politely at the young blonde talking to him, while Ryan could be heard making inappropriately suggestive comments, which caused the girls to giggle. It was Damien that drew his attention, however. The kid was slowly sizing up each female, a smirk on his face as if he knew he only had to make a choice and the girl would fall in with his plans. Reno narrowed his eyes. Yep, Damien was smirking, yet there was something else there as well. A tiredness or cynicism, as if he would played out this scene too many times, and did it out of habit rather than any real interest. Damien glanced up and caught Reno watching him. Across the distance, a silent battle of wills began. Their gazes locked, neither willing to look away. Reno forced back the smile, hovering on the edge of his lips. The kid had more than his fair share of guts. Not many Lycans were brave enough, or foolish enough, to try and stare him down. One of the young women near Damien, tired of his inattention, boldly reached up and kissed him. Damien obliged her by grasping the back of her head and kissing her enthusiastically. But partway through, he looked up towards Reno and winked before returning his attention to the girl. Reno burst out laughing. "What?" Brad looked puzzled, having missed the exchange in favor of staring at the women dancing before him. "Nothing." Reno did not bother trying to explain the incident to the other man. "I was just enjoying the antics of my next recruit." Brad glanced towards the Black Devils. "Damien's agreed to work with you." "Not yet. But he will." Reno spoke with assurance. The kid reminded him of himself. He would take a lot of work, but in the end it would be worth it. Damien would make a damn good enforcer, and in return, Lycan Link would provide him with a home, something he would be hard-pressed to find in the real world. Reno could not imagine many alphas willingly taking the kid in. "So how did you make out with Brandi?" Brad's attention had wandered back to the dance floor. "Fine. She does not want to be an enforcer, though." Reno raised his brows and looked at his friend. "Funny how you managed to mishear that." "Yeah, well," Brad shrugged. "I had to keep Toby happy. And it is not as if Brandi's hard on the eyes. I mean, if I was not with Toby, it'd be after her tail myself." Unbidden, a snarl rose in Reno's throat, and Brad shot him a look. Reno quickly took another drink to hide his own surprise. Damn it, every time he thought he had the roguish beast under control, it would rise up and try to gain the upper hand. And since when did his wolf get that riled up over a casual female? Feeling a bit possessive. Brad smirked. Reno narrowed his eyes, his wolf very near the surface and quick to take offense. "And what if I am?" "Nothing." Brad shifted in his chair and looked away, instinctively backing away from a more dominant wolf. "I just did not think you would be that interested in her given your track record. You are known for your one-night stands with no strings attached." "You are right." Reno looked down, noting how his fingers clenched the glass he held, surprised it had not shattered under the force of his grip. It would not be the first time. He inhaled deeply and forced his wolf down. There was no reason to get in a fight with Brad over a girl he would just met. "I usually do not go after little co-eds." Brad looked relieved that the situation was easing and quickly resumed his easy grin. "That is because you have scruples. But neither she nor Toby are students anymore, so they are fair game now." "Only now." He quirked an eyebrow. "Then why were you seeing Tabitha last week when she was still a student in your class?" "I was looking to the future, Reno. I am a planner." "You are an idiot." Reno shook his head at the man's logic and then changed topics. "Did you know she is the girl that helped me out with my demo class last week?" "No." "Really?" Brad gave Brandi a puzzled stare. "I thought you said you could not even remember her. That she was a dud or something. Her fighting skills sucked, but I remember the hair." He did not add that he also vividly recalled the feeling of her soft breasts crushed against his chest as he lay on top of her, of feeling her breath skitter over his face, and of being surrounded by her scent. "Maybe you could offer to tutor her in self-defense. You know, a little one-on-one wrestling." Brad gave him a sly look. Reno made a non-committal noise, still thinking about being pressed closely against Brandi. His wolf rumbled its approval and strained to get free again, wanting to be nearer the female that had caught its interest. "She scratched you, did not she?" "Yeah." Reno ran a finger over his cheekbone, reliving the moment when she would drawn blood and his wolf had sprung to life, ready to reciprocate. Brad grinned. "If you are lucky, she might leave some more marks on you before the night is over." Reno suddenly focused back on the train of conversation and, realizing Brad's brain was in the gutter, reached over and smacked him hard on the shoulder. The action only elicited a laugh from the man. "Whatever. I am off to get Toby. Hope you get to do some tutoring with Brandi tonight. Maybe you can show her some new moves." Brad winked and left, leaving Reno trying to push the images evoked by those words out of his head. He could not be too upset with Brad. After all, it turned out the man had done him a favor. His wolf rumbled in approval as he continued to watch Brandi dance. The sound of the music, the din of conversation, and the clink of glasses faded into the background as he became mesmerized by her movements. Only the deep bass throb of the drums had any impact on him. It thundered in his ears, matching the beat of his heart and the ever-increasing throb in his groin. Unexpectedly, Brandi opened her eyes, and he found himself staring directly into a pool of sea green. She faltered, almost coming to a stop before recovering and continuing to dance. However, her gaze remained locked with his, and he made no attempt to hide the lust that he knew must be blazing in his eyes. Her hips moved, breast swaying from side to side. Another rumble rose in his chest as the ache in his body grew. The primitive background music swelled, surrounding him, summoning the wild creature inside him and uniting with it. Reno was not a dancer, yet he found himself moving to join her. He clasped her hips with his hands, bringing her closer to him. Their bodies touched, retreated, then touched again. She ran her hands up his arms to his shoulders, finally resting her palms against his chest. The heat of her touch burnt into him, and his breath caught in his throat. God, what was coming over him? He was not some young pup who got randy at the sight of any passable female. Closing his eyes, he inhaled deeply, seeking some self-control, but her scent filled his nostrils instead, pulling him even deeper under her intoxicating spell. Unable to resist, he held her tight, grinding their hips together, making his desires known. He felt her body jerk, her quick inhalation a quiet hiss as she registered his arousal. Leaning even closer, he nuzzled her neck and spoke directly into her ear, his voice rough with need. "Feel what you do to me." She clenched her hands where they rested on his chest, her nails scraping lightly through the material. A groan escaped his lips. Her muscles tensed, and after a pause she answered breathily. "Me too." "Really?" He leaned back and studied her flushed face, her heavy-lidded eyes. Through her thin t-shirt, he could see her erect nipples. It was like a punch to his gut, and he tightened his grip on her even more. "Do you want to leave?" She hesitated and seemed about to look around for her friends, then apparently changed her mind. A quick nod was followed by a husky yes. Her acquiescence notched his desire up even more, and he barely registered how they left the bar or got to his car. "Your place or mine? It's close by, and no one will be home. Tab is staying at Brad's." There was a faint trembling in her voice, and he reached out to hold her hand as he drove, following her directions. Once he would parked his car outside her dorm, he turned to face her. It was hard to see in the shadowy interior, but he could sense her nervousness. "If you have changed your mind," he paused, giving her an out, but she shook her head and surprised him by taking his face in her hands and kissing him thoroughly. The feel of her warm mouth was his undoing. Unclasping his seatbelt, he twisted around and gathered her close. He teased her lips, intending to go slow, but when she opened for him, he could not help himself. Slipping his tongue inside the warm cavern, he stroked and explored, the tang of alcohol mixing with her sweetness. He slid his hands around her body and leaned in, pressing her back against the seat. She shifted around and rubbed her calf against his leg, while skimming her hands up and down his back. Grabbing the edge of her shirt, he pulled it up, then smoothed his palm over her stomach. It quivered at his touch, and excitement flared within him. His wolf narrowed its eyes, intent on its goal. A growl rose in his throat, and she responded with a whimper, clutching him even more closely. She was eager, nervous yet willing. "Yes," his wolf murmured. "A female for us." Reno broke the kiss and gave his head a small shake, warning his wolf to remain controlled before returning to nuzzle Brandi's neck. He could not seem to get enough of her scent, inhaling deeply so that it filled him, reaching out to every corner of his being. It wrapped around him, breaking down his reserves, and he reveled in the sense of freedom that burst to life inside him. "She is for us. With her we can be ourselves, wild and unrestrained." The beast within growled at him, but before he could respond, Brandi pulled his mouth to hers again, and the sliding of lips and tongues made all else fade from his mind. Soon their hearts were pounding, their hands pulling at the barrier of cloth that separated them. Breaking the kiss, Brandi gasped, "Inside. Now." They stumbled from the car and moved to her apartment. Reno had only the vaguest impression of her home cheap furnishing, a student's dwelling, before she led him to her bedroom. As the door clicked shut, desire took over until all that existed was the inferno of feeling between them. How they ended up naked on her bed, he did not know or care. She was there beneath him, her hair spread out on the pillows like a fiery halo, her green eyes staring up at him hungrily. Her skin gleamed in the moonlight that illuminated the room, every curve seductively calling for him to worship her. How could one female be so beautiful? So desirable? He skimmed his hands down her body, her moans of delight driving his own desire ever higher until he could barely think. She was everything he would ever dreamed of, warm and soft and lush. Only at the last minute did he remember to don a condom before sliding between her willing thighs and sinking slowly into her hot body. As her walls enclosed his throbbing shaft and her gasp filled his ears, he shuddered, fighting against his wolf's urgings to possess. To mark, Reno moved his hips deliberately, drawing out the moment, listening to her sighs and moans of pleasure. The sound wrapped around his heart, but he could not concentrate enough to wonder why. Feeling was all that existed. A delightful pressure was building inside him, starting at the base of his spine and expanding with every slow thrust. Skin sliding against skin, warm and wet. Panting breaths, inarticulate sounds. Brandi was clutching at his back, urging him onward while his own wolf was pushing impatiently at the restraints he imposed. The animal wanted out. His jaw ached as his canines partially extended. Reno shook his head and tried to force them back. No. No biting. Despite the command, he found himself shifting position. His hands were no longer on her hips. They were bracing his weight on either side of her head. He was leaning forward, eyes focused on the slim column of her neck. Brandi whimpered, her head thrown back, her throat exposed. He licked the vein at the side, then ran his teeth over the area not breaking the skin, but wanting to, desperately. His body shook with the need, and he jerked his head back, clenching his jaw. What the hell was going on? A moment of clarity had him questioning his own actions. This had never happened to him. His hands fisted, and he shook his head, trying to clear his mind. Focus on this, he told himself as he gave a hard, deep thrust. The wetness, the heat, the clenching of her body around his as she started to climax. Brandi dug her nails into his skin, and he welcomed the small erotic pain. Rena. There was a hint of panic in her voice. He blinked, sweat stinging his eyes as he tried to see her clearly. Her pupils were dilated, a hint of canines showed between her parted lips. It was so damned sexy. Reno, what? Brandi licked her lips and tried to continue, but apparently could not. She rolled her head from side to side, then stiffened and cried out. For a moment, he watched her come. Just knowing he would driven her to such a loss of control filled him with deep satisfaction while at the same time driving his own desire impossibly higher. He gave into his own need then, dropping his head into the crook of her neck. Giving up the fragile hold he had on his control, he began pistoning even harder and faster, the primitive search for pleasure dominating his mind and blocking out all else. When his own release came, it was explosive and freeing as nothing had ever been before. He groaned deeply, a long drawn-out shudder racking him as his seed spilled from his body. Collapsing on top of her, he struggled to draw in air. His heart was pounding, and his thinking was fuzzy. God, that had been like nothing he would ever experienced before. For all that he wanted just to lie there, Reno made himself slide sideways, relieving Brandi of his weight. She murmured in acknowledgement, her eyes closed, faint tremors still racking her. He reached out a hand and stroked her gently, entranced by the total abandon that they would created in each other. Bathroom. He finally forced his lips to form the single word, and she vaguely gestured with her hand. Not wanting to leave the pleasant cocoon of feeling that he was wrapped in, he forced himself to stand. In the bathroom, he squinted in the harsh light, staring at his reflection in the mirror. His face was flushed, his hair stood on end from Brandi's wild clutching. However, it was his eyes that really told the tale. His wolf stared boldly back at him, challenging, wanting control. An icy rush of reality doused any passion remaining within him. With shaking hands, he gripped the cold edge of the porcelain sink and braced his arms while he fought an inner battle. The wolf could not win. It was too dangerous to be let loose without other enforcers around to keep it in check. Damn it, things had been going so well lately, he would let down his guard, which just went to prove what could happen if he became complacent about the beast. He was not sure how long he stood there. Eventually, his wolf conceded and grudgingly stepped back. Reno murmured approval of its obedience, and it thumped its tail once before subsiding and sinking into sleep. A sigh of relief escaped his clenched lips. It was a good wolf once it remembered its place. Some enforcers hated their wolves, calling them demons or hellhounds, but Reno tried to live in peace with his creature. He was firm and demanded obedience, yet tried to respect the beast as well. After all, they were stuck with each other and might as well try to coexist. If not, he would end up bitter and haggard from the constant war within. At least his way, the war was less frequent, and tonight's episode was more of an anomaly than a constant occurrence. Perhaps he was even at fault. The creature had not been out for a run in a few days. Resolving to head into the woods that weekend for some back-to-nature time, he splashed cold water on his face before glancing in the mirror again. Wet strands of hair clung to his forehead, and beads of water zigzagged through his stubble before meandering down his neck to his chest. Grabbing a towel, he dried off, pleased to note that his eyes were clear again. Thankful Brandi had not witnessed his battle. What female wanted a man around that might suddenly go rogue? He headed back to the bedroom, thinking they might have another round. Easing the door open, he slipped inside and came to a sudden halt, his plans fizzling out. She was sound asleep. Reno leaned against the door frame, once again marveling at how the moonlight highlighted her body. A faint flush still stained her cheeks, and her hair curled about her bare shoulders. He could see other marks on her skin, signs that their passion had not been gentle. Just the thought had his body stirring, and he had to fight the desire to climb back in bed and rouse her. Swiping his tongue over his lips, he recalled her taste. Brandi rolled onto her side and murmured in her sleep, her hand reaching out for the blanket. Reluctantly, he stepped forward and pulled it up, hiding her beauty. A small smile graced her lips before they slackened again in slumber. Should he stay the night? They would barely shared a few dozen words, and he knew next to nothing about her. Yet for some reason, he was reluctant to leave, feeling a need to guard her while she slept. However, the battle he would waged with his wolf, just moments ago, reinforced the fact that he should not get too attached. He was not suitable material for a relationship with her or anyone. After a moment's debate, and against his better judgment, he pulled a sheet of paper from a notebook he found lying on her desk and scribbled his phone number and the words "call me." He never did that. Brief encounters, one-night stands, that was all he had to offer. The paper crinkled as his hand fisted around it. This was foolishness. Complete and utter idiocy. He was an enforcer, damn it. Shaking his head at his own stupidity, he flattened the page and placed the note prominently on her desk. Donning his clothes, he then let himself out and headed back to his temporary home. Chapter 5. Brandi awoke the next morning, feeling relaxed and happy after having slept more deeply than she had in years. Stretching, a secret smile spread over her lips as she recalled why. She, Brandi Johansson, had had a one-night stand with Reno Smith. Just the thought made her giddy, and she allowed herself to giggle like a schoolgirl while giving herself a hug. She relaxed and sank back into the pillows, running one hand lazily down her side. Naked. God, she never slept naked. The covers brushed over her skin as she adjusted her position, and she wondered why she would never tried sleeping in the buff before. It made her feel deliciously sexy and wicked, a woman of the world. The type of woman who would meet a man in a bar and take him home. And it had not been just any man. It had been Reno Smith. Pushing a stray curl from her face, she contemplated how the previous evening had gone. When she would bumped into Reno, her brain had gone to mush, and she would hardly been able to string two words together. He had not seemed to mind, though. In fact, he would actually been nice. Except for when he would diss her fighting skills, that is. But then again, he would only been telling the truth. And once the awkwardness had passed, she would actually enjoyed his company. His stories of life as an enforcer were both entertaining and fascinating, especially the parts about his work with the ACS. When she would talk to Tabi later on, she would only half-heartedly scold at her roommate for setting her up yet again. And when Tabi had urged her to grab the opportunity and get it on with Reno, well, just a glance at Reno's handsome face and amazing physique had made her own doubts easy to dismiss. All evening, she had felt Reno's intent gaze as it raked over her body. Whenever she would caught him looking at her, she was sure he was stripping her naked in his mind. From anyone else, she might have found that to be offensive, but with Reno it had seemed right. Her wolf had reveled in the attention, spurring her onward, encouraging her to dance more provocatively than normal. When he would finally stood and moved towards her like a predator closing in on his prey, her breath had caught in her throat. He would ground his hips against hers, his arousal undeniable. Heat had flared through her, and she would barely hesitated when he would suggested leaving. Wow. Sex with Reno had been amazing. The brush of his stubble over her skin, the roughness of his palms cupping her breasts. Feeling him pressing into her, filling her completely, and then stroking deeper and harder. He would driven her to heights of passion she would never thought possible. In fact, he would taken her so high that she would lost complete control and almost transformed in the middle of the act. It had been scary, but then she would climaxed, and after that, well, she would fallen asleep. All that studying, alcohol, and great sex had knocked her right out. That little fact was rather embarrassing. Was not the guy supposed to fall asleep, while the female wanted to snuggle and talk? She felt her face flush as she contemplated the fact that Reno might have been studying her naked body as she slept. Her stomach gave a funny little flip-flop at the very idea, and she wished she had some way of knowing what he might have been thinking. Yet then again, maybe it was better not to know. Rolling over, she buried her nose into the cool pillow beside her, inhaling deeply to take in the remnants of his scent. She was not surprised to find the bed empty. Reno did not strike her as the kind to stay around after the fact. A small hurt twinged in her heart over that, but she pushed it aside. Tabitha had told her to go for it. That she would probably only get one chance with Reno and to take the plunge. Well, for once she was glad that she would listen to her roommate. It would been worth it. A night like that would live on in her memory for years. Reluctant to leave the bed and abandon her recollections, Brandi sighed and threw back the covers. Unfamiliar aches afflicted her as she stood, and she winced at the evidence of last night's passion. She had not been a virgin, but neither was she that experienced either. A brief affair with a cadet during her first year. Before she would realized, he was an egotistical jerk out to gather as many notches on his bedpost as he could, was the sum total of her love life. After that, she would sworn to dedicate herself to her career, a plan she would followed until Reno crossed her path. A grin passed over her face as she contemplated exactly how he would cross her path. Too bad it was not likely to happen again. Peering in the mirror over her dresser, she examined her face, noting sensitive pink marks on her skin. Whisker burn, no doubt. A part of her would like to let the world see them, like a flag announcing her encounter with the oh-so-sexy man, while another part wanted to hold the experience close to her heart, a cherished memory only she knew about. Would Reno ever think of her, she wondered. Would he remember the girl he would met in a college bar and had a bit of wild sex with, or would she become just a dim memory? Another one-night stand in a list too long to contemplate. She tried to picture him this morning, and a surprisingly clear image came to mind. He would be standing in front of the mirror humming, as he shaved, and trying to brush his hair into some semblance of order. Faint scratches on his back and shoulder would cause him to pause and smile, recalling last night's pleasure and the beautiful woman who had put them there. Whoa! Brandi gave her head a shake. Where did she get off calling herself beautiful, even if it was just in one of her own fantasies? She pulled a face and scolded herself. A bit full of yourself this morning, are not you, Johansson? One roll in the hay with a hunk, and suddenly you are seeing yourself as beautiful. With a regretful sigh, she shook her head again. Passable was more like it, not beautiful. Well, she pulled open the shade and examined her features in the sunlight that streamed into the room. Turning her head this way and that, she relented a bit. Okay, she was a bit more than passable, but definitely not beautiful. That term belonged to the Tabithas of the world. Short, curvy girls were cute or cuddly, but that was it. Another critical look had her poking her belly and resolving once again to lose weight and work out, maybe even retake that self-defense course like Reno had suggested. Her alarm beeped and she checked the time. Darn, she would have to hurry. She had a meeting scheduled with her faculty advisor to go over the results of her final exams. With any luck, she would pass and would be on her way to a new job before the week was out. Excitement curled in her belly at the thought of finally starting her career. After showering, she dressed and grabbed her purse off the top of her desk. A piece of paper fluttered to the ground and slid under the bed. She almost ignored it, but then hesitated for a moment, some inner voice telling her to get down on her hands and knees to look for it. It probably was not important feeling around with her hand. She finally managed to locate the page and got to her feet. A quick glance revealed bold male writing. Reno's phone number. And he said to call. She pressed the paper to her pounding chest, unable to believe her luck. If she would ignored the paper, she would never have known he wanted to see her again. Offering up a quick thank you to her lucky stars, she carefully folded the note and tucked it into her pocket. There was no time right now, but she would contact him as soon as she had a chance. Almost skipping as she left the apartment, Brandi could not believe how perfect everything was working out. School was over, a possible job was in the offing, and a fantastic guy wanted her to call. As she crossed the parking lot to her car, she heard the squeal of tires and turned just in time to see Tabby slam her car into park and then storm out of the vehicle. Hey, Tabby. How was your, do not you dare ask me about last night? All men are assholes. Tabby stomped past without even a backwards glance. Brandi sighed. This was not the first time Tabby had made that pronouncement. The problem was the girl was just too impulsive when it came to men. She was always flitting from one to the other without really getting to know them first. If she would just take some sound advice and set some goals, her life would not be such a constant roller coaster of emotion. Well, she was not going to let Tabby's mood spoil her own. Humming under her breath, she climbed in her car and drove off to her meeting. A few hours later, Brandi was leaning against a tree near the edge of the campus, anxiously listening to the ringing on her cell phone. She was calling Reno, and her fingers had actually been shaking as she would press the numbers. Call me. That is what his note had said, yet she still felt anxious. What if he would changed his mind? What if it had just been an impulse on his part, and he had not really meant it? Or maybe he just wanted to ask her something. After all, she had fallen asleep. Perhaps he wanted her to split the bill for their drinks. She worried her lip and clutched the phone tighter, the fluttering in her stomach taking on a more ominous rhythm as doubts began to bombard her. Smith. Reno's deep voice rumbled in her ear, sending shivers down her spine. For a moment, she could not seem to think of what to say, and simply stood there with the phone pressed to her ear, breathing quickly. Hello. His voice sounded irritated now, which did nothing to quell the nervousness plaguing her. After swallowing, she finally managed to squawk out a hello. There was a pause, and then he responded, sounding doubtful. Brandi. He remembered her. Some of the tension eased from her body. She cleared her throat. Yeah. I mean, yes. It is. It's me. Brandi. Oh God. She rolled her eyes at her own blathering. Now he would think she was a complete idiot. He chuckled softly. I am glad it's you. I wondered if you would call. Brandi felt her knees weaken, and she was glad she had a tree behind her for support. He was glad it was her. Licking her lips, she explained the delay. I wanted to call earlier, but I had a meeting scheduled with my faculty advisor, and no need to apologize, darling. How did it go? He would call her darling. Her heart rate picked up speed, and she had to force herself to focus on his question. It went very well. Wait. Are you free for coffee? You could tell me your news in person. Sure. She stood up straight, feeling a grin spreading from ear to ear. Reno Smith, of all people, really did want to see her again. Where are you now? She explained, and they made arrangements to meet at a small coffee shop just down the road from where he was. I'll cut across campus and be there in about 15 minutes, okay. Brandi mentally calculated the route she would take. It was only a 10-minute walk, but the extra time would allow her to fix her hair, maybe put on some lip gloss, sure. See you then. Brandi snapped her phone shut and gave a happy twirl, turning her face up to the sky. The sun was shining, the birds were singing. Well, no, not really. A rather large cloud was actually starting to cover the sun, but she did not care. To her, it had to be the most perfect day she would ever experienced. She quickly programmed Reno's number into her phone and slipped it into her purse before setting out for their meeting spot. Reno was already seated at a table when she arrived. A waitress was eyeing him with interest, and Brandi smiled, thinking, look, but do not touch. This one's mine. And God, he was so touchable. It was barely past noon, and the stubble was already showing on his jaw, and his hair, her fingers twitched, remembering how it had felt to clutch it. He turned from the view he had been studying and saw her, an easy smile breaking out over his face. She smiled back in return and tried not to walk too quickly towards him. Do not appear too eager, she reminded herself. You are not some little girl on her first date after all. When she reached the table, he stood and placed a soft kiss on her cheek. The brush of his lips over her skin had butterflies taking a quick flight about in her stomach, and she pressed a hand to her midriff to try to quell the feeling. Hey, you look happy. He pulled her chair out and then sat down across the table from her. I ordered you a coffee and a bagel. I hope that is okay. Thanks. I have not eaten yet today. Long meeting. Sort of. My advisor went over my test results. I graduated top of my class. She struggled to keep from sounding too boastful. Great. A crooked smile adorned his face, and he seemed to be studying her carefully, his gaze drifting over her face. Her hair, it gets even better. Brandi took a deep breath to compose herself before delivering her news. She had a job offer for me from Lycan Link. I start next week. Congratulations. He reached out and took her hand, squeezing it gently, but did not let go immediately afterwards. Instead, he lazily rubbed his thumb across the back. Brandi stared at their point of connection. Little electric tingles were running up her arm and down to her core, while her heart began to beat an excited tattoo in her chest. Her wolf was murmuring in pleasure as well, and she exhaled slowly, trying to ignore the feelings building inside her. Honestly, where was her self-control? She would just had sex with the man less than 24 hours ago. Surely, that should hold her over for a while. She forced herself to draw her hand away and focus on talking about her new job. I have so much to do. I will not even have time for a trip back home before I have to fly to Lycan Link headquarters. So, we will not be seeing each other again. Reno looked down and adjusted the position of the spoon on the table. Brandi bit her lip, the happiness of a moment ago fading. She played with the handle of her cup, her stomach clenching at the idea of being separated from him. I guess not. Unless, once you're back at work. She cast a brief glance up at him, trying not to sound too hopeful. Reno paused for a moment, a slight frown on his face, and Brandi wondered if she would have been too bold. He would seemed genuinely happy to see her just a few minutes ago, but now there was ambivalence about him. She took a nervous sip of coffee, her mouth suddenly dry. Finally, he nodded. Well, I am here for another 2 months, but once I am back, I'll try to look you up. Relief flooded her. He would just been thinking of the logistics, that is all. After drinking some of his own coffee, he gave her an inquiring look. What department will you be working in? Damage control. She could not stop beaming as she made the announcement. It was the job she would always wanted. Professional liars. Reno looked at her with raised brows and a faint expression of distaste. Well, I guess that is what some people call it, but it's a very important job. Brandi tried not to frown at his use of the disrespectful slang term. The fact that he would say such a thing hurt and made her feel defensive. She pulled her hand back from where it had rested on the table near his. As an enforcer, you must know how crucial the department is. After all, think of how many cases you deal with that need tidying up afterwards. He rubbed his neck and looked away. Yeah, I suppose. His tone further deflated the bubble of happiness inside her, and she instinctively tried to cover the fact with an attitude. You suppose. If DC officers were not around, it would not be long before Lycan existence would become public knowledge. She sat up straighter, lifting her chin slightly. Reno made a noncommittal noise and leaned back in his chair. I am not saying DC is not a necessary evil, but a necessary evil. Brandi felt her face flush and her temper begin to flare. Her hands curled into fists. Reno, I really do not think I like your attitude. This is my chosen profession you are talking about. You do not see me bad-mouthing enforcers, even though some of their methods, because almost as many problems as enforcers do not because problems, he protested, cutting her off. He sat up straight, the front legs of his chair making a distinctive sound as they made sharp contact with the tile floor. Oh yes, they do. She warmed to the topic, talking faster and louder. During my apprenticeship year, I ran into a lot of cases that would not have needed DC help if the attending enforcer had just used some discretion and diplomacy. Reno snorted at her statement and rolled his eyes. Spoken like a real DC officer. You people have no idea what we deal with. And you have no self-control. Brandi shoved her chair back and stood up, tossing her hair over her shoulder. I think I'd better leave now, before I say something I should not. She snatched up her purse and glared down at him. Thanks for last night. Too bad you turned out to be just another jerk. Yeah. Well, too bad you are not as pleasant standing up as you are on your back in bed. She gasped and then stormed out of the cafe, ignoring the painful clenching in her chest and the tears that stung her eyes. Tabi was right. All men were assholes. Chapter 6, 4 months later. Reno gave a satisfied smile as he looked over the group of refugees he and his men had rescued that afternoon. They had just stopped for a quick meal at a fast food restaurant and would then travel for another 2 hours before reaching their final destination for the day. God, it felt good to know they were finally making progress against the damned purists. Lately, the ACS had been on the receiving end of several strong leads that resulted in the discovery of a number of purist packs in remote, backwoods areas. His team was making some real headway now, rescuing halves and mixed families, finding possible lieutenants within the purist organization, and maybe even stopping the movement's spread entirely. His men were standing nearby, laughing and jostling each other with good-natured high spirits after yet another successful mission. He looked on indulgently. They were all on an adrenaline high, and deservedly so. Every member had at one point been classified as a rogue, written off by their pack and destined for the fringes of society. Becoming enforcers had turned their lives around. Now they were highly skilled, devoted to a because, and making a positive difference in the world of Lycans. Yeah, it was a good feeling. I do not want to eat. A child's petulant voice caught his attention, and he noticed one of the young halves was huddled in a ball while her exasperated mother tried to shush her. The woman looked around nervously, and Reno shook his head. Poor souls were so used to being seen as second-class citizens. The woman probably thought she would get into trouble because her pup was being noisy. Reno pushed off from the wall he had been leaning against and headed over to where they were sitting, planning on explaining that things were different now. I miss Steven. Why did not he come with us? For some reason, the child's words started a knot in his stomach, and his step faltered. Steven. Who was that? Hey there. He hunkered down beside the child, noting the tear stains on her face and dark circles under her eyes. Perhaps she was just tired. He did not know much about kids after all, but this had to have been a tiring day for her. I am sorry, sir. I'll make her be quiet. The mother pulled the child protectively closer, clutching her fingers into the girl's shoulders and giving him a wary look. He responded with what he hoped was a reassuring smile. It's not a problem, madam. I was just wondering if there was something I could do to be of help. No, we're fine. You can get Steven. The mother and child spoke simultaneously, but Reno focused on the child. Her voice was filled with hope. Who is Steven? He cocked his head, wondering what the story might be behind her sadness. A pet. A favorite toy left behind. He's my friend, and you did not bring him along. They were mean to him, just like they were to us. Why could not he come too? Madam. Reno stood up and looked to the mother for an explanation. What is your daughter talking about? He glanced around at the refugees. Is not this everyone? She licked her lips and wrung her hands, her eyes shifting over the rest of the group. Well, I thought everyone was here, but we were all just so anxious to leave, and who is missing? He barked the question, and she jumped, fear flaring in her eyes. One family. The Fishers. They were not home when your men came by. I do not know where they were. Reno took a deep breath, trying to control his temper. He had not meant to scare the woman, but damn it, why had not they said anything sooner? Probably because they were still scared spitless, his more logical half told him. Well, at least Langstaff, the town they would rescued this group from, was only a few hours away. This problem could be fixed, and it would only throw them a bit off schedule. Damien. He called out his partner's name, and the kid detached himself from the group of enforcers and wandered over. You Bellard. Damien still had not lost all of his cockiness, but compared to how he would behaved when first enrolled in the enforcer program, he would come a long way. Just last month, the captain had made them official partners. This was their first big case together, and so far they seemed to be well suited. We have a problem. One of the families was left behind. He did not mention his own exasperation. But how? Damien looked at the woman who seemed near to tears and shut his mouth. Given his attitude, it was surprising how intuitive Damien could be when dealing with the refugees. Does not matter. You and I are heading back to pick them up. Garrett. He called over one of his more senior officers and quickly explained the situation. You are in charge of the operation until I return. Get the refugees to the scheduled evening rest stop and wait for us there. Yes, sir. Garrett nodded and went to inform the others, while Damien and Reno headed off towards the car. Luckily, they had extra transportation, the refugees being in several vans driven by enforcers, while the rest of the team followed in a variety of vehicles. Do we need to notify Lycan Link about the chain? Damien asked. Reno considered the situation, then shook his head. The Alpha had already surrendered 2 families. Why would one more be a problem? No, I'll make a note in the final report. That will be good enough. Once they were in the vehicle, he recounted how he would made his discovery to Damien. A male half. Damien gave a low whistle. That is unusual. Reno grunted in acknowledgement and clasped the steering wheel tightly. While female halves were poorly treated, a male half was seen as even more of an affront to the purists. It was a damned good thing he would overheard the little girl crying about her missing friend. He imagined the treatment the young boy likely received, and his mental pictures had him pressing down a little harder on the accelerator. The sooner he got there and removed the lad from the pack, the better. The trip back was uneventful, yet when they pulled up near the woods that surrounded the pack house, a chill swept over him. The scent of blood was heavy in the air. He exchanged worried looks with Damien, some sixth sense telling him something was very, very wrong. Exiting the car, he started barking out commands. Call headquarters and tell them it looks like we might have a critical incident. Then contact the rest of the squad. Half need to stay with the refugees, but we need the others here. And make sure a medic comes along. Will do. But Reno, be careful. Damien issued the warning while pulling out his phone. Reno began to follow the scent, his stomach knotted, his legs feeling heavy. Fear had his heart pounding so loud he could hear it echoing in his ears. Somehow he knew what he would find, and the fact that he was responsible, that he would messed up and likely caused a tragedy, had bile rising in his throat. Everything seemed so surreal, like he was disembodied and watching a movie playing out before him. A bright clear moon was suspended in the sky, its cold light sending everything into stark relief. Deeper and deeper he penetrated the woods, pushing through thick pines, splashing through a small stream. Branches scratched his face and tore at his clothing, however he barely noticed. Dread was like a pile of stones in his gut. He did not want to find the source of the bloody scent, but it drew him forward anyway, dulling his senses to all else until finally, a keening wail pierced through the protective numbness that enshrouded him. Everything came crashing in at him all at once. Children crying, shouted accusations, snarls and growls. The sound of flesh hitting flesh. A female cry of pain. He began to run, shifting without even being aware of it, his wolf taking charge as he raced through the woods. When he finally came upon the scene, he faltered, unable to believe the sight before him. The pack was gathered around in a circle. The alpha, his muzzle already covered in blood, was poised to strike again. A youngster was injured on the ground. A wolf, perhaps his father, lay dead beside him while two other female children huddled nearby. The mother was struggling to escape the beta, trying to intervene, while the rest of the pack stood around doing nothing. Reno charged into the clearing, totally losing himself to the wolf inside. He attacked the alpha, ruthlessly using every trick he would ever been taught. The fact that his opponent was biting him, that claws were shredding his flesh, barely impinged on his consciousness. Rage drove him onward, and he fought as if possessed, ripping out the alpha's throat without compunction and leaving the bastard bleeding out on the ground. 3 others were on him by then, yet he shook them off like a mere annoyance, spinning around and snapping the foreleg of one before going for the underbelly of another. Blood dripped down his face, blurring his vision. One of them had savaged his ear, but he could still hear the cries and screams of fear that echoed through the night. It was those sounds that drove him onward. Damien's sudden appearance on the scene only dimly registered in his crazed mind, and, following on his partner's heels, members of his own team. They must have taken it upon themselves to follow him when he would originally left the refugees at the restaurant. However, a deep bark of acknowledgement was all he gave them, for by that time, a full-out battle was ensuing. How long they fought, he had no idea. Snarls and yelps of pain, the slipperiness of blood on the ground. His senses were immersed in the battle, and then, just as quickly as it had started, it was over. The haze of rage cleared, and his wolf began to subside, exhausted from its frenzied efforts. Reno looked around, surprised to see some of his team herding the remaining members of the purists into a small building. An injured wolf, bloodied and panting, cowered at his feet, while others lay scattered about the clearing. Dark, damp patches stained the soil. The scent of death filled the air. And in the middle of it all, a small group of people were huddled on the ground, illuminated by a patch of moonlight. A shiver cascaded over him at the sight, and he shifted forms, knowing he needed to investigate. On shaking legs, he approached the weeping mother who was crouched near her injured son and dead mate. She was a human, mated to a were. The injured child, quiet and in shock, was being tended by one of his team with a medical background. Licking his lips, his mouth drier than he would thought possible, he forced himself to speak. "I am sorry." The gruffly spoken words were inadequate, but what else could he say? "Sorry." The woman rose to her feet, dirt and blood smeared on a face contorted with anger. "You are sorry. Is that all you can say? They killed my husband and attacked my son. They dragged us out here and made us watch as they—" Her voice faltered on a sob, and he reached to touch her arm. However, she slapped his hand away. "Damn you. Do not touch me. Do not you dare touch me with your filthy Lycan hands. This is your fault. You left us behind, and they made an example of us. You bastard. You are no better than they are." The accusations spilled from her lips, each word eating into him like acid on his soul. When she began to hit him, pounding his chest with her fists red with the blood of her dead mate, he did nothing to stop her. Her words were true. He deserved whatever punishment she wished to perpetrate on him. He had been too cocky, too caught up in his pride, in congratulating himself as if he would finally done something worthy with his sorry excuse for a life. He had not double-checked with the other mixed families and halves to make sure they had not missed anyone. It was his team. His mistake. His fault. Her blows rained down upon him until another enforcer finally led her away. Then he walked to his car, leaned on the fender and retched his guts out. Too tired, too shocked. By what had occurred to even think or feel, he just stood there staring blankly ahead. That is how Damien found him. Reno, I just got off the phone. Headquarters has some DC officers coming in on a private jet, and Damien paused and frowned. You okay? He shook his head. No, he was not okay, but it was too much of an effort to speak. Besides, how could you explain to someone your own self-loathing? He would fouled up, caused more pain and suffering to be dumped upon the very ones he would sworn to protect. Hey, listen. Why do not you get in the car and drive you to the motel? I have called ahead and arranged rooms. You can wait there, and send a DC to get the particulars from you, okay. He nodded, dimly thankful that Damien was taking over. His brain seemed to have shut down, and he was operating solely on autopilot. At the motel, he sat on the bed unable to think of what to do. The sight of the boy's bloodied body and the dead father could not be erased, nor would the accusations of the mother quit ringing in his ears. Time passed. He had no idea how long. At one point, he roused enough to note there was blood on his hands, but he did not know or care if it was his own or someone else's. His fingers looked swollen too. Experimentally, he moved them and welcomed the pain that shot through him. Probably broken, not that it mattered. As the pain dulled, so did his senses, and once again he drifted on a sea of nothingness. A knock on the door barely stirred him. The sound of it easing open did not even cause him to blink. Rena. He looked up and saw Brandi Johansson there, and for some reason was not even surprised by the fact. It had been several months since their encounter in the cafe. She worked at Lycan Link headquarters now, but their paths had yet to cross. Hey. He stared at her, unable to think of what to say, yet feeling an inexplicable wave of comfort wash over him at her presence. She gave him a faint smile and stepped further into the room, pressing the door shut behind her. They sent me to help control the situation. The situation. He gave a short bark of ironic laughter. Yeah, I'd say we have a situation. I have already talked to Damien Masterson, so I have some idea of what went on. I need to hear your side now. She eased in closer and seemed to be studying him carefully. My side. I screwed up. He turned his head away, unwilling to see the disappointment in her face when he admitted his failings. I left a family behind, and those purist bastards killed their pack mate, then attacked a child in front of its mother. It was a warning of what would happen if they ever complained again. Tears stung at his eyes, and he swallowed hard. He was an enforcer, damn it, and enforcers did not cry. You are next thing to rogue, he reminded himself. No pack, no ties, no excess emotions. You do your job, that is it. Firming his jaw, he continued, his voice flat and unfeeling as he forced the words past the lump in his throat. I made them pay. I killed the alpha and maybe some others. I do not know. I do not remember. He raked his uninjured hand through his hair and exhaled slowly. It does not really matter, though. That boy might die, his father's dead, and it's all my own fucking fault. He darted a glance her way, wondering what she was thinking, if she despised him as much as he despised himself. Brandi was standing by the bed now, and she sat down beside him, her hands folded neatly in her lap. He noted the sheen of moisture in her eyes, but her voice was calm and cool. So you are omnipotent now. What the hell is that supposed to mean? She got his attention with that one. It means you are all-powerful and can control everyone's actions. Sort of like a god, and no one can hide anything from you. I know what the fucking word means. He snorted in disgust. Yeah, I really knew everything this time. I had no idea there was a third family. No one said anything until we were 2 hours away. So, if you did not know and no one told you, how is it your fault? I do not, he broke off and snapped his mouth shut. Damn DCs always thought they were so smart. After a moment, he glared at her. It just is okay. No. It's not okay. She glared back at him, her temper, the one that matched her hair, was starting to show through. So much for expecting tea and sympathy, he thought. The alpha was purposely deceitful. The other families were so wrapped up in themselves, they did not mention the ones left behind. Yes, maybe your team should have double-checked, but this has never happened before. It's not your fault, Reno. It's a tragic, unfortunate incident that we'll all learn from so something similar never happens again. He looked at her and blinked. Her words were slowly sinking in, making at least some sense though it irked to admit it. A shuddering sigh escaped him. He had not even realized that he had been holding his breath, and then he allowed himself to fall back on the bed, his eyes closed. The coolness of the mattress pressing against him seemed to eradicate the numbness of his body. Suddenly, he was aware of every single screaming nerve ending. God, I hurt everywhere. And so you should. Just look at you. You are ripped to pieces. There is blood all over the bed, and there is a trail leading from the parking lot to here. I have already had to stop the motel manager from calling 911. Really? He opened one eye to look at her. She was standing beside the bed, glaring down at him, her hands firmly planted on her hips. What did you say? That you were a bleeder with a large paper cut, but I had the proper medical supplies to deal with it. She said it with such a straight face that he started to laugh before wincing in pain. A gash on his side throbbed, and his ribs hurt with every breath he took. Come on. Get up. Go take a shower, and when you come out, I'll patch you up. Brandi clapped her hands like she was commanding a dog to perform a trick. Do not you have to be somewhere? He grumped, easing himself off the bed to comply with her instructions. Nope. My new partner, Al Zimmerman, is at the scene right now. I was sent to deal with you. Drew the short straw, did you? Something like that. She gave a soft laugh and followed him into the bathroom. After adjusting the water, she started to undo his shirt. Still cannot keep your hands off me, I see. Even feeling like crap, he could not seem to resist teasing her. Still full of yourself, I see. She quipped back as if she had not a care in the world. However, he noticed how she hissed and furrowed her brow upon seeing the gash on his side. I'll bandage that up once you're clean. He fumbled with his belt, his broken fingers not up to the task. With a soft growl, she pushed his hands away, efficiently undoing the buckle and only turning away as his jeans started to slide from his hips. I'll set your fingers, too. Call me if you need anything. She left the room as he kicked off his shoes and dropped his pants. As the door clicked shut, he stepped under the steaming water. Every cut and scratch stung, breaking through any remaining fog that might have addled his senses and bringing him into full awareness of how battered his body really was. Bloody water swirled around his feet, and he winced as he washed the various wounds clean. Thankfully, his Lycan metabolism was already healing the minor injuries, while the deeper cuts were slowly showing signs of improvement. Wrapping a towel around his waist, he headed back into the bedroom. Brandi was there with a pair of shorts in her hand. Come prepared, do you? He took the clothing, wondering why she had men's underwear with her and why that fact bothered him so. They are Al's, my partners. I took them from his suitcase. She turned her back, and he let the towel fall to the ground and began to don the shorts. Just as he was pulling them up, he glanced her way and noticed she was watching his reflection in the mirror. Enjoying the show. He smirked as their eyes met, and she flushed bright red. I just wanted to make sure you did not fall over. You do not seem very steady on your feet. Liar. She huffed and looked away, hurt evident on her face, and he mentally kicked himself. He would called her a professional liar the last time they would met, but had forgotten until that moment. Look, Brandi, I did not mean that the way it came out. It does not matter. It's slang for my job. I am used to it now. She shrugged and picked up a first aid kit she must have brought in from the car. With a flick of her hand, she gestured for him to sit on the bed. Wordlessly, she patched up the worst of his wounds, and he struggled not to react to the feel of her hands on his body. Her hair fell forward, hiding her face, and he stifled a groan as the silky strands teased his skin. I am sorry, did I hurt you? She pushed her hair out of the way and looked up at him, concern in her eyes. He wondered if she would notice the thundering of his heart and what she attributed it to. No, it's okay. He let his gaze wander over her features, taking in her big green eyes and thick lashes, the curve of her cheek, her soft pink mouth. She darted her tongue out and wet her lips, and he bit back another groan. Good. She exhaled her answer, her breath feathering over his flesh, and he clenched his fists, trying to hide his reaction. Gently, she smoothed a final piece of gauze into place, pressing the tape to his chest. When she would have moved away, he put his hand over hers, trapping it against his chest and preventing her from leaving. She looked at him, their eyes almost level, and he felt himself being pulled towards her. Something was there, something more than just her wolf. It was like another part of him was waiting, a siren calling out for him to come and be united so he could finally feel whole. At that moment, he was sure Eve, and the apple had nothing on the temptation that was before him. Using his other hand, he cupped her cheek, brushing his thumb over her lower lip. Memories of how she felt, how she tasted flooded him. Despite his aches, his body sprang to life. Brandi, ISHH, she pressed her fingers to his mouth. Closing her eyes, she swallowed hard. Not now, Reno. Maybe later. Right now, you're two, you need to get some rest. A pang of regret filled him as she slowly pulled away, her fingers briefly caressing his chest before breaking contact. However, he said nothing, merely grunting and sinking down onto the pillows. You go to sleep. I am just going to sit here and start making some notes, she said as she packed away the first aid kit. He was too exhausted to question why she did not have her own room and let his body relax into the soft mattress. Tense muscles unclenched, and his eyes grew heavy. Mentally and physically, he was exhausted. On a deep exhale, he closed his eyes and tried to sleep. It seemed like his eyes had only been shut for minutes when he started to relive the horrific events of the night. Blood everywhere, children crying, snarling wolves. He began to thrash about. He had to go to help save the halves, but something was holding him back. He tried to run, but his legs were like dead weights. The cries were louder. They were calling his name, begging him for help, yet the harder he tried, the slower he seemed to move. Tree branches were reaching down, blocking his path, holding him back. His feet were sinking into the ground. Looking down, he frowned, wondering where the thick mud that mired his ankles had come from. And then he realized the ground was red. It was not mud. It was blood. Shocked, he glanced around and saw blood dripping from the trees, splashing on the soil below and forming puddles that seemed to grow impossibly fast. And still the voices of the halves cried out to him, asking why he would left them behind, why he did not save them. Reno. Reno. The voice was right beside him now. Hands were shaking him. He started awake and sat bolt upright, breathing hard, shivering as the air-conditioned air played over his sweat-dampened skin. I am coming. He stared around in panic and tried to climb out of bed, determined to find the halves that needed him. Soft, warm hands pushed against his chest, preventing him from getting up. Reno. Snap out of it. You are just having a bad dream. What? Something caught his attention, and he blinked, finally noticing Brandi crouched beside the bed, her face pale and tear-stained. She had been crying. The sight of her tears was like a knife to his heart. Pushing his own feelings aside, he reached out with shaking hands and brushed a salty drop from her face. Are you okay? Me? She gave a half laugh and shook her head. Yeah, I am fine. You are the one having the nightmare. A nightmare. Reno frowned, and the horror of Langstaff came rushing back to him. He closed his eyes and took a deep, shuddering breath, trying to rid himself of the suddenly queasy feeling in his stomach. It was a struggle, but he brought it under control. When he opened his eyes again, Brandi was studying him carefully. Are you okay now? Yeah, I am fine. Why are you crying? These. She wiped her face. Just watching a sad movie. He flicked his gaze towards the TV. It was not on. He opened his mouth to say something, then changed his mind. Sometimes a person just wanted to be left alone. She would tell him her problem if she wanted him to know. You need to go back to sleep. She pressed her hands against his chest, forcing him to lie down again. He complied, still tired and a bit disoriented. She pulled the covers up around him, tucking him in, causing a hint of a smile to grace his lips. How long it had been since someone had done that for him. "I'll just sit here beside you on the bed and read for a bit. If you need something, I am here, okay?" He nodded and closed his eyes. There were rustling sounds as she found reading material. Next, the bed dipped and the springs squeaked when she climbed onto the other side. In the background, a clock ticked. The swishing of tires as vehicles sped by on a nearby highway occasionally punctuated the night. Everything was as it should be, yet Reno held himself stiff, unwilling to chance sleep again, to face the nightmares that magnified his failings. He fisted his hands and tried to distract himself. Brandi. She was beside him. Why not focus on her, on the rhythm of her breathing, the sound of pages turning? She shivered and he opened his eyes, noting she was just wearing a t-shirt. Goosebumps showed on her bare legs and arms. "Get under the covers." The words came out more gruffly than he would intended, and she shot him a nasty look. "Reno, this is hardly the time. Brandi, I feel like a bag of shit. I am not trying anything. You are cold. Get under the covers." He gave her a level look, and she eyed him for a moment before nodding. Slowly, she pulled the blankets back and scooted underneath, carefully ensuring she was on her side of the bed. He gave a grunt of approval and closed his eyes again, though he kept his ears alert to the sounds she made. After a few minutes, he heard her exhale softly, felt the bed jiggle as she adjusted her position, and once again noted the quiet flick of a page turning. Slowly, the heat from her body crept across the space separating them. Her presence beside him was comforting, providing him with a sense of peace that had escaped him these past few months. Cautiously, he allowed his tense muscles to relax, his jaw to unclench. He thought of her curly hair and soft skin, inhaled the sweet scent that was uniquely her. Eventually, he fell into an untroubled sleep, and when he woke in the morning, she was lying wrapped in his arms. It seemed the most natural thing in the world to kiss her. "Rena." She looked up at him with sleep-laden eyes, a soft smile playing over her lips. "SHH, it's still early, I think. Go back to sleep." She murmured something, then closed her eyes and snuggled in closer, her thumb idly stroking back and forth across his chest. It felt so right being with her like that, feeling her soft, warm body pressed to his, her rhythmic breathing feathering over his chest. He inhaled deeply, her sweet heady scent filling him. His eyes drifted shut just as his wolf raised its head, suddenly alert. Still half asleep himself, Reno did not bother to remind the beast who was in charge. He was tired, and it felt good just to drift along as an observer. Without even being aware, he began to stroke Brandi's back, cupping her hips to pull her closer. She whimpered softly and nuzzled him, her tongue licking at his collarbone before gently biting down. A pleased rumble rose from his chest, and he rolled onto his back, taking her with him, enjoying the feel of her blanketing his body. Tangling his fingers in her hair, he raised her head to kiss her, and she responded with enthusiasm, gripping his shoulders, then caressing his chest. His groin stirred to life as she wiggled on top of him, and then worked her hands beneath the waistband of his boxers. He found the hem of the t-shirt she was sleeping in and slipped his hand underneath. The need to connect with someone with her surged within him. She felt so soft and warm, while inside he was cold and empty. Lately it had been like he was only half alive, as if something vital was missing, and now, with her in his arms, the lifelessness was fading. He ran his hands up and down her back, relearning the feel of her, the curve of her hips, the sweetness of her breasts. She straddled his thighs, pleasuring him with her hand, while he kneaded her soft buttocks. It felt so good, like an inferno. A sudden frantic need seemed to burst to life inside both of them. Clothing was pushed aside, and a frenzied coupling began. It was wild and fast and unrestrained. Flesh hitting against flesh, panting breaths, moans of delight. Tension coiled low in his belly, then her body clamped down hard around him. Her cries of ecstasy sent him over the edge, and he gripped her hips tightly, thrusting hard and deep before spilling his seed with a groan of pleasure. When he came back to himself, she was sprawled on top of him, her hair spilling over his chest, her legs entangled with his. The contrast between her creamy skin and his darker tan seemed incredibly erotic, and unexpectedly, he felt himself hardening yet again. "Hey," he whispered. Hey yourself. Brandi lifted her head up to look at him with a glowing expression, curls damply clinging to her face. That is quite the way you have of starting the day. A smile played over her lips as she gently traced the bridge of his nose with her fingertip. Yeah, well, I'd hate to be boring and just say good morning like everyone else. He quirked a smile at her, all the animosity of their last meeting having faded away. Instead, a cocoon of comfort had wrapped itself around him. Lightly he ran his hands up and down her back, enjoying the feel of her warm, silky skin. I have never associated the word boring with you. She pressed a kiss to the corner of his mouth, then studied him with concerned eyes. How are you doing this morning? For a moment he was lost in the green depths. Then the question brought the previous day's events slamming home to him, and he felt a heavy sadness settle on him, erasing the delightfully sated feeling brought on by the morning's activities. He sighed heavily and ran a hand through his hair. Fine. It'll be fine. She watched him for a minute while making idle patterns on his collarbone. He sensed her waiting for him to expand on his statement, but would not give in to her silent expectations. Sharing his feelings was not something he did easily, and he would exposed himself more than enough last night. Finally she nodded and sat up, sliding off him. Good. Her clipped tone let him know she was hurt by the way he would suddenly shut her out. For a moment he considered telling her his emotions were still raw at the memory of what had happened. That he still blamed himself. That the mother's words still echoed in his ears. He even opened his mouth to speak, but stopped. He was an enforcer. Enforcers could not afford to have feelings or show weakness. Looking around, she found her t-shirt and slipped it on. Do you mind if I shower first? I have to get to work. Work? Yeah. Not only do we have to explain why 3 families suddenly decided to move from the area without a word to anyone, but we now have several deaths to explain. She pulled her hair back from her face and frowned. Perhaps we can say the 3 families moved to start a joint business venture, too. Not 3 families. 2. I missed one, remember? He pointed the fact out, bitterness rising inside him. Well, it's 3 now. The remaining members of the 3rd family will be secretly airlifted, out so no one will know they did not leave together. I have already fabricated a story to explain the death of the alpha. A rumor will be spread that it was a chainsaw accident. He was clearing trees in his woodlot, and his family is having a private funeral out of state. Closed casket. And the dead father, an injured boy. Brandi shook her head, her brow furrowed as she became lost in the intricate web of lies she was spinning. No. They will not be mentioned. Well, let people assume. What do you mean, they will not be mentioned? They are more important than that bastard of an alpha. He sat up and stared at her, uncaring that the blankets had fallen from his hips. The heat that had hardened his body just moments ago had been replaced by ice water as he listened to her callous words. They will be in our official report to Lycan Link, but to the human world, they will have just moved away. The story soured his stomach. That a murder and the assault of an innocent child could be swept under the carpet as if it had never happened was wrong, and he said so. So the local human population will never know what a bunch of baas. She cut him off. That is right. They will never know. That is how it's done, how it's always been done. You know that as well as I do, Reno. He climbed out of bed and pulled on his shorts. The topic of conversation had ruined the sense of intimacy between them. It still sucks. These words, the ones that stood by and did nothing, will continue to live in the community, and their neighbors will never know what scum they are. Brandi sighed and tried to explain again. This is the best way to handle the situation, Reno. Mentioning the father's death and that a child was injured brings too much publicity. When an adult dies, it can be passed off any number of ways, but when a child's involved, people start to ask questions, and we cannot let that happen. Lycan Link will be apprised of the situation, and the remaining pack members will be dealt with appropriately according to our laws. I should not have to tell you that. By now she was standing with her hands on her hips, glaring at him. Vaguely, he noted how cute she looked with tousled ringlets cascading around her face and the short t-shirt she wore exposing her legs. But the issue between them canceled out any appreciation he might have had for the sight. Instead, some devil inside, his own guilt perhaps, pushed him to keep questioning her, arguing with her reasoning. He knew she was right, but at that moment he could not let the matter go. In the end, he stormed out of the room cursing DCs and went in search of Damien. Chapter 7. A month later, Brandi sat in her small apartment, her arms wrapped around her knees, rocking back and forth. Tears streamed down her face, punctuated by the occasional hiccup. Oh God, this could not be happening. There had to be some mistake. There was no way she and Reno had made a she could not even get the words to form in her mind, let alone say them out loud. Yet all the evidence pointed that way. The emotional roller coaster she was on, the trouble she had sleeping. Her stomach clenched again, and she fought against being sick, but it was a losing battle. Racing to the bathroom, she heaved into the toilet, the meager contents of her stomach exiting in a disgusting swill. By the time the ordeal was finished, her limbs were shaking and her skin felt clammy. She flushed away the evidence, then stumbled to the sink to wipe her face and rinse her mouth of the foul, acidic taste. Damn! Why did her stomach have to be her weak spot? Whether she was excited, nervous, or scared, the pernickety organ made itself known, usually in a most inelegant way. Leaning against the wall, she slid down to the floor, allowing the coolness of the tile to creep into her. The stark whiteness of the room was somehow soothing, and the forest green towels lulled her with the impression of nature. Eventually, her breathing slowed, and the clammy feeling was replaced by a more normal temperature. When she was sure the risk of being ill had passed, she made her way back to the living room. The springs of her cheap sofa creaked softly as she sank down onto the cushioned surface, reminding her that her rookie wages did not allow for luxuries yet. Just a few weeks ago, she would bemoaned having to budget, but what did that matter in the face of a situation such as this? Pulling her legs up, she returned to the comforting fetal position she would assumed soon after arriving home from the clinic, and continued to ponder her fate. At first, she had not been able to figure out what was wrong. The stress of exams and a new job had possibly thrown her off kilter, but after several months, that explanation had worn itself out. And now, well, the evidence was right there in front of her. She flicked another glance at the paper on the table. It was crumpled and partially stained on one side, evidence that in a fit of panic she would thrown it in the garbage and pushed the container into a corner. However, after circling her small apartment several times, logic had prevailed, and she would fish the page back out of the trash. It was childish to think that not looking at the evidence would solve the problem. What was done, and she had to face up to it. The blood test was positive. At her insistence, the Lycan Link doctor had double-checked the results. There would be no mistake, no lab error. Thankfully, he was bound to keep the information confidential. It was not the sort of news she wanted spread around. Would not the office gossips have a field day if they ever found out? She could just picture how everyone would huddle around the photocopier, whispering about the juicy tidbit of news. And then they would scurry off to tell someone else, spreading the sordid tale like an insidious plague until every employee at Lycan Link knew what had happened. People would stop and stare at her as she walked down the halls, each one wondering what Reno had seen in her, how he would react, and who would be brave enough to tell him. And what would Reno do when the news finally reached him? What would he say? Would he hate her? Fly into a rage? Think she would try to trap him? The idea of facing his anger had her curling into an even tighter ball, fear spiking her nerve ends into hypersensitivity. She rubbed her temples and tried to stay calm. Maybe he would be pleased. You never know, there was always a chance his reaction might not be negative. The corners of her mouth curved into a small smile at the idea of Reno looking at her, with the light of happiness shining in his eyes. He would suddenly realize this was what he would wanted all along and sweep her into his arms. Brandi snorted. Was her brain completely fried? There was no evidence to support such an idea. The chance of Reno being happy about this turn of events was negligible. He was a career enforcer after all. No ties, no pack. There was no room for her in his life. She took a deep breath and blew it out slowly. Okay, he might not be happy, but what if by some miracle, the news did not horrify him? How did she feel about it? Did she really want to be joined to him like this for the rest of her life? By his own admission, he was a potential rogue, and for all that she might scoff at the whole rogue mystique, there was more than a grain of truth to it. True rogues did not form lasting bonds. They did not integrate with a pack. They were loners who clung to the edges of society, more comfortable in their wolf skin than their human. And rogues could be extremely unpredictable and dangerous. She would read about that and viewed the evidence with her own eyes when she would toward Langstaff. The damage Reno had inflicted there had made her shudder. Mind you, there would been good because, but still, the kettle she would put on earlier started to whistle, and she got up and made herself some tea, hoping the soothing beverage would help. Cradling the cup in her hand, she wandered to the window and stared out at the gloomy day. Everything was gray and dull and muddy. Though were empty, many of the shops already closed for the day. There were no people to watch, nothing to distract her from her problems or perk up her spirits. With a sigh, she turned away from the depressing scene and stared around the empty apartment. If only she had a roommate to talk to. No sooner had she completed the thought than an idea popped into her head and she hurried over to the phone. Tabby. They had not talked in months, but she would been there when this whole mess with Reno had started, so maybe impatiently, she listened to the phone ringing and gave a sigh of relief when someone picked up. Hello. Tabby. It's Brandi. She tried to sound normal, to keep the worry from her voice. Small talk first, and then she would broach the subject. Oh, hi. I was going to call you this weekend, but here you are. Brandi found herself smiling as the other girl's bubbly nature came through in her words. Well, she did not get to say any more though, as Tabby kept right on talking. You will never guess what happened. You know how I got a job at one of Lycan Link's outposts? Well, first of all, it's so dull here. The only excitement is watching the corn grow. And their computer system is totally ancient. I could not believe it the first day I walked in, but I guess that is why they needed me here. Anyway, I have been working all this overtime with this other guy named Finn. He's such a nerd, but rolling her eyes, Brandi took a sip of her tea. Same old Tabby, talking a mile a minute. One guy after another. Was it possible to say a wolf had the morals of an alley cat? Oh well, at least she had a good heart, and when Tabby broke up with a man, she was not left with a permanent reminder. So, do you think you will be able to come? Pardon? Brandi realized she would missed something important. To the bonding ceremony. Finn and I are going to be mates. What? Shocked at the news, she did not know what to say. She would never pictured Tabby settling down, at least not so soon. Oh. Well, that is fantastic news. She tried to inject some enthusiasm into her voice, but knew her tone did not match her words. Thankfully, Tabby did not seem to notice. Is not it? It was so romantic, the way he proposed. And you will not believe this, but we're waiting. For what? Brandi blinked, having no idea what her friend might be referring to. To blood bond, silly. I know it's hard to believe, but Finn's sort of traditional and wants a proper ceremony overseen by an alpha first. It's been really hard to control myself, but Brandi fought back a new wave of nausea. This was so not what she wanted to hear about right now. She was glad for her friend. However, stories of happily ever after were just too much to take at the moment. Tabby chattered on, and Brandi made what she hoped were the appropriate responses, but all the while her thoughts were in turmoil as she compared her own situation to her friend's. It was not fair. Tabby was the flighty one, going from man to man while she worked her butt off, always following the rules, staying focused on the future. Should not there have been some kind of payoff for her dedication? Not that she wished bad things for her former roommate, but how could life be so cruel? Blood bonds. Just hearing about it made her throat tight with unshed tears. Something so personal, so sacred, the thing every female werewolf dreamed about with stars in her eyes. Well, her stars were well and truly burnt out now, nothing but bits of scorched rock. There would be no fancy bonding ceremony for her. No giggling conversations with girlfriends about what it would be like to finally be one with the man you loved. Brandi, I am sorry. I have been so busy talking that you have not had a chance to say anything, have you? No, but that is okay. I just wanted to see how you were doing. She fumbled through an explanation and then ended the call as soon as possible. Hanging up the phone, Brandi sank down into a nearby armchair and let her head fall back onto the cushions, feeling totally exhausted. Calling Tabby had not helped at all. It had just made her feel even more alone, more unsure of what to do. Tabby could announce her news to the whole world and expect gushing congratulations, but that was not an option Brandi could consider. She gave a dry laugh and wondered if anyone would even believe her if she told them. Would not that be a strange conversation? Everyone lounging in the break room, drinking coffee, and she would saunter in with a big smile on her face to make her announcement. Hey guys, guess what? I accidentally blood bonded with Reno Smith. The room would go dead silent, and then a buzz of questions and expressions of disbelief would erupt. What do you mean? How is it possible? How could you accidentally blood bond with someone? Brandi shook her head. Yeah, as if anyone would believe that story. But it was true. A totally freak accident had landed her in this mess, and she would just figured it out. And now that she knew, what the hell should she do about it? Brandi glanced towards her computer, where a file was displayed. She had been doing some research on accidental blood bonds. However, information on the phenomenon was scant and mostly based on anecdotal reports rather than actual scientific research. Apparently, partial blood bonds sometimes occurred when one party nibbled during the sexual act, but the other did not. However, the odds of a truly accidental blood bond occurring, the type she had with Reno, were astronomically small. At first, she would never suspected she was the victim of such a strange happenstance. When random thoughts and feelings started flitting through her brain and haunting her dreams, she would attribute it at first to stress from exams, and then to moving and a new job. Her mind had been racing a mile a minute trying to assimilate all the changes in her life, so it made sense that her thoughts and emotions might go a little haywire. However, last month during the Langstaff case, it had all started to make sense. She had just finished her orientation training and had been partnered with Al Zimmerman. They would been assigned a few minor cases, more or less opportunities to get their feet wet and learn to operate as a team, but nothing big had landed on their duty roster. Then, a call had come in that a critical incident was going down on the outskirts of a small town called Langstaff. She and Al were the next team up, and in no time she would found herself aboard a private jet heading towards her first major case. Information had been sketchy, but she would occupy herself by reading over the file containing the preliminary reports. She noted Reno Smith was heading the case and barely suppressed a snort. Of course, there would be a critical incident if that man was involved. His foul-ups were legendary. Sure, he got the job done, but he seldom followed regulations. Rumor had it he would flushed his copy of the manual down the toilet and operated solely on gut instinct. Brandi had just sighed, hoping she was up to dealing with the man, when out of nowhere waves of deep and intense emotions had hit her. It had been worse than ever before. Fear, anger, soul-gutting grief, self-hatred, a roller coaster of feelings bombarded her while vague images had flicked before her eyes. Blood and fighting, death, children crying, shouted accusations, pain. She must have paled, even looked ill, for Al had inquired about her well-being. He would found a cool cloth for her and asked if she was prone to air sickness, even finding her a small bag to hold just in case. Somehow she would manage to pull herself together, all the while fearing she really was going insane. And then, when she would arrived on the scene and realized the visions had been of that exact location, well, she would have been almost too shocked to talk. Thankfully, everyone attributed her behavior to it being her first big case, and she would have been sent off to check on Reno. She had not been keen on the idea, given how they would parted, but she would put on her professional face and found his room. The professional face had not lasted long, though. His grief had become her grief, his pain was hers. How she would hidden it, she still did not know. Maybe he would been so caught up in his own horrific thoughts that he just had not noticed. Whatever the case, She was grateful to have been given some time to come to grips with the idea. To be sure, knowing she was not becoming mentally unbalanced was a relief, but learning you were blood bonded to someone well, it just was not something you could put into words. She would left Langstaff armed with her new knowledge, but still clueless as to how it had happened. They would only had sex once before, and neither of them had done any biting to break the skin. For days, she would gone over every encounter they would had, and it was not until she would accidentally scratched herself with a broken nail that a vague memory had provided her with the key. It had happened during their impromptu encounter in his self-defense class. She would scratched his face. His bloodied cheek must have brushed her mouth when he would nuzzled her neck, and voila. Usually a minute blood exchange would not have been enough to start the bonding process, but their mutual arousal, and she had no doubts now that he had been aroused, must have released sufficient levels of the bonding hormone in her system to initiate the process. Unknowingly, licking the small smear of blood from her lip had done the trick. The faint, salty, metallic taste on her tongue was just a dim memory. The consequences, however, were not. Just to be sure, she would gone to the clinic at Lycan Link and had some discreet blood work done, the results of which had been handed to her today. She was definitely bonded to someone, the doctor had proclaimed. While it was a weak bond, rather like a light bulb partially screwed into a socket, flickering on and off depending which way it was jiggled, there was no denying its existence. Her stomach clenched yet again as she contemplated what her next step should be. According to her wolf, there was no question. Tell him. He needs to know. He is our mate. But he did not plan on this. We are not mated. We are not even dating. It makes no difference. The bond is there. He is our other half now. But does he want to be my other half? And do I want him? Do not be silly. Of course you do. We need a mate. She stood and paced the small living room, glancing at her phone, wondering if her wolf was right. This did involve Reno, since she was privy to some of his thoughts and feelings now. And it was unlikely he was even aware of the fact given that it was a one-way bond. So telling him was the honorable thing to do. Giving a little nod, she reached for the receiver only to draw her hand back. What would she say? It really was not something you could blurt out over the phone. Perhaps she should ask him over and make him a nice meal before breaking the news. No, that would not work. He was already angry at her about the Langstaff case. She winced, thinking of the upcoming hearing during which she might have to testify against him. The very thought made her already nervous stomach do even more flip-flops. The day after she would arrived in Langstaff, Reno's team had been summoned back to headquarters and a full investigation was launched. As one of the attending officers, she would supplied a report, and while factual, it looked damnably bad for Reno. She would try to frame her wording so people would understand why he would acted as he did, yet the fact remained that the risk of exposure had been high. It was only through the quick efforts of Al and herself that suitable explanations for the events of that day had been constructed. In fact, rumor had it she might even be given commendation for her work by the time the hearing was over. While the acknowledgement of her skills was gratifying, she would also seen Reno storming down the hallway and heard him ranting about her report. Based on precedent cases, he would likely be docked pay and even have a black mark added to his file if he was not demoted from head of the team. No, inviting him over definitely would not work. And if someone found out, they might think Reno had instigated it in the hopes of swaying her testimony. Oh God, what a mess. The only way this could be worse would be if she were pregnant as well. Thank heavens she had not been in heat during the Langstaff case. She resumed pacing, nibbling at a fingernail and wondering what to do. Her own feelings were in such disarray, she did not feel equipped to handle him right now. Maybe just for the moment she would keep quiet and let fate take its course. Some might think it was the coward's way out. Hell, who was she kidding? It was the coward's way out. But she was just too overwrought to come up with a better idea. And if she and Reno were meant to be together, something would happen to steer the course of events right. Chapter 8, Reno resisted the urge to drum his fingers on the table and instead gripped the arm of his chair even tighter. The Langstaff hearing was drawing to a close, and he was damned sick of the whole business. Spending days listening to people reading reports and giving testimony was a waste of time. Everyone knew what had happened. Why sit around rehashing the case? He eased himself back in his chair and bit back a sigh, having been told by his appointed representative to look sharp and guard his expression. They will not deal kindly with you if they see bored contempt on your face. The elderly man, Ricardo Machado, had hissed the instruction at him at least a dozen times over the past week. Machado was akin to a lawyer in the Lycan world and represented any of the enforcers who were brought up on charges from events that occurred in the line of duty. His job was to ensure that Reno and his squad were treated fairly and without prejudice when facing the Council of Elders. The fact that his squad had been brought into this mess angered Reno almost more than the charges that were against him. His men had done nothing wrong. They would followed orders, and if there was any wrongdoing, it was his fault alone. Of course, Damien and the others had shot that story to hell and back, as each man insisted they would acted under their own initiative and not Reno's orders. It had made him both humble and proud that his team was standing up for him and not leaving him to hang in the wind by himself. Yep, they would come a long way from the ragtag team he would started with, near rogues more interested in fighting with each other than working towards a common goal. Too bad he would have to beat the crap out of them for being such fools. If the whole team went down, who would be left to deal with the purists? It was better if one man took the fall, rather than risking the whole of the ACS. Of course, they had not thought of that. He shook his head at their misplaced loyalty and began to scan the room, trying to keep himself occupied while waiting for the final verdict to be read. A long, empty table occupied the front of the room. Soon, it would have members of the Council of Elders seated at it, a group of elderly alphas whose gray hair and lined faces provided visible signs of the years of experience each brought to the job. To be on such a council was a great honor. Only past alphas who had abdicated their position of pack leader due to advancing age were considered for the position, and they had to have displayed exemplary leadership throughout their years of service. Shifting his gaze, Reno noted some of those seated on the far side of the room. His team filled the first 2 rows of chairs. They were awaiting the verdict as well, though Ricardo had assured them the most they would face was a reprimand placed in their files. Still, it had to be nerve-wracking for some of them. With an experienced eye, Reno assessed each man, looking for signs of unusually high anxiety or tension. His men were usually solid, both mentally and physically, but these were not normal circumstances for them. Thankfully, each appeared relatively calm. Reno made eye contact with Damien, and the younger man pulled a face, showing he found the whole process boring in the extreme. While inwardly he concurred, Reno frowned at his partner, though it did little good. With typical irreverence, Damien flipped him the finger before grinning and turning towards the cute brunette seated behind him. With benevolent exasperation, Reno watched the kid using his charm on the young female. No doubt before the day was done, Damien would be dating her. Shaking his head, Reno checked out the rest of those gathered. Captain Fielding, his immediate superior, was there along with a number of other Lycan Link employees who had gathered to offer moral support. Near the back, a few reporters and curious members of the general Lycan public filled some of the seats. And of course, Brandi Johansson had to be there. She was sitting very straight in her chair, her eyes firmly fixed on the door that the council would enter through. He took in her appearance, the way her curls were restrained in a knot at her nape, and the gray tweed business suit that did little to disguise her curves. She seemed pale, dark shadows smudged under her eyes as if she had been sleeping poorly. Reno narrowed his gaze, noting the way she twisted her fingers in her lap, and the nervous tapping of her foot against the leg of her chair. What was she so tied up in knots about? He was the one who might lose his job, perhaps even be thrown in detention if they decided his wolf was becoming unmanageable. A growl escaped him as he thought of all the questions the Lycan Link psychologist had asked him in the mandatory sessions he would attended. Thankfully, the man had not ordered him to be locked up yet, and he would have been allowed to roam freely as long as he stayed within the Lycan Link compound. A sound from the front of the room drew his attention, and he turned to see the council filing in from their consulting chambers. The quiet hum that had filled the room for the past half hour quickly disappeared, as everyone fixed their eyes on the council. Reno eyed each member, careful to keep his gaze mildly curious and not challenging in case one should look his way. For all that he might scoff at Ricardo's advice, only a fool pissed off an entire table of alphas. Their expressions gave nothing away, and he bit back a curse, shifting yet again in his seat. The designated speaker cleared his throat and stood, a sheaf of papers in his hand. "Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I apologize for the delay, but this was a complex case, and we had some difficulty reaching a consensus on appropriate consequences and recommendations. However, we have reviewed the evidence presented, the eyewitness accounts, the reports of those involved, the video footage taken after the fact, and the victim impact statements. As I said, this was a complex situation given the number of Lycans, both full and half-breed, that were involved, the tender ages of some of the parties, and the emotional factors that came into play." He scanned the room, then flipped a page and began to read. The events at Langstaff were regrettable and preventable. Had proper procedures been in place, the loss of life could have been prevented. To this end, we are establishing a committee to form the Langstaff protocols, a set of rules and policies that shall be followed whenever. Reno gave a small nod as he listened, pleased that something positive might come out of the debacle. He wondered if he would be allowed any input. Given the fact that he would replay the case 1,000 times in his mind, he felt he was more than qualified to offer some suggestions. The man paused, adjusted his glasses, and then looked directly at Reno. "Mr. Smith, will you please stand?" Reno slowly got to his feet. This was it. The room was silent save the faint scraping of chair legs as his seat slid backwards. He clasped his hands behind him, standing straight with his shoulders back. Following Ricardo's instructions, he kept his expression as bland as possible. However, he could not stop himself from looking each alpha directly in the eye. If he was going down, he would not cower before those sentencing him. "Mr. Smith, we're curious. Do you have any regret for your actions at Langstaff?" Was this a trick question? Did his fate rest on his answer? He gave a mental shrug and replied honestly. "Only one, sir. That I did not do an initial check to ensure all the mixed families and halves were accounted for. My negligence resulted in the death of a wolf and the serious injury of his pup. The death of one wolf." One of the seated elders quirked a brow. "There were several killed at Langstaff, at least one by your own hand." Reno compressed his lips but gave a quick nod. "I stand corrected." He wanted to add that the alpha he would killed did not deserve the title of wolf, but Ricardo's timely kick to Reno's shin served as a reminder to watch his mouth. Somehow the man must have sensed his client's thoughts. Humph. Whether his answer impressed the elder or not, Reno had no idea. However, several of the alphas leaned together to exchange private comments. "Do you have anything else to add?" The speaker looked Reno's way. "No, sir." "All right, then. We, the Council of Elders, find you guilty of misconduct." A murmur spread through the room, several chairs were shuffled, and a female gasped softly. Reno was sure it sounded like Brandi, yet did not turn to look. A curl of nervous tension was growing in his gut. He kept his eyes fixed on the speaker, wondering what his punishment might be. His wolf stirred anxiously as well, not totally understanding the proceedings, but sensing possible danger. The speaker waited for the noise in the room to die down before continuing. "Your team is exonerated from any wrongdoing. While they each claim to be acting independently, you were in charge, and thus must bear the brunt of responsibility. However, a letter of reprimand will be placed in each of their files." Reno nodded, feeling some relief that his men would be left alone. A letter of reprimand was nothing. He would collected his fair share over the past few years. The ACS could continue the fight against the purists without him. He would train them well. Damien showed potential as a leader for the group, but was too new to the team to be promoted. Perhaps Garrett, the sound of Brandi's name being spoken, jerked his attention back to the speaker for the council. It is our belief that Brandi Johansson and Alan Zimmerman were instrumental in containing this situation. For their exemplary work, a certificate of recognition will be awarded and noted in their files. The speaker paused and smiled towards Brandi. As well, an extended weekend shall be granted with pay due to the amount of overtime you were required to perform. Please make arrangements with your supervising officer so that this does not negatively impact the schedules of your coworkers. Thank you, sir. Brandi's voice, barely a whisper, sounded strained and was almost drowned out by Al's enthusiastic response. This brings us back to the matter of dealing with you, Mr. Smith. The speaker stared at Reno for a long moment before continuing. Your actions endangered us all. You responded irresponsibly and emotionally, with no forethought as to the possible repercussions. An enforcer who allows his wolf to take over has no place within this organization. Each word was like a nail being pounded into Reno's coffin. He forced himself to stand straighter. Here it comes, he thought to himself. I am about to be kicked out of the only place that has ever seemed like home, the only place that has ever accepted me. A wave of regret washed over him, yet he knew, given the same circumstances, he would do it all again. Your record is riddled with accounts of infractions, rules that were ignored or bent, reports that you failed to complete or fudged. In short, Mr. Smith, you are what is known as a reckless pain in the ass, and we should be throwing the proverbial book at you. Another long pause followed as if the speaker was waiting for the meaning of his words to sink in. Yeah, I have fouled up a few times, Reno thought to himself. Why go over it again and again? If you're going to have my head on a platter, then just get on with it. The speaker sighed and rattled the papers in his hand. However, there is the irrefutable fact that despite your record, you have somehow managed to be of great service to Lycan Link. The number of successful rescues of half-breeds and their families that you have led is impressive. And in my hand, I have a number of letters from some of those you helped relocate. Amazingly enough, they all bury you with praise. He stared down at the pages in his hand, a frown evident on his face as if he could not believe what was right before his eyes. He gave his head a shake before continuing. Given these facts, we feel we need to keep you in your present position as an enforcer with the ACS. Eliminating, you would punish those already being persecuted by removing one of their few hopes for rescue. Relief washed over Reno, while small sounds of happiness rippled across the room. He was not headed to detention or being kicked out of Lycan Link. A smile began to curve the corner of his lips. But before you begin to feel too pleased with yourself, there will be consequences applied as well as some safeguards to ensure we do not have a repeat of the Langstaff incident. First off, you will be docked a month's pay for your actions, and yet another black mark will be placed in your file. One more and you will be gone, Mr. Smith, regardless of your effectiveness. Is that clear? The man arched his brows and gave Reno a hard stare. Yes, sir. Reno nodded. I'll try to toe the line. You will do more than try. You will undergo extensive training in negotiation skills. You will reread the manual outlining proper procedures and be quizzed on the content. Your paperwork will be checked on a monthly basis, and it will be properly completed and submitted on time. As well, you the man droned on however Reno was no longer listening. He would read it over when he got a copy of the final decision from Ricardo. Right now, he was too pleased about keeping his job to care about all the paperwork bullshit they wanted him to do. Damn, he would been worried, not that he would admit it to anyone, of course. Thank heaven no one knew what was really going on in his head. The nightmares, the self-condemnation people began to stand. The speaker had obviously finished, and Reno had missed his final words. He gave a shrug and began to accept the handshakes and congratulatory backslaps from colleagues. We knew you would beat this, Reno. You cannot keep a good wolf down. Way to go, man. The conversation swirled around him, but over it all he was acutely aware of the silence coming from one corner of the room. He glanced over the heads of those surrounding him and saw Brandi standing near the door. Her arms were wrapped tightly around her waist, and she was staring directly at him. Their gazes locked, She opened her mouth, and he sensed she wanted to say something to him. She even took half a step his way, then paused looking nervous. It was touch and go for a while, was not at Reno. Someone was talking to him, however he barely glanced at the individual. Some of those reports were really damning. Johansson really did a number on you, the bitch. Before he even realized what he was doing, Reno had the individual by the collar and was giving him a warning shake. Watch your language, buddy. He growled the words, his tone low and menacing. Mr. Smith. Ricardo grabbed his arm while looking nervously about. We have not even left the hearing yet, and you are already in danger of breaking the conditions the speaker outlined. Oh. Yeah. Reno let go of the man. He still was not sure who the idiot was, and watched as the vermin scurried away. Glancing back to where Brandi had been standing, he saw that she would left. He rubbed the back of his neck, feeling oddly unsettled at her absence, which was just damned ridiculous. He had nothing to say to her. They were like oil and water, and it was best if they stayed far apart. Brandi stood in a quiet corridor, not far from the hearing room. She was leaning against the wall, her hands pressed to her pounding heart. Reno was going to be okay. Her worst fear had not come true. He was not being sent to detention. He would never survive in such a restrictive atmosphere. His wolf would rebel, or his spirit would be broken. And if her report had contributed to such a sentence, she compressed her lips and shook her head, knowing she could not have lived with that knowledge. But he was going to be allowed to continue his work, so that was good. And she might get to see him now and then, maybe even work with him, and that was good. Well, she was not sure about that. She still had not worked up the nerve to speak with him about the bond, not that there would been much opportunity. His team had stuck pretty close to him these past few weeks, and when he was not with them, he was meeting with Captain Fielding or Ricardo Machado. The sound of doors opening and a number of footsteps drew her attention. From her hiding place, she watched Reno walk past surrounded by his friends. He never glanced her way, which was perfectly fine. She was not in a fit state of mind to speak to him right now anyway. She had not had much sleep lately. Reno's thoughts kept invading her mind as she slept. For the most part, she was able to block his thoughts during the day. However, at night her defenses slipped and his dreams melded with hers. Some were embarrassingly erotic, while others revealed his true worries about the hearing, his memories of Langstaff, and his self-condemnation. Those were the times she would wake to find tears streaming down her face and a knot of anxiety twisting in her stomach. Just the thought had her rubbing her temples. There had to be a way to erect a 24-hour mental wall between herself and Reno. Staying constantly awake was not a viable solution. She could not do her own job properly when she was sleep-deprived. Smothering a yawn, she pushed off from the wall, determined to get some more research completed on partial bonds. Stepping out of the small corridor, she headed towards the parking garage. Lycan Link was busy today. People swirled around her. Snippets of conversation drifted past. She got in line to use the elevator and idly began to listen in on those chatting around her. Did you see Smith grab that guy in the hearing room? Yeah, from the look on his face, I thought Reno would kill him. I wonder what he said to piss him off. Who knows? With a rogue, it can be anything. The elevator arrived, and Brandi was pushed forward with the surge of Lycans, all trying to fit into the small cubicle. She missed the rest of the conversation, but it had her thinking again. Reno was dangerous. She would watched him grab the man by the collar, seen the rage in his eyes. Did she want to be bonded to someone like that for the rest of her life? What if she angered him at some point? Would he become physically violent? The very idea had a shiver running through her. No. Reno would not do that, would he? She nibbled her lip nervously. There had to be a way to break the bond, or at least control it. There just had to be. Chapter 9, 2.5 years later, Reno slammed his hands down on the table, the corded muscles of his forearms standing out as he leaned belligerently into Joseph Brandt's face. I do not give a damn about your rights as an alpha. Those wolves are going with me. His voice was low, barely above a whisper, yet the menace in his words could not be denied. His whole body was alert, muscles tensed ready for the slightest sign of aggression from Brandt or his beta. He would been on edge all day, as if his inner wolf knew something was about to happen. A fight would be the perfect way to ease the feeling. However, neither man moved, seemingly frozen in place by the sheer force of his personality. Reno curled his lip. Cowards, he thought to himself. All talk and bluster, picking on the weak, but put them up against a real wolf and they cowered like suckling pups. Easing back from the table, he stood straight, keeping his arms loose at his sides. Nothing to say. The room was silent, except for the faint creak of an old ceiling fan that lazily circled about in a vain attempt to cool the sweltering room. Sweat trickled down Reno's back, and his shirt clung irritatingly to his skin, yet he never let his gaze waver from the man before him. A nerve ticked in Brant's cheek, his fingers clenched and unclenched on the arms of his chair. Seconds passed, but still Reno waited. A fly buzzed lazily by, heading towards the window, no doubt wanting to escape the oppressive atmosphere. Heat and humidity wrapped around the room's occupants like a wet wool blanket. Summer in the bayous was not for the faint of heart. Finally, Brant looked away. He cleared his throat and leaned back in his chair, trying to appear at ease, as if Reno had not intimidated him. It was not working, though. There was a shadow of uncertainty in the man's eyes, despite his efforts to hide it with a sneer. Half-breeds are not wolves. They are human dogs that can perform a few minor tricks. Only purebloods deserve the title of wolf. Reno snorted, but did not rise to the bait. Brant was taunting him, trying to make him lose his temper. He knew it was useless to argue with the narrow-minded man. Almost every Lycan on the continent had some mixed blood if you searched back far enough. Whatever. Damien, signal the rest of the enforcers to start collecting the refugees. He called the instructions over his shoulder to his partner, who stood poised by the door. Use Langstaff protocols. There should be 12. Make sure none are left behind by accident. We would not want that now, would we, Brant? It was a well-known fact that while the purist packs despised half-breeds, they also liked having them around as servants and, in some of the worst cases, for hunting practice. Sometimes half-breeds were hidden away by their owners, who did not want to lose the unpaid help. The screen door creaked open behind him, and Reno could imagine Damien stepping out to give the signal to their squad that was poised outside. His men would spread out through the small compound and gather the halfwers and their families. Of course. Take them all. It will be good to not have to smell their stench or share our resources with them. Joseph Brant talked tough, but Reno could see the man's frustration. They would spend 3 weeks gathering sufficient evidence, then negotiating for the freedom of the half-breeds. The Alpha was not pleased that Lycan Link had been sticking its nose so closely into his pack. Too bad, scumbag, Reno thought to himself. If you want to be left alone, you should not violate the Lycan Code of Rights and Freedoms. It's a go, Reno. Damien returned and leaned against the door frame, waiting for him to wrap things up. Inwardly, Reno gave an indulgent smile. The kid took their partnership seriously and would never consider leaving him alone with 2 purists. It was a nice feeling, knowing someone had your back, even if it was not needed. Picking up the file that he would brought in with him, Reno pulled out a sheaf of papers. Sign here. He pushed them across the table towards the Alpha and tossed a pen at him, too. The Beta growled a warning and shifted his stance. Reno watched the fellow out of the corner of his eye. Come on, just try it, he said to himself. One little aggressive move, and I can have the satisfaction of wiping the floor with you. Brant was eyeing the papers, but made no move to pick them up. What is this? Relocation papers. You are giving up all rights over the refugees and agreeing that they can live wherever they wish. You will have no authority over them and cannot contact their new packs, ask for their return, nor make any aggressive moves or threats against the packs that take them in. Many purist alphas followed the most ancient codes in the Book of the Law, viewing pack members as mere possessions. When dealing with them, it was necessary to make sure every I was dotted and every T crossed. Fine. Brant grabbed the papers and signed the top page, then flipped to the next. And what is this one for? Charges. You are admitting that you violated the Book of the Law, by denying pack members the rights and privileges due them. It also states that you agree to quarterly inspections by Lycan Link's authorized representatives to ensure that no further violations are taking place and purist propaganda is not being spread. Should you continue to pursue your current philosophy, steps will be taken to remove you as leader of the pack. I will not sign that. This is my pack. No one looks over my shoulder and judges what I do. Who the hell do you think you are? The man surged to his feet and shoved the table aside. That is it, Reno thought, coiling his muscles. His fingers twitched, and he had to force back the growl that rose in his throat. Under no circumstances was he allowed to initiate an altercation, however, should someone else start it. Sorry. You have to sign. It's what we agreed upon. If you do not, I'll drag you before the High Council and have your sorry hide thrown in detention. Detention. The man's face turned red with rage. Are you threatening me, Smith? I do not make threats, Bront. Reno shook his head. This was getting farcical. The Alpha was putting on a show, while the Beta A shift in the shadows alerted him. The Beta dove at Damien and Reno half-turned, purposely giving Bront an opening. Hard hands grabbed Reno's shoulders and spun him around, then a fist connected with his jaw, snapping his head to the side. As he staggered backwards, the Alpha shifted into a yellow-colored wolf. At last, Reno's own wolf almost howled in joy as he set it free. Quickly shifting forms, he met Bront head-on. The self-restraint he would exercised over the past weeks was gone, and he could finally give vent to his feelings. He threw himself forward, teeth slashing at the other wolf's side, before spinning around to snap at its legs. The miserable bastard had abused and starved fellow wolves based solely on genetics, and he deserved to be punished. Snarls filled the room as the wolves battled. Snapping teeth, the scrambling of claws against the floor, yips of pain, panting breath, Reno twisted and dove, sliding in to bite then dashing away, toying with the Alpha as it tried unsuccessfully to overpower him. Reno's own injuries were just minor annoyances, stinging rather than hurting. Adrenaline surged through his system. He was on a high, exulting in the use of his strength and skill. It was not often he could completely loosen the rein under which he kept his beast, and to have such freedom was a heady rush. He played with his opponent, attacking then retreating, causing the other wolf to expend its energy, all the while herding it ever closer to the corner of the room. With its back to the wall, the creature would have no means of escape. Finally, there was a lull in the fight. The yellow wolf stood before him, legs spayed and sides heaving. It was covered in blood and saliva dripped from its jaws as it struggled to stay upright. Reno paused and cocked his head, giving it a chance to surrender. Something flickered in its eyes, and then it lunged forward, going for his throat. Leaping aside, he twisted in midair, grabbed hold of the back of his opponent's neck, and shook the Alpha as hard as he could. Finally letting go, the momentum sent the creature crashing into the wall. Even as the wolf tried to regain its footing, Reno was on him again, clamping his jaws on the animal's throat, biting down hard. The wolf thrashed about, trying to break free, but Reno held on tight, ignoring the pain of the other wolf's claws digging into his belly. A whimper of defeat finally came from his opponent, and he loosened his grip and stepped back. The wolf remained submissive, and Reno dared glance at his partner, though there was no need to worry in the quarter. Damien was a fighter and had the Beta well in hand. With a shake of his fur, Reno shifted back to human form, and the others did as well. For a moment he stood panting, allowing his wolf to calm and his human half to regain control. Then he grabbed Bront by the collar, hauled the man to his feet, and shoved him towards the table, where the pen and papers lay miraculously undisturbed by the commotion in the room. Growling in frustration, Bront scrawled his name across the pages before throwing them back at Reno. Thank you. Reno calmly picked up the documents as if a violent fight had not just occurred, double-checking Bront had indeed signed in the correct places. Satisfied that all was in order, he closed the file and nodded. I'd like to say it's been a pleasure, but we both know that would be a lie. If the gods are merciful, I'll never have to see your sorry face again. Bront's fists clenched, yet he said nothing, so Reno turned and left. As the door closed behind Damien and himself, he could hear the sound of furniture breaking. A wide grin slowly appeared on his face. Damn, he enjoyed pissing off bastards like Bront. That went well, Damien said with a solemnity that belied the twinkle in his eye. Yep. Nothing worth reporting happened, would not you say? He slid his gaze sideways and looked at his partner. Like himself, Damien showed few signs of the fight that had just occurred. A small bruise on his cheekbone was already fading, and a wound on his chin was healing nicely. The release of the refugees was negotiated without incident. It was a textbook case of the benefits of diplomacy. A faint smile played at the edges of Damien's mouth. Reno bit his cheeks to hold in his own grin and nodded in agreement. That is what my report's going to say. The two men looked at each other and began to laugh. What headquarters did not know would not hurt them. It will take at least an hour before the refugees are ready to roll. Do you want to head into town? I met a couple of girls, and Damien began to give his usual spiel, but Reno cut him off. A DC officer is going to be showing up. Someone has to be here. Come on, Reno. You only live once. Damien slapped him on the back, but Reno shook his head. He knew Damien was on a high from the fight. The kid still had not learned to gear down and needed to burn off his excess energy. Sex was his usual choice. Sometimes Reno worried about his partner. Damien was a good enforcer, smart, strong, quick on his feet, and for the most part he kept his inner wolf in line. But there were times, like today, when a certain look came over him, a restless, reckless attitude that made Reno wonder what the future might hold for the kid. Was it that rogue quality on the edge of breaking free, or just the high spirits of youth? Reno did not know and kept his concerns to himself. There was no point in trying to stop Damien. He liked to live life on the wild side and did not want anyone telling him what to do. That was okay with Reno. He would suffered from the same malaise before becoming head of the unit and being forced to be more responsible. He just hoped his partner would not end up in real trouble one day. Go on and have fun. Just do not do anything that requires a DC officer to cover it up. The light warning was all Reno allowed himself to give. Mischief glinted in Damien's eyes. Reno, you worry too much. You are like an old man sometimes. Wise, not old, kid. I have sown my wild oats and know the pitfalls. Wild oats. Damien rolled his eyes. When was the last time you did that? Reno held back a frown. Damien had unwittingly hit on a sore spot, though he did not let on. When you are old, you are discreet. Sure you are. Damien taunted him good-naturedly, and Reno took a half-hearted swipe at him, but the kid danced back out of the way. Well, I'll sow enough oats for both of us and be back in an hour. With a final warning, Reno started to walk away. If you're not, we're leaving without you and you can walk back. That is what you always say. Damien called after him. Have fun dealing with the DC officer. Reno flipped him off, then listened to Damien laughing as he loped in the direction of town. Damned kid's going to make me really mad someday, Reno mused. Maybe it was time to take a round out of him again. His frown soon morphed into a smile, though. Damien was like a younger brother and a friend all rolled into one, and their good-natured teasing was just part of their relationship. Whistling under his breath, he made his way across the parking lot to where the transport bus was awaiting the refugees. They would be taken to the Lycan Link compound on the border of Canada and the US to be processed, given medical attention and counseling as needed, and then integrated into a new pack and a life of freedom. Yep, it had been a good couple of weeks' work. He ran his hands through his short, unruly hair and flexed his shoulders. Damn, it felt good to get in the occasional fight. It helped work all the kinks out of a fellow and kept the inner wolf more manageable. The scuffle had left him hot and sweaty, though, so he pulled off his shirt and wiped his face and neck on the garment before throwing it over his shoulder. Despite the early morning hour, the air was heavy with humidity. Reno wiped another trickle of sweat from his face, wondering what the temperature might be, and then decided he did not want to know. Thinking a cold drink would be a welcome sight, He wondered if the town sported a bar or not. Damien would know, but Reno had been too busy on the case to pay much attention to the local amenities. Besides, this was such a two-bit place that it did not even rate a pinpoint on local road maps. The chances of finding a good brand of beer did not seem very likely. He looked around at the moss-laden trees and lush foliage so typical of the bayous while swatting at a mosquito that dared to land on his arm. It was interesting territory, not something he was familiar with, and if he would had more time, exploring might have been interesting, even if there was no bar in sight. A waterway, so still it appeared as smooth as glass, was to his right, and a small dock extended out into it with a rowboat tied to a post. Perfect for sitting back and fishing, he decided. Add a cold, frosty beer, a hat to keep the sun off, and maybe some music playing softly in the background, and it might just be a perfect vacation spot, if he ever decided to take one, that is. Yeah, that would be the life. He inhaled, deeply imagining himself in the scene, then frowned when a female suddenly appeared in the picture. She had long, bouncy curls, was dabbling her toes in the water and laughing, likely scaring all the fish away. Foolish female, did not she know there could be gators in the water? Scowling, he gave his head a shake and abandoned his daydreams. Someday he would plan a vacation, just not now. He had a schedule to keep, and fishing was not even close to being on the agenda. Shifting his attention back to the parking lot, he headed towards the bus that would carry the refugees to Lycan Link. The sun was just starting to move higher in the sky, and he squinted at the brightness of its reflection off the large vehicle's windows. He donned his sunglasses, and immediately his step faltered. Now that he could see clearly, he became aware that his nemesis was parked beside the bus. Damnation! Well, that explained the vague sense of irritation that had plagued him all day, and the woman who had messed up his imaginary fishing. Whenever he found himself in a bad mood, Brandi Johansson was always somewhere nearby. How the hell did one woman have the power to irritate him so much? And with all the damage control agents employed by Lycan Link, why did the captain keep sending this one? He narrowed his eyes and jutted his chin as he stared at the woman before him. Involuntarily, his hands fisted, every muscle in his body tightening at the very sight of her. Desire and irritation battled within him, but he could allow neither one to win. One slip-up, one unprofessional comment, and the annoying woman would have his butt in a sling again. Brandi Johansson was perched on the hood of a midnight blue sports car, her face tilted up to the sun, and her curvaceous body displayed in all its provocative glory. Lush breasts, rounded hips, fire-red hair trailing down her back. Her skirt was hitched up, revealing shapely legs that ended in bare feet. Reno felt his mouth grow dry. He recalled all too well how those thighs felt cradling his hips. His body responded to the memory, but he forced himself to ignore it. Their relationship had soured considerably since their last encounter, and he knew from personal experience that while she might look like the answer to every man's dreams, reality was completely different. Brandi was not as sweet as her name might imply. Instead, she was as fiery as her hair, and about as easy to take as gargling broken glass. Real Brandi might have slid down his throat and filled his belly with comforting warmth, but Brandi Johansson set him afire like no other female ever had. She was hot-tempered and feisty. Her acerbic comments set his teeth on edge and made his temper boil. As far as he could tell, her only saving grace was the fact that she gave him a hard-on, not that he would give her the satisfaction of knowing that, of course. As one of the top agents with the damage control branch of Lycan Link, Brandi was often called upon to manage tricky situations, such as this one. Unfortunately, while she might be good at her job, she was also the bane of his existence. If she was not breathing down his neck watching every move he made, she was complaining to the higher-ups that he caused too much trouble, did not follow protocol, and doubled her workload. Well, to his way of thinking, if she had to create a few more lies to keep the existence of werewolves hidden from the human population, then so be it. His job was to save lives and to ensure the book of the law was followed. Keeping things neat and tidy was not his problem, or at least he wished it was not. Ever since the Langstaff case, he had been forced into behaving like a tight-assed pencil pusher more worried about protocol than getting the job done. How damage control officers managed to suck up to scumbags like Brant without puking was beyond him. He could barely stand to breathe the same air as the slimeballs. Schmoozing with them until they agreed to the cover stories, Reno curled his lip in disgust. You would never catch him being a professional liar, as the DC officers were sometimes called. Wiping the sweat from his upper lip, he exhaled slowly as he approached the vehicle. The woman, who was now sitting up and looking at him expectantly, always set him on edge, and he had to school his features into a suitably bland expression to face her. Smith. Jones, her eyes barely flickered, and only a trace of a furrow appeared on her brow at his purposeful error. Once, years ago, he would call her Jones by mistake. Now he used it as a way to irritate her. It was childish, but something about Brandi always brought out the worst in him. They nodded at each other with false politeness. Out of uniform again, I see. Brandi slid off the hood of her car, looked him up and down, and then sniffed. Reno purposely flexed his muscles and smirked as Brandi's gaze fixed on his six-pack abs, the tip of her tongue peeking out to lick her lips. To hell with being politically correct. He thickened his usually faint Western drawl. Just for you, darlin'. I figured you could use some eye candy to sweeten you up a bit. She rolled her eyes at his mocking tone, her annoyance palpable. He almost smiled, pleased to have irritated her once again, and braced himself for her comeback. Instead of snapping back at him as she usually did, she surprised him by merely shifting her gaze so she was staring over his shoulder. So how big a mess did you leave me this time? Brandi did not attempt to disguise the exasperation in her voice. A wave of disappointment washed over him that their verbal sparring was over so quickly. However, he hid it and answered her question instead. Hardly anything at all. The Alpha was real cooperative. What? No brawls in the street. No wolf sightings. No wounds inexplicably healing before human eyes. Nope. The asshole kept this group close to home. The townsfolk hardly ever saw them. All you need to do is make up a pretty story to explain 3 families moving away. 3 families? For a second, there was a shadow of concern in her eyes. Everyone okay? Yeah. Reno firmed his jaw and stared at her levelly. Brandi knew how he reacted when one of the halves got injured. She would been there that one time he blocked the painful memory, not wanting her to know it still had an effect on him. Good. Their eyes met, and for a brief second he thought he saw something there, a yearning, shades of loneliness. Then she blinked and the moment was lost. The look in her eyes became detached, her tone businesslike. Okay, here is the plan. You load them up while I talk to the Alpha and help him create an acceptable scenario to explain the 3 families' departure should anyone in the human community ask why they left. Once I have supervised the pack meeting and ensured everyone understands, I'll catch up to you at the first stop. Here is the itinerary listing all rest stops, suggested supplies, and cover stories if you are questioned. She tried to pass him an envelope, but he shoved his hands in his pockets instead. Brandi, I have done this before. I do not need too bad. Regulations state that it's part of my job to ensure relocations run smoothly. Brandi poked him in the stomach with the envelope, and he grabbed it from her to stop the annoying action. Thanks for your cooperation. Now I'd better get inside and start calming down Alpha Brant. She fished some sort of clip out of her purse and quickly twisted her hair up into a professional-looking knot, jabbing pins in here and there, then picked up a blazer that was draped over the door of the car and worked her feet into a pair of high heels. As she started to go, he reached out and caught her arm before he could stop himself. She raised her brows and stared pointedly from his hand to his face. Be careful. He's not in the best of moods. Reno wondered why he felt the need to caution her. They never are once you're done with them. She tried to pull her arm free. I have done this dozens of times, Smith. I can handle the situation myself. Yeah, I am sure you can. He let her go and watched her retreating form, trying not to notice the slight hurt caused by how she would brushed off his concern. Someone hit him on the shoulder. Hey Reno, wake up. Huh? He turned to see Al Zimmerman, Brandi's partner, standing beside him. "Oh, hey, Al. I did not see you there." "No." "Something else caught your attention." Al gave a knowing grin and jerked his head in Brandi's direction. "Do not worry about her. She has got more guts than half the enforcers I know." Reno grunted in acknowledgement. "Besides, I am there to watch her back." The tall, thin werewolf cracked his knuckles, and Reno laughed knowing the man was a lot tougher than he looked. Al was as easy to get along with as Brandi was difficult. "Then go do your job, and I'll do mine." Reno nodded towards the Alpha House, where Brandi could be seen knocking on the door. "Sure. I'll see you tonight at the first stop." Al loped across the parking lot to catch up with his partner, and Reno climbed into the bus to confer with the driver. It would be a 3-day trip back to the Lycan Link compound. While flying was faster, coordinating a large group through all the security checks on such short notice was too complicated. Keeping a low profile was more important than speed. He would accompany the bus for the first leg of the journey until they were well out of Brant's territory, and after that a lower-ranking enforcer would take his place. Once free of this duty, he would return to headquarters to ensure everything was in place for when the group finally arrived, and then he would begin the paperwork that such a rescue mission always involved. He hated paperwork, but knew it had to be done. At least there was less than there had been a few years back, when the purists' movement had first re-emerged. Maybe he could try and pawn it off on Damien. Nah, the kid hated paperwork as much as he did. And if it was not done properly and on time, the captain would be breathing down his neck. After talking to the driver, Reno eased himself into a seat and leaned his head back while he waited for the halves to arrive. Maybe he could catch some shut-eye before they boarded the bus. He yawned and scratched his chest, then closed his eyes only to have images of Brandi Johansson pop into his head. Damn, that woman was annoying. Every time he tried to be friendly, she got pissed off about something. The only time they really got along was when they were having sex. Mind you, it was great sex, but he knew there was more to life than getting off. Not for the first time, he tried to analyze where they kept going wrong. The day after their first time together, they would met for coffee. He recalled waiting for her at a small cafe, watching the sky darken with the promise of rain and wondering why he would given her his number. It had been a bad idea, he should not have encouraged her, and yet a small bubble of hope had been growing inside him. The previous night at the bar, she had not turned away in shock when he said he had rogue potential, and apparently she had not been with him just for the thrill either, or she would not have called him and agreed to meet again. He would had that happen before. Thrill seekers, danger junkies, females who flocked around enforcers just because of the edge of risk involved. Some even tried to provoke him, wanting to see what he would do. However, once the roll in the hay was over, they could not even give him the time of day. He would learned early on not to expect too much. A round or two of sex, and then it was time to move on. Brandi had seemed different though, and so he would allowed himself to hope. When she would walked into the coffee shop, the day that had been turning gray suddenly seemed to brighten. He would thought about how she would put a pretty spin on being an enforcer and how responsive she would been in bed. The way she would danced with sensual abandon, how her body had felt against his. His wolf had wanted to mark her the previous night. In fact, it had been a very close call. Why the creature would want to blood bond with a werewolf he would just met had been beyond him. Perhaps the beast had experienced the glimmer of hope as well. Or maybe it had been the beer he would been drinking, or the fact that he would been up late the night before reading cadet files, looking for potential enforcer candidates. Whatever the case, it had happened, and he would had a long talk with the beast on the way home to ensure the situation did not arise again. He smiled thinking of how Brandi had greeted him that day, so excited to share her news with him. It had come as a bit of a shock to learn she would be working at Lycan Link. He would been happy for her, even pleased they might see each other in the future, but it worried him as well. She might think they could have a real relationship, and that would never do. Despite his hopes, in his heart he knew it would not work. Enforcers did not take on mates. Well, he had not had to worry for too long. She would announced she was going to be a DC officer, and he would opened his mouth and then, well, things had gone to hell in a handbasket. Maybe he could have been a bit more tactful, but in his experience, damage control was a pain in the rear. Always complaining he was not careful enough, going out of their way to work with the perps, and he would said as much. Their date had ended in a shouting match. His own disappointment in how things were going had made him especially crude, and in a way he would have been surprised she had not slapped him. He would stood there watching her leave, inordinately angry with both himself for messing things up and with her for storming off. The bud of hope inside him had been as fake as snake oil, and he would have been a sucker for having entertained thoughts to the contrary. Throwing some bills down on the table, he would head it into the woods to take a long run, trying to erase her from his memory. That had set the precedent for most of their encounters over the past 3 years. Brandi was self-righteous and snipped at him every chance she got, while he gave as good as he received. They were like oil and water, yet something kept drawing him back to her. Reno rubbed his face. The answer to the puzzle that was their relationship was no clearer now than it had been before his trip down memory lane. Best to put it out of his mind again and try to get some much-needed sleep. He had guard duty tonight and needed to be alert in case Brant decided to have them followed. It had not happened yet, but he would learn to put nothing past a purist alpha. Damned bastards. Chapter 10. Inside the meeting house, Brandi gritted her teeth and maintained a pleasant smile as she sat listening to Joseph Brant talk to his pack about the injustice they would experience at the hands of Lycan Link's enforcers. It was all propaganda. Well, most of it was. Brant had a certain ruffled look about him that seemed to follow most of the alphas who Reno dealt with. She did not doubt Reno had exerted a certain degree of pressure on the man to make him sign the relocation papers for the halves. If she had her way, Reno could have broken both the man's arms, however that was not her call. Expressing her true feelings was not part of the job description. Soothing alphas, calming down situations, helping packs blend into the background so the human population overlooked them, that was her assignment. The faintest of sighs threatened to escape her lips, and she bit it back, unwilling to start bemoaning her fate. This was her chosen career, and she was damned good at it. She could analyze situations and find minor points that might tip off the humans. She could create scenarios to explain away almost any occurrence, and she had a friendly, persuasive way about her that convinced even the most ornery of Lycans to go along with her plans. Those were her God-given talents, and for the past 3 years she would use them well. If sometimes it irked her to be oh so politically correct, well, that was just part of the territory. Over the years, she would become an expert at controlling her thoughts and expressions, and could hold her tongue no matter what the provocation. Today was no different than any other. "I saw you talking to Reno in the parking lot," Al whispered to her. She shot him a look out of the corner of her eye. So he seemed concerned about you heading in here by yourself." Brandi shrugged and whispered back. "Reno's too full of himself. I can handle these situations without his manly help. Besides, you are here." She gave Al's knee a friendly pat. The poor man had his long legs curled up as best as possible, but his rangy form would never fit comfortably in a small chair. I know that. He does too, but he still worries about you." She held back a snort. "He's not worried. He's looking for an opportunity to find fault. Maybe. Maybe not. Look, Al. Lay off. You know how Reno and I are. We're like oil and water. Whenever he's around, I am cranky and on edge. Smith brings out the equivalent of PMS in me. He's never forgotten that report I made on the Langstaff case. The man goes out of his way to make my job harder. Langstaff is old news, and Reno does not carry a grudge. Maybe at the time he did, but once the emotional turmoil settled down, he recognized that you were just doing your job." "My job?" She gave her head a barely perceptible shake. "That is the problem. He hates DC officers. Now hate's a strong word, Brandi. Enforcers and DCs naturally clash, but we're all working towards the same goal. If you want to know what I think, you and Reno, having had enough of Al and his theories in the past to know what was coming, she cut him off. SHH. I am trying to listen to Alpha Bront, now be quiet. Al settled back in his chair with a knowing smirk. Brandi pursed her lips and exhaled slowly. When Al got an idea in his head, he would not let it be, and for some reason he felt she and Reno belonged together. The man was an idiot. Shifting in her chair, she tried to push Al's words from her mind and instead thought about how warm the blazer was making her and how constricting it felt. The pins that kept her long hair under control dug into her scalp painfully, rivaled only by the way her shoes pinched her toes. She hated being dressed up and much preferred yoga pants, a tank top and bare feet. However, the job called for professionalism, so here she was. Digging her fingernails into her palm, she waited for her turn to speak. When she would first become interested in being a DC officer, she would envisioned working with Lycans who had accidentally slipped up, shifting forms not knowing humans were about, unthinkingly growling in public. It had seemed a useful way to put her overactive imagination to work. And the fact that she was pulling one over on the human population seemed like harmless fun. However, the deeper she delved into the job, the more the seriousness of the position became evident, as did the fact that her clients were not always the nicest of Lycans. She held back another sigh. It was a dirty. Al poked her, and she realized the alpha was introducing her. Picking up her notes, she moved to take the podium. A well-practiced spiel was already on her lips. How many times had she done this? Too many, as far as she was concerned. Each time she swore it would be the last, but another situation would arise and she would be called in to help. Sometimes being good at your job was a curse. Hello, fellow Lycans. Thank you for allowing me to speak with you about the recent events that occurred within your pack. I know many of you are shocked, angry, perhaps even saddened. Brandi gave her speech, fielded questions, and outlined the story to be used should any human question the sudden disappearance of a dozen people. Her research on the pack, its history and idiosyncrasies, paid off, and she knew exactly what approach to take with them. By the time she was done, the Bront pack was calmer. Most were viewing her as a helpful friend, and even the few that still harbored ill will could at least see the logic behind her proposals. After ensuring they all knew how to contact her should they have further questions or difficulties, she turned the meeting back to the alpha, and then she and Al slipped out of the meeting hall. A tired sigh escaped her as they walked to the car, and she began to pull the pins from her hair. Leaning a hip against the fender, she took off her high heels and wiggled her thankful toes, then rolled her shoulders to ease the tension that had been slowly building there over the past few days. Ever since she would seen this case on her roster, the butterflies had started to move about in her stomach. Dealing with normal DC cases was tiring, and when purist alphas came into the mix, the job became both physically and mentally draining. She had to be polite and professional, keeping firm control on her real feelings lest they be detected and deter the offending pack from falling in with her plan, while still being on the alert for any deceptions they might be trying to slip by her. Basically, it came down to the fact that she had to exude enough charismatic leadership, that the pack was swayed to her way of thinking despite the purest indoctrination they would been subjected to. It was exhausting work, rather like putting on an extended one-man theater production, and she always needed to psych herself up for the task days ahead of time. Knowing she would be dealing with Reno one-on-one just added to the burden, and the closer the actual encounter came, the more flip-flops her stomach did. The butterflies turned into small sparrows, and then grew to the size of crows before mutating into turkey vultures. She would barely been able to eat for the past 2 days, and her sleep had been punctuated by vividly erotic dreams, which melted into nasty verbal clashes. At least her mental defenses were well and truly in place. The wall between her thoughts and Reno's seldom breached anymore. Her thoughts and her dreams were her own. Of course, the energy it took to maintain such control left her short in other areas. Heaven forbid she ever had to shift forms quickly. Someone could mistake her for one of the halves if they watched her pathetic attempts as of late. God, she was a mess, and as usual it was all Reno's fault. But did he care? Of course not. He flexed his muscles and used that drawl of his to set her off balance, and then smirked when she got flustered. The man was probably laughing right now, hoping she would screw up. Well, she had not. Over the years, she would learned more than a few tricks for dealing with his effect on her. Damn, you are smooth, Al complimented her. She shrugged and massaged her throbbing temples. It's what I am paid to do. Yeah, but the way you schmooze with those guys makes a listener think you are in cahoots with them. You do your part. I just do the background work. You are the one they listen to. All part of the show, Al. You know that. If I were belligerent and demanding, they would not agree to the planned cover story. I'd end up spending several weeks in the area trying to act as if I actually like them. This way, I go in, do my thing, and in a few days it's all over and done with. Then I can go back to headquarters and try to forget that packs like Bronx exist. Brandi wiggled her jaw back and forth, trying to loosen the tight muscles. The sympathetic smile she would kept pasted on her lips for the past few hours had made her face ache. Until the next time. Al added, there will not be a next time. I told you, I am moving to another division. That is what you keep saying, yet every time there is an opening you seem to find a reason not to go. I have bought more farewell gifts for you than I have for all my girlfriends combined. Brandi rolled her eyes at his comment, but continued to try to explain her position. I do not find reasons. They find me. There is always another last-minute case and administration, says I am the only one who can effectively handle the situation. By time the situation is under control, the new position I wanted is filled. That is your story, but if you really wanted to go, Brandi stood up straight and took off her jacket and tossed it in the back seat. Al, get in the car before I leave you here in this godforsaken place. It's not godforsaken. Kind of pretty, actually. Al looked around, and Brandi had to admit that the sun filtering through the Spanish moss, and then reflecting on the water, was picturesque. True. But there are also mosquitoes, and I do not want to be on the dinner menu. She swatted at one of the annoying insects that was buzzing about her head. Now get in the car. Al complied and promptly settled back in his seat to nap. Brandi knew he was not about to drop the subject of herself and Reno, but at least she would have an hour or two reprieve before he started in on her again. The man had it in his mind that she purposely found reasons not to leave. It was all based on a drunken confession after a particularly stressful case. He knew she had a history, however brief, with Reno, and seemed to believe that is what kept her from leaving. Well, it was not true, as he would soon find out. She was leaving this time for good. This job was getting too stressful, and she wanted into the less intense casual incidents crew. The situations were less critical, and the clients were simply Lycans who had made a mistake. A few months there, and she would be up for her own territory. Rumor had it that 2 senior DC officers were planning on retiring soon. With her own territory, she would be working out of a satellite office away from Lycan Link and away from Reno Smith. This is not a good idea, her wolf murmured. We need to stay near him. He is ours. He does not know that, she countered. And there is my career to think about. Besides, Reno's annoying. Strong. And pig-headed, he would be a good provider. And a rule breaker, he haunts our dreams. We can sense him. The connection has been started, if you would just know. Brandi, what are you muttering about under your breath? Al poked her in the side with his elbow. Brandi glanced sideways and saw him frowning at her. Darn, she would thought the man was asleep. Just arguing with my wolf. It wants to go for a run tonight. The lie slipped easily from her lips, and she grimaced. Professional hazard. In that case, I agree with you. Going for a night run is not a good idea in the bayou. I was listening to some of the locals talk, and they have snakes and gators this big. He stretched his arms out to show her, and Brandi swatted at him. Get your arm down. You are blocking my view of the road. Sorry. He rummaged around in a tote at his feet and pulled out a bag of licorice. Want some? No. God, how can you eat so much junk and still stay so slim? Good genetics. He grinned around the licorice whip he had partially shoved in his mouth. If your wolf insists on running tonight, make sure you take someone with you. I am sure Reno would go along if you asked. As if it'd ever ask a favor of him. Who knows? I think he's interested. Maybe he's just waiting for you to sweeten up a bit. I have already been sweet to Reno. Twice. It did not work out. Al chewed on his licorice, and Brandi knew he was just gathering his thoughts for his next you and Reno belong together lecture. Her fingers tightened on the steering wheel. It was going to be a long drive. Surprisingly, Al did not rag on her about Reno, and they made it to the first stop still on speaking terms. The refugee bus was pulled off to the side of the motel, one owned by a Lycan couple, and the halves were safely ensconced in the rooms she would pre-booked. "I'll go register us," she told Al. "You check if anyone needs anything." Al nodded and strolled off to carry out his job. Brandi stood beside her car, stretching and watching her partner. He really was a nice guy. Friendly, eager to assist, always ready to listen and supportive of her ideas. She sighed, wishing she could find a spark of interest between the two of them, but there was nothing. It was a shame, too, since Al was good-looking. Sandy blonde hair, soft brown eyes, and an easy, friendly smile ensured he got a second glance. All the females at Lycan Link felt he was quite a catch, and she agreed with them wholeheartedly. He just was not the catch she wanted. Shrugging, she turned away and headed to the front office to collect the room keys. Farida and Badru, the couple that owned the motel, had helped her out several times before with various cases, and she knew they would have made sure the rooms contained some extras for the now homeless halves. After working with the likes of Brant, it was a pleasant change to deal with nice ordinary Lycans. Sometimes, Brandi feared that her job left her with a skewed view of her people. Always seeing the bad could make her forget that most Lycans were exemplary citizens, with a high degree of concern for their packmates and the world around them. Most just wanted to live normal lives and blend in with the human population. See, she told herself as she pulled open the door to the office, yet another reason to leave critical incidents. She was getting way too cynical constantly, dealing with the scum of the earth. Brandi. Farida slipped around the check-in counter and enveloped her in a welcoming hug. So good to see you. And Al. Is he here too? The dark-skinned woman peered towards the door looking for her partner. Farida had it in her head that Brandi and Al would make a perfect couple and did not miss an opportunity to point out the fact despite both of their protests. He's checking on the others. Brandi barely stifled a yawn and then smiled apologetically. Sorry, long day. Then I will not keep you. We can talk in the morning. I have convinced Badru to make a large buffet for everyone tomorrow. You do not need to do that, Brandi protested. It's our wish. A celebration for the Lycans who are starting a journey to freedom. Besides, it's good for him to keep in practice. One day, he wants to build a large restaurant on the other side of the parking lot. Badru was a trained chef, though for the time being he was confined to making small meals for travelers staying at the motel. Brandi glanced through the window to the piece of land Farida was speaking of. Presently it served as a small playground with several trees, a swing set, sandbox, and teeter-totters. Well moved the playground equipment over there, Brandi did not hear the rest of what Farida was saying. It was almost dusk, yet in the fading light her attention was caught by the sight of Reno playing with the refugee children. He was giving a little girl gentle pushes on the swing while talking earnestly to a young boy who had a suspiciously new-looking bucket and shovel in his hand. That is strange, she mused. Sand buckets were not on the list of supplies she would authorize, nor were the bubble wands, toy trucks, and skipping ropes she saw being used a few feet away. She had a sneaking suspicion where they would come from and wondered how Reno would justify them on his expense account. After a few minutes, he lifted the girl from the swing and balanced her on one hip, allowing the young boy to lead him by the hand to the sandpit. Once there, he proceeded to help the child build a mighty sandcastle. A soft chuckle escaped her at the incongruous picture it made. The tough enforcer that made unlawful Lycans quake in their boots was hunkered down digging in the dirt with a purple plastic shovel. Soon 2 other youngsters came to join them, and somehow a wrestling match evolved. Reno was chasing the children, and they were screaming with delight when he caught them and swung them about. A wistful smile played at the edge of her lips as she envisioned him playing with his own pups, her pups. He would be indulgent yet firm, and she would Brandi. Brandi, did you hear a word I said? Farida waved a hand in front of her face, and Brandi gave a start. Sorry, I did not mean to ignore you. I was just watching the children playing. The children or the man with them? Farida slid a sideways look her way. He's a fine-looking Lycan. Well-built, with an air of command about him. Very polite when he arrived, and good with pups. Farida, if you're thinking of matchmaking, I am not. She held up her hands in mock surrender. I was just pointing out what I have observed. And since you requested separate rooms for yourself and Al yet again, I figured perhaps your interest lies in a different direction. Well, it does not lie with Al, that is for cert. The man is more like a brother than a potential lover. Brandi conceded. And as for Reno, she sighed. We do not get along very well. Sometimes that is how the best relationships start. Farida nodded wisely. A spark that seems to be animosity is really just two individuals fighting against fate rather than each other. That is how it was for Badru and me. Did you know his name means born at full moon? I'd tease him and say the full moon made him crazy like one of those fake Hollywood werewolves, and Brandi shook her head. That is not the case between us. Besides, he's an enforcer through and through, and we all know what they are like. She hardened her heart and spoke the words, even though her wolf protested the injustice. A rogue by any other name is still a rogue. For some, the woman conceded. But not all. Sometimes I think the whole rogue mystique is just propaganda put out there to make the enforcers seem more fierce and formidable. I mean, just look at him with the children. A true rogue would not be bothered. And you should have seen how concerned he was for the parents. That is not typical behavior either. I know from experience how a rogue can be. They have stayed here before, and you can see it in their eyes. She nodded towards Reno. That one is not unsalvageable, not if the right woman was willing to undertake the project. Brandi gave a small smile and turned away. Listening to people point out Reno's good qualities did nothing to help the turmoil inside her. Part of her wanted to be the she-wolf who tamed him. However, the other part of her was too nervous, too afraid of how he would react and of the possible consequences. Besides, her career was important to her. Settling down was not at the top of her list. She forced another yawn and extended her hand. Farida, can I have those keys? I really am tired, and I need to get some sleep. Hiding does not change facts, the woman pointed out as she dropped the keys into Brandi's hand. If you are interested in the man, and I can tell you are, then you need to go for it. Staring at the man from a distance will only give you eye strain. Brandi did not answer her, merely murmuring a good night. With one last wistful look in Reno's direction, she headed for her room. Chapter 11, a week after the Bront case, Reno sat in his office glumly dealing with the piles of paperwork that had mysteriously appeared on his desk during his absence. The pile had not been that big when he would left on Friday, he was sure of it. Maybe Damien had somehow snuck in and shifted some of the work over. Nah, the kid would not do that to him, would he? He narrowed his eyes and stared across the room at the clear surface of Damien's desk. How had his partner managed to deal with all the work and still have time to head out for a long weekend? A low growl sounded in his chest. The kid must have bamboozled him. Reno decided to have a long talk with the boy when he got back, which, he glanced at the clock, should have been 2 hours ago, as it was almost 11 now. He rubbed his chin and frowned. Captain Fielding would be pissed off if he found out. The old man was a stickler when it came to rules. Well, if Damien got caught, it would serve him right for leaving all the paperwork to his partner. Reno shook his head and returned to his own work, grabbing the top file from the pile. He scanned the heading budgets and rolled his eyes. Turning on his computer, he brought up the appropriate form and settled down to work. A reluctant smile played about the corners of his mouth as he glanced one last time at his partner's empty desk. He could never stay angry at him for too long. Damien's stunt was one he would have pulled himself when he was younger. And damned if Damien did not have more luck than any Lycan deserved. The kid would probably manage to slip in late, and Fielding would be none the wiser. The door to the office swung open, and a blonde bundle of energy known as Jenny Norfolk breezed into the office and dropped a thick file in front of him. "Here you go, Reno. Hot off the press and ready for you to read." He glanced up from his computer screen and grunted his thanks while pushing the file to the side, and returned his attention to the budget. Travel expenses. How the hell was he supposed to remember all his travel expenses? Groaning, he thought of all the crumpled pieces of paper on his dresser at home. Damn it, he would have to go through them all and see which ones were from this case. Some of them were personal, others were bills for meals and gasoline, and then there was the shirt he would ruined climbing over the Reno. With a start, he realized Jenny was still standing by his desk. He quirked an eyebrow at her. Was there something else? Well, she paused and took a deep breath. He could see her fingers tighten on the files she was still holding, and then she began to speak in a rush. "A bunch of us are getting together at Clancy's after work, and I mean we were hoping you would be able to come." Reno groaned inwardly, but gave a politically correct answer. "Thanks. If I get my reports done in time, I'll try to make it." "Great. I'll see you there." A wide grin spread over Jenny's face, causing Reno to cringe as he watched her bounce out of the room. He sighed as he thought of how the evening would go if he dared set foot in Clancy's. Jenny would stick to him like a burr on his butt. Sure, the girl was as cute as a bug's ear, he just was not interested, and she was not getting the message. And now, it seemed, she would misinterpreted his tentative agreement and was expecting to see him tonight. Hell, why did they always have to flock around him? Years ago, he would reveled in the attention until he realized it was the danger he represented, rather than himself, that drew them. And now, Damien said it continued, because they thought he was brooding and saw cheering him up as a challenge. Brooding? Huh? He was not brooding, he was just cynical and had a lot of responsibilities. Besides, enforcers did not run around grinning like idiots. Well, Damien did, but that was not really a grin. It was more of a smirk, while he tried to decide who to pull one over on next, or which female to go after. Sometimes he wondered if Damien did not send some of the local ladies his way, just to annoy him. The kid had a twisted sense of humor. But why would he have picked Jenny? There was nothing wrong with the girl, but Damien should know he was not interested in the cute, perky blonde type. He rubbed his chin and made a face. Come to think of it, he was not interested in any type lately, unless they had long red hair. He scowled when he realized his thoughts had brought him back to Brandi Johansson. Even when she was not around, the woman would not leave him alone. The door opened. Jenny had returned, and he resisted the urge to bark at her to leave him alone. "Sorry, Reno. I forgot to give you this letter. See you tonight." She set the envelope on his desk, waggled her fingers at him, and left. Reno eyed the letter, a muscle working in his jaw. All thoughts of Jenny and her silly finger waggling faded as he contemplated the plain white envelope. He reached over and pressed save on the computer. Gingerly, he picked the letter up by the edges and sniffed it to see if the scents on it held any clues. No, there were too many, and they were too intermingled to be of any use. He turned the envelope over in his hands, studying the label. The stamp, there was nothing remarkable about it. Damn. He knew what it was. It was the 4th he would received in as many weeks, and of course, there would not be any fingerprints beyond those belonging to Lycan Link staff. With a sigh, he opened it and scanned the contents. Just as he suspected, it was more threatening mail from the purists. Well, technically it did not say it was from the purists, but there was little doubt. It contained the same vitriol as the last 3 unsigned letters. Lycan Link was misguided and corrupt, and by association, so was he. They were violating the book of the law by taking halves from the packs that owned them. The downfall of Lycan society was imminent if they did not cease their actions and return to the true way of the werewolf. Should he and his team persist, necessary measures would be taken to stop them. Reno set the letter down and rubbed his neck in frustration. Despite his best efforts and that of Lycan Link to promote tolerance and acceptance, the purist movement continued to exist. It was on the fringes, yet still had enough momentum to be a continuous source of trouble, especially with the smaller packs in more remote areas. God, he was so sick and tired of the purists' narrow-minded views. 8 years as an enforcer, 4 of which he would spent working the ACS, and he still could not believe the injustices he encountered. Reno pushed off from his desk, his chair scraping across the floor, and strode over to the window. He was one of the lucky ones with an above-ground office and an actual view, such as it was. His office looked out onto the inner compound, which was basically several acres of grass and small pathways with a screen of trees and a high fence blocking most of the view of the outside world. Several small to medium-sized buildings dotted the area, some hiding the entrances to the larger underground complex that actually made up Lycan Link. Pulling the blind aside, he stared down to where last week's group of refugees stood huddled around several picnic tables. The youngsters would recuperate the fastest. Already some were playing a game of tag. It was the adults, who had been victimized by their neighbors, who would take much longer to feel safe enough to trust another pack. Finding them a new home would take time and considerable effort. Screening possible packs, matching temperaments, researching employment opportunities and available housing were but a few of the steps that needed to be taken before permanent relocation would occur. And even after that, support, both mental and financial, would be offered through Lycan Link service groups. In some of the worst cases, the victims never did completely recover. A heavy weight settled in Reno's chest as he contemplated the fact that, for all his efforts, he could never completely undo the damage the mixed families and halves had endured. It usually started simply enough. A Lycan made it a human, which, while not exactly encouraged, was allowed. They started a family, and all was well until the purists moved in, taking over the territory and turning the pack against them with tales of pure-blood supremacy. Eventually, they ended up as little more than slaves with no rights or freedoms, sometimes underfed and often mistreated. Once the purists were in charge of a pack, the only hope half-breeds had was to try and escape or smuggle a message out to Lycan Link. When a case was discovered, his unit was quick to react, but how many undiscovered cases still existed? Reno shook his head in disgust. What did it matter if a Lycan was pure-blooded or half? Sure, some limitations afflicted halves. Their control when shifting often meant they could not maintain clothing during a transformation, but it was more an inconvenience than anything else. The quarter-wars that existed might even need assistance to shift at all, yet in these modern times, it was not that important. Shifting was more for enjoyment, not a life-and-death situation. He let the blind fall back into place. This last mission had taken its toll on him. A month of diplomacy was not his thing, and yet he would found himself biting his tongue and trying to be polite to an ass of an alpha in order to secure the release of this last batch of mixed families and halves. Going in with a squad of enforcers and whipping the purists' butts until they begged for mercy was more his style, but Lycan Link insisted that diplomacy be tried first. As much as he hated to admit it, the talks had gone well this time, though whether it was because his negotiating skills were improving or the alpha had been weaker than most, he was not sure. The halves and their families were now free, but whether or not the remaining pack members would change their ways was yet to be seen. It was almost noon, so he decided to share the letter with the captain after lunch. There was no point in giving himself indigestion sooner than he had to. Maybe Damien would be back by then, and they could bounce some ideas off each other as to who might be responsible. The leadership of the purists was still a mystery, and in between half-breed cases, his team worked on determining who the individuals might be. Reno rubbed his chin and wondered what might be holding Damien up. While the kid liked to push the rules, he took his job seriously. Hopefully, nothing had happened to him. If there was a problem, Damien would call him. The two of them had forged a strong bond over the years, closer than most enforcers ever got to their partners. They knew they could count on each other, no matter what. After 3 years, Reno felt he knew Damien Masterson inside and out. Fresh out of the academy, Damien had been cocky and unruly, ready to break any and every rule just for the hell of it. Reno had taken to the kid on sight, not that he let Damien know it. For the first few months, he would slapped him down so often, it was surprising the new recruit had not quit. Damien had taken it all on the chin, though, and had kept coming back for more. In the end, the kid had learned to control his attitude and turned his sharp mind to working within the rules, usually, rather than constantly trying to break them. Now they made up one of the best teams Lycan Link had ever produced. Speak of the devil, the door swung open, and Damien walked in looking more disheveled than he should after a supposedly restful long weekend. "Hey, Reno." He flopped down in a chair and leaned his head back. "God, I am tired." "Had a good time, I see." Reno sat on the edge of his desk and observed his partner. His black hair hung messily over his forehead, stubble graced his chin, and dark circles were evident under his eyes. Yep, he looked like shit. "I met a girl." "Bait." Damien responded without opening his eyes, but a smile played over his lips. "So what is new?" "She is really something. She must be if spending 3 days with her makes you look like this." Damien opened one eye briefly. "She is very unique." "Say no more." "I do not need to hear the sordid details of your love life." Reno held up his hands to stop the flow of words. "Just tell me that you were discreet, and I do not need to contact the DC office." "It was not like that. We spent most of the weekend talking, and a few other things." He laced his fingers behind his head, looking smug. "Good. We do not need any more complications than we have right now." "Complications?" Damien opened one eye again. "We got another letter this morning." "Shit." Shaking off the groggy look he had been wearing, Damien sat up straight and extended his hand. "Can I see it?" After scanning the contents, he tossed it onto the desk. Nothing new there, just the same old ranting. "Have you shown the captain yet?" "Nope. Thought it'd wait until after lunch." "Good idea." "God, I could use a cup of coffee." Damien rubbed his eyes with the heels of his hands, then followed Reno to the cafeteria. Chapter 12. Brandi looked around her office one last time to make sure she had not forgotten anything. She would spent 3 years working out of this room, and it was surprising how much she would accumulated. This last week, she would divided her time between finishing up loose ends, apprising coworkers of ongoing cases, and purging her desk and files of unnecessary items. When she started her new job, she did not want to arrive with a lot of clutter. "I cannot believe you are really leaving us." Al Zimmerman stood in the doorway, his arms folded across his chest. "You are making me a very unhappy man." "Al, we have been through this before. You will get along fine with a new partner and will still see each other. I am just 3 floors down, not halfway across the continent. And it will be at least a few months before I am assigned my own territory and leave completely. That is not why I am unhappy. I lost a bet because of you." "What bet?" Brandi frowned at her soon-to-be former partner. "The one about whether you would really leave or not. You have always changed your mind at the last minute. I said you would do it again this time, too." "Sorry." "How much are you out?" $50. "Ouch." She winced, then playfully stuck her tongue out at him. "Next time, do not bet against me. I told you I was done, that I was tired of dealing with the crazies. I want a nice quiet job for a change. One that will give me a chance at leading a normal life. What is so great about a normal life? It's way overrated." She began to check the desk drawers to ensure they were empty. "Well, I want to find that out for myself. With any luck, I'll be assigned to a small territory with half a dozen nice, normal packs. I'll spend my time helping cover up simple wolf sightings on the edge of town, perpetrated by high-spirited pups. I might even get to be part of a real pack again." Al was quiet for a minute, and when he spoke again, it was in an uncharacteristically serious voice. "You miss that, do not you? Being part of a real pack." Brandi closed the final drawer and straightened. "Yeah. A few years ago, I could not wait to escape pack life, but now," she shrugged, idly twisting a paperclip she would found. "Do not get me wrong, the pseudo-pack that we form within our unit is wonderful. Everyone is supportive and caring, but it's not the same. I will not find a mate here, and I cannot raise pups when I am traipsing all over the continent, gone for weeks at a time. I love my job, but I want a real relationship too. She looked up at Al and gave him a sad smile. You understand, do not you? A part of her felt guilty about deceiving Al with her story of wanting to find a mate. However, a simple lie was easier than explaining the real reason she needed to leave. That was too personal to share, even with a good friend like Al. Besides, it was not just her story to tell. It was Reno's too, even if the man did not know it. Yeah, I understand. He stepped closer and gave her a one-armed hug. But you know, if you just hang in there, you and Reno could, she cut him off. Al, enough is enough. I have tried having a relationship with the man, and both times he's turned on me simply because of my job. Maybe he's just not tactful. Being an enforcer, you have to be pretty blunt. Brandi sighed. Al, what is it with you? Why do you keep trying to play matchmaker? Al shifted his feet and shrugged. I am a romantic at heart. You had a thing for him once. And you are both the best at your jobs. It just seems right that you should be together. It's not going to happen, so give it a rest, okay? She shook her head, thinking how much she was going to enjoy not hearing Al harp at her about Reno. The way he was fixated on the two of them being together was just weird. If you guys hook up, you will stay, and I will not have to break in a new partner. Who knows? She might be a hard taskmaster. Al gave her a pleading look and she laughed. The puppy dog eyes will not work on me, Zimmerman. And now I know your real motive. You do not want a new partner because she might actually make you do some real work. I work. He looked around and grabbed a stack of boxes. See, I am carrying boxes for you. She folded her arms. Those are empty. Oh. He set them down and grabbed another set, faking grunting and straining under their weight. You do not have to help. I can carry them. I would not want you to strain anything. No ill help. Otherwise, you will be late for your farewell party at Clancy's. A farewell party. Al, I am only going on a week's vacation and then switching offices. That hardly constitutes the need for a party. We know, but it's a chance to cut loose. Besides, Clancy gives out free finger food if it's a special occasion. Al waggled his eyebrows and laughed. Brandi rolled her eyes and watched Al grab another box and tuck it under his arm before heading towards the elevator. She would really miss the goofball, but it was time to move on. 3 years of living in her own personal purgatory was enough. She could only hope that the old adage was wrong, and distance did not make the heart grow fonder, but would, in fact, dull the ache inside her. With any luck, she would find a pack that was to her liking, make friends, and start a new and fulfilling life. As for a mate and pups, well, she rubbed her tongue against her teeth and sighed. That part was doubtful given her one-sided bond. However, maybe without constant reminders and sufficient time picking up a box, she followed Al down the hall. So, where are you going on vacation? Al pushed the elevator button with his elbow. Some place exotic. No. I think I'll head back home to my birth pack. I have not been there since I left for the academy, except for a quick trip when my mother died. You are going home. Al gave her a funny look. What? Is that so unusual? No. It's just that I thought you would cut all ties with them. You said you did not want to be associated with a 2-bit mining town hidden away in the mountains. And I do not exactly. She furrowed her brow and tried to explain. It's like I have always said, growing up in Kolding's Pass was akin to being a hillbilly. Minimal contact with the outside world, stuck in the mountains. People work hard, under hard conditions, and die young. The coal mine was almost played out about the time I was born, and so why go back? Your family is gone. Do something fun. Go to a resort. Do not let yourself get dragged back into that depressing scenario again. They might ask you to stay, and you are too good a DC officer for that. Do not worry, Al. I will not. A quick visit for a few days to see my aunt and cousins. That is all I am planning on. It would better be. If you're not back in a week, I'll come looking for you. And here I thought you did not care." She made a face at him as the elevator doors slid open and they both stepped inside. Reno had a dull, throbbing headache. All day he had been dealing with paperwork, attending briefings on proposed amendments to the interpretation of the Book of the Law, and now he was stuck in yet another discussion about the anonymous threatening letters his unit had been receiving and their possible ties to the purist leadership. The conversation was going around and around, with no real solutions being reached. The leader of the purists kept himself carefully out of the limelight. No one knew who he was or where he could be found. His lieutenants were also hard to track down, and even when they were, they always claimed not to know his real identity. "Someone has to know something," Captain Fielding grumbled as he flipped through the thick file they would accumulated on the group. "If only they would do something outright illegal that we could pin on them," Damien complained. "They are not stupid. Stating their opinion about halves is not against our laws. It falls under freedom of speech," the captain explained. "But it's spreading intolerance," Damien countered. "According to the purists, that is open to interpretation. In their mind, the Book of the Law states words, and humans are not to associate. The bonding laws state it clearly, and it's implicit in the keeping. Interacting with humans endangers us all and should be punished. What is a half but the product of an association between the species?" Reno played devil's advocate. "Very well put. You sound like a card-carrying purist, Reno." The captain gave him a surprised look. Reno shrugged. "I pay attention at the meetings." "Glad someone does," Fielding grumbled under his breath. Damien gave a heavy sigh. "I know all that. I just get frustrated and wish Lycan Link would move faster with the changes it's trying to implement. If they move too fast, there is the danger of a backlash from the more traditional packs." The captain rocked back in his chair and steepled his fingers. "You are both too young to remember this, but the Revised Rights and Freedom Act caused quite an uproar when it came out. Change takes time, and we do not want to drive packs into the purist's arms." Reno nodded, understanding where their leaders were coming from even though it annoyed him. However, he would had enough for now and showed it by standing up. "We have talked this to death and not really made any progress. Let us call it a day." The captain sighed and sat up straight, his chair making a faint sound as the front legs came into contact with the floor. "I agree. Dismissed." "That was a fun way to spend my first day back after a long weekend," Damien quipped as they walked down the hall. "Glad you enjoyed it." Reno pressed the elevator button and leaned against the wall to wait for its arrival. "If you had been here on time this morning, instead of coming in 2 hours late, you could have had even more fun, like helping me complete all the paperwork that mysteriously appeared on my desk." "I do not think so." Damien grinned. "Morning sex is way better than doing paperwork." "Damn it, I knew all that paperwork was not mine." Reno growled and took a swipe at him. Damien chuckled and nimbly stepped out of arm's reach. "You snooze, you lose. If you had not left early on Friday, 5 minutes hardly counts as early." Reno pointed out. "Besides, is that any way to treat your partner? Dumping your work on my desk definitely calls for payback." "Such as?" "I'll let your imagination think of the thousands of ways I can get even." Then, one day when you least expect it, Reno smacked his hands together. In the past, a hint of worry might have marred Damien's brow. Now he just huffed a laugh and shook his head. Reno smiled, and they fell into a companionable silence. The elevator seemed exceptionally slow that day. Reno yawned loudly and rolled his shoulders. "I am beat. When I get home, I am going to crack open a beer and put my feet up. Quit acting like an old man. You are only a few years older than me." Damien jabbed at the elevator button again, despite the fact that it was still lit from the initial push. 5 years in age, but in experience it's a lot more. "This job ages you fast, kid." "Yeah, right. Hey, why do not you stop by my place? Well, order in pizza, and you can meet bait." Reno frowned. "Is that the girl you were with this weekend? God, and you say I do not listen." "Yeah, she is the one. She is amazing," but Damien frowned and Reno's senses went on alert. But what? Damien shifted his weight from side to side. Well, there are a few problems. She is an alpha's daughter. She hates your guts. She is already spoken for. Reno began listing off some of the situations that Damien had already encountered in his long and varied love life. Well, she is a half an eye. Before Damien could finish, Jenny stepped out of the elevator, her eyes lighting up when she saw who was standing there. Perfect timing. I was just coming to remind you not to forget to stop by Clancy's tonight. Reno grunted, having planned on conveniently forgetting about the gathering. To some extent, Damien was right. He was turning into an old man. Nights out held little appeal to him these past few years, and nights out avoiding intense females were especially low on his list. What is going on? Damien inquired. It's a party for Brandi, Jenny replied. What has she done now? The words were out before Reno could stop them. Jenny shook her head. Do not you listen to any of the gossip around headquarters. She is switching departments and moving to casual incidents. The news was like a physical blow, and he actually faltered for a moment. Oh. He honestly could not think of what else to say. Damien slapped him on the back. Well, be there, will not we, Reno? You cannot miss an opportunity like this. I'll go pick up bait and well meet you at Clancy's in an hour. Reno nodded, feeling numb and confused. While he did not get along with the woman, she was a constant in his life. A constant pain in the rear, to be sure, but the elevator doors slid open, and he realized he was in the parking garage without even recalling how he would arrived. I'll see you in town, Damien waved casually while heading to his car. Reno did not respond. Instead, he silently made his way to his vehicle and climbed in. Brandi was leaving. Well, not really leaving. Casual incidents was on lower level 3. However, the chance of running into her, let alone working with her, was greatly diminished. And after that, it was probably only a matter of time before she was put in charge of a field office. He started the car and joined the lineup to leave the underground parking facility, his fingers clenching the steering wheel tightly. Idly, he nodded at the other workers in their cars and let one group cut ahead of him in line. After a day of working underground, they were probably more anxious than he was to get outside and experience the sunshine. The fact that enforcers and critical incident workers were located above ground was not a matter of preferential treatment, but one of safety. If there ever was a security breach, they were right on hand to deal with it. However, the chances of that happening were almost non-existent. Lycan Link headquarters was located in the proverbial middle of nowhere, near the western U.S.-Canadian border. It consisted of a complex system of tunnels linking several key command centers, as well as living quarters for some of the employees, and lately for the refugees. On the surface, however, it gave no hint as to the large organization underneath. Officially, to the human population, the compound was known as the International Center for the Study of Cryptozoological Phenomena, and supposedly housed a number of researchers devoted to the science. They even had a small museum of sorts near the front gate, which showcased plaster casts of Yeti footprints and blurred images of Bigfoot. The entrance fee was exorbitant, yet they still had a few curious visitors each year. It suited their purpose, though, and gave them a legitimate but low-profile presence in the world. Thankfully, local residents of the area tended to keep to themselves, and few asked questions about what went on at the complex miles from town. Reno drove the distance to Clancy's on autopilot. It was a roadside bar often frequented by the staff, and served the basics of beer, burgers, and barbecued chicken wings. The parking lot was full, so he parked along the side of the road and then waited for Damien. He felt the need to go in with someone, and Damien was the perfect choice. The local lovelies would swarm the boy, and he could just stand quietly at his side, letting the conversation wash over him. Oh, wait. The kid was bringing his new girlfriend with him. Well, his plan would still work. Damien could introduce the girl to everyone while he just stood nearby and looked supportive. The plan did work well for the first half of the night. He took up a spot near his partner and allowed Damien and Bait to take center stage. Bait was shy and quiet, with soft dove-gray eyes and long brown hair pulled back from her face with a simple clip. Her clothing was not flashy or revealing, but it did suit her slight frame. Pretty in her own way, Reno decided, though not at all the sort of girl Damien usually went for. For one thing, there was an air of innocence about her, which was the antithesis of his partner. And when she spoke, her tones were soft and cultured without a hint of cussing or crudeness. Still, the kid seemed head over heels about the female and was eager to introduce her to everyone. Reno leaned against the bar, supposedly part of the happy group. People called out greetings, and he responded automatically, all the while watching a certain table near the dance floor. Brandi sat there, holding court as coworkers wished her well in her new position and gave her silly cards and gifts. Laughter drifted across the room as stories were told, and good-natured teasing abounded. Jenny had long since given up clinging to his side, though exactly when she would left he could not be sure. Apparently, at some point during the evening, she would become discouraged with his monosyllabic responses to her questions, and the fact that he would not leave Damien's side. Once, he noticed her dancing with Al and mentally wished the two of them luck, before returning his attention to Brandi. God, she was a sight for sore eyes. Her red hair rippled down her back in tantalizing curls. The green sweater dress she wore matched her eyes perfectly, while clinging seductively to her curves. Reno shifted uncomfortably, as the memory of how those curves felt caused his pants to seem tighter than they should. He went to take a swig of his beer, realized it was empty, and ordered another. "You okay, Reno?" Damien nudged him, and with reluctance, he wrenched his gaze away from Brandi and towards his partner. "Yeah. Why you asking?" Damien nodded towards the fresh beer in his hand. "You do not usually have more than a couple of drinks in a night." "So, I can handle it. The beer does not hit us as hard as it does a human. Our metabolism is too high." "You know that." "Well, the bartender does not. He's going to start wondering why you are still standing." "Oh." Reno blinked. He would actually forgotten to keep count. It was a stupid rookie mistake, which just went to prove how off-kilter he was about Brandi leaving. A platter with a large burger and a serving of fries was shoved into his hands. "Here, eat this so it looks like you are using the food to absorb some of the alcohol. I have to take Bait home, but I'll be back in a little while. Do not get into trouble while I am gone." "Bye, Reno. It was so nice to meet you." Bait gave him a shy smile, her voice barely audible over the din of the bar. She flicked a glance towards Brandi and then back at him. "Things always work out. Do not worry." Reno shook her proffered hand, noting how small and delicate it looked in his. What was she talking about? What things would work out? Surely in the space of a couple of hours, she had not realized that he was. Nah, of course not. He looked at Bait speculatively and saw she was studying him, a faint twinkle in her eye as if she found something humorous. "You and Damien are a lot alike, you know. Prickly and gruff on the outside, but inside you are just..." Damien interrupted her. He was glancing about as if wondering who might be listening in on the conversation, though given the general level of noise, it was highly unlikely anyone would hear the soft-spoken girl. "Ah, Bait. This might not be the best place to discuss your she laughed softly, then stood on tiptoe to brush her lips against Damien's cheek. "All right. I'll keep your little secret." Damien tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, a thoroughly love-struck look about him. Interlacing their fingers, he led her away. Reno took a moment to watch their progress to the door. Damien kept Bait tucked to his side, their heads closed together. She said something that made him laugh, and in response, he stroked her cheek before pulling her even closer. She was a tiny thing, barely up to his shoulder, and looked too young to have hooked up with someone as experienced as Damien. Reno wondered how long their relationship would last. Damien and Fidelity were not exactly best friends, then decided it was none of his business. Someone jostled him, and he realized he still had the platter of food in his hand. Glancing about, he located an empty table and made his way there, making a show of being slightly tipsy. He would be damned if he messed up, and a DC officer had to explain away his drinking behavior at a bar. He would never live it down. Slouching in a dark corner, he began to eat. The food was like greasy sawdust in his mouth, and he sought to distract himself from the taste by watching the guest of honor, or at least that is what he told himself. Brandi was leaving. It was just a change in departments, but once a DC officer went to casual incidents, it was only a matter of time before they left for good. A twice-yearly visit to go over territorial reports would be the sum total of her contact with headquarters, and if he was on a case, he might not see her at all. His gut lurched at the idea, and he set the burger down, unable to eat anymore. This was ridiculous. There was no reason for the news to hit him this hard. He and Brandi did not get along. If anything, her leaving should be a relief, right? Reno forced himself to think of all of their conflicts, the arguments, the sniping at each other, the Langstaff case. Now there was a situation to put their relationship in perspective. Sure, she would have been sympathetic that first night, but afterwards her report had nearly ruined his career, had not it? Folding his arms, he leaned back in his chair and nodded. Yeah, the Langstaff hearing had been brutal, not only because he would condemned himself, but because of the betrayal he would felt on her part. For weeks afterwards, he would growled bitterly over her actions, until the captain had literally knocked some sense into him, showing him how Brandi had soft-soaped certain points in her report. Apparently, it could have been much more damaging. Reno rubbed his neck, having forgotten that point. Hi. Maybe Langstaff did not give him a reason to celebrate her leaving. The rift between them had seemed insurmountable since then, though. She glared at him whenever they met and griped about his minor infractions of the rules. It was as if she went out of her way to keep him angry and at a distance. He clamped his mouth shut. If she wanted to hold a grudge, it was her choice. Still, a muscle worked in his jaw as he drummed his fingers on the table. She was leaving, and he might never see her again. An overpowering urge was driving him to seek her out one last time. She was on the dance floor now. He narrowed his eyes and watched as she moved from partner to partner. His hands clenched tighter each time a new male held her, his wolf suddenly feeling territorial. He subdued the beast as best he could. Everyone is having a farewell dance with her. It means nothing, he reminded the creature. Then why not us, the wolf queried. Do not we deserve a turn? One last chance to talk, to try to make things right. Reno grimaced. He hated dancing, but the beast was right. This might be his last chance to talk to her. Maybe he would just mosey on over and join in. Before he could judge the wisdom of his actions, he was making his way through the crowds. Honky-tonk music blared over the speakers, and a large number of patrons were dancing between the tables as well as on the official dance floor. Excuse me. Pardon me. Reno kept his eyes fixed on his quarry. She seemed to be moving deeper into the crowd. He took a moment to determine her trajectory before skirting around the edge of the room until she was right in front of him. My turn. He tapped Bradley Owens from computer tech support on the shoulder. The man was still as much of a lech as ever, and cut in before a protest was raised. Rena. Brandi looked up at him in surprise. He flashed her his best ladykiller smile and nodded his head. At your service. She inhaled deeply as if to speak, and then slugged him in the gut. Chapter 13, Brandi could not believe it. Here she was, enjoying a night that was in her honor, and Reno Smith had the nerve to approach her. Not only approach her, but dance with her. Without even thinking, she would slugged him as hard as she could in the stomach, and then tried to walk away. Try being the operative word. Not only did the man have a rock-hard stomach, as evidenced by her now aching hand, his reflexes were fast, too. She had not even taken one step before he would locked his hand onto her arm, preventing her escape. Then he would spun her around so she was facing him again, the speed of the action leaving her almost breathless. Not so fast, Miss Jones. Everyone else has been getting a dance. Why not me? He used the hated name while tugging her into his arms and proceeding to sway back and forth in a vague semblance of dancing. Unfortunately, a fast song was playing at the moment, so they stood out like a sore thumb, and people were staring at them with knowing smiles. Because I like everyone else, she hissed. I do not like you. Her body tingled everywhere they touched. A restless ache grew within her, and her thoughts clouded. For over 2 years, she would studiously avoided touching him, and now the rush of sensation almost overwhelmed her. Her wolf, sensing Reno, pushed to be free, and Brandi had to fight to keep the animal in check. "Now, Brandi, you are going to hurt my feelings if you keep on a-talkin' like that." Reno looked down at her with a mocking smile, his slight Western drawl more apparent and more annoyingly appealing than usual. She felt her heart skip a beat and focused on keeping her breathing even. Damn the man. Was not it bad enough that he always gave her a hard time and dissed her chosen profession? He haunted her dreams, killed her interest in every other male, made her wolf unmanageable, messed up her thinking. Did he have to ruin this night for her too? It'd like to hurt more than your feelings. Brandi glared at him and pushed against his chest, trying once again to get away while ignoring the excited whimpers of her inner wolf. The darn beast always acted up when Reno was around. It was a wonder no one had caught on to the fact yet. In response, he firmed his grip around her waist and leaned in close, his nose brushing against her ear, the gesture reminiscent of their first encounter at the academy. He whispered to her softly, "You say the sweetest things." She pushed away the memory of that ill-fated first time and jutted out her chin. "Back off, Reno. I mean it. Calm down. I just want to talk to you." He loosened his grip. His voice was unexpectedly serious this time. She shot him a suspicious glance. What was he up to? Talk about what? He looked around and, finding what he was looking for, led her off the dance floor. Guiding her to a relatively quiet spot between a candy bar machine and dust-laden plastic plant, Reno positioned himself so his body shielded them from view. She sneezed as some of the dust from the fake fronds rose in the air when she brushed against them. Reno cleared his throat, glanced over his shoulder as if to ensure that no one was watching, and then finally spoke. "I want to talk about us." "Us? There is no us. We do not even get along." She gave a deliberately vague answer while trying to stem the wave of panic and hope that flared inside her. Did he know about the bond? And if he did, how had he figured it out? "I know we do not get along, and it bothers me." He leaned against the wall with one arm and looked down at her with a puzzled expression. Was he picking up on her feelings? Brandi took a deep breath and forced herself to remain calm. From the sound of things, his choice of words did not mean what she feared. And that was good, was not it? She eyed him carefully, trying to determine his true intent. Had he purposely struck that pose, looming over her to show he was dominant? Straightening, she lifted her chin, trying to appear taller, and fell back on her usual defense when he was around, which was to aggravate him. "If it bothers you so much, why do you always act like such an asshole?" He opened his mouth and seemed about to issue a retort when he stopped, clamping his mouth tightly shut. A muscle worked in his jaw, and he paused a moment before replying in a surprisingly reasonable tone. "See, that is what I mean. Whenever we get together, we end up fighting. I think it's time we stopped." "Why?" She narrowed her eyes. Reno Smith was not the type just to make nice on a whim. He must want something. "I do not know." He rubbed his neck and shifted his feet. "I guess I am just getting tired of it." "Well, it will not be a problem anymore. I am leaving and going to casual incidents, so we will not be seeing each other anymore." While she proclaimed the news airily, a part of her ached at the very thought of being away from him, and her wolf howled in despair. "Yeah, I know." His voice actually sounded regretful. He straightened and shoved his hands in his pockets. "Look, I do not want us to end things this way, okay? I am sorry I have always given you a hard time. Enforcers and DCs just do not get along, you know." Brandi nodded slowly. There was some truth to that statement. Enforcers tended to be more interested in getting the job done rather than looking for the most unobtrusive method. They left messes behind and just assumed her office would find a way to tidy things up. "Yeah, I know. But you and we have had more than the usual number of run-ins." Reno made a face before nodding. "My fault. I purposely antagonize you sometimes." She gave a brief laugh, not at all surprised by his admission, though it made her feel uncomfortably aware of her own past behavior. Guilt ate at her for her own part in their animosity, though she knew it had been basic survival. If she was angry with him, the hurt inside was not so bad, and the mental wall was easier to maintain. However, she was leaving now, so perhaps she could, just this once, make her own confession. Looking over his shoulder, she scanned the room. Everyone seemed to be enjoying the party. No one was looking their way. "I'd do the same thing to you." She slid a sideways glance at him. Their gazes met, and a smile slowly found its way onto her face. Reno Smith actually looked sheepish. As her smile grew, so did his, and a feeling of joy bloomed inside her. Too bad there had not been more opportunities to share smiles with him. His face transformed when he was happy. The guarded, brooding look faded, a faint dimple appeared near the corner of his mouth, and she could see the laughter dancing in his eyes. Perhaps it was the fault of her studying his expression so intently, but after a moment, he sobered and she mourned the loss of that happy look. He cleared his throat and inhaled deeply before speaking, as if gathering his nerve. "The main thing I wanted to apologize for was the Langstaff case. I was way out of line, implying you did not care about the boy and his father." Brandi stared down at the floor, absent-mindedly noting the faded and scuffed tiles. They looked tired and worn, which was sort of how she felt inside these days. Langstaff. Was that when the job had started to suck the life out of her? Probably. It had been her first hardcore case, and his words that morning had cut her to the quick. The hurt had stayed with her long after the fact. Now, years later, she could acknowledge why he would acted in that manner. His actions had been driven by his own guilt and self-hatred. It had not been personal, but at the time it sure had felt that way. "You were way out of line at Langstaff, but I understand why. Most of the mess was already cleaned up when I got there, and I was still sick to my stomach. You were there for the whole thing." She lifted her hand, hesitated, not sure if he would accept the comfort she was offering, before pressing her palm to his chest. It was a simple gesture, yet the act felt intimate. Sound faded into the background as she concentrated on their point of connection. The thin layer of material that separated them seemed to melt away. She took a shuddering breath and absorbed the feel of him. His chest was warm and solid under her palm, the steady thumping of his heart matching the beat of her own. Slowly, she moved her fingers in a gentle caress and felt the surface rise and fall as he inhaled. She moved her gaze up to the column of his throat and then to his face. He was looking at her hand, a half smile playing over the edges of his mouth before he cleared his throat and looked away. Reluctantly, she let her hand drop to her side, acknowledging his discomfort with gentler emotions. It hurt that he kept himself closed off from her, but she tried not to take it personally. Over the years, she would seen enough at Lycan Link to know enforcers were expected to be hardened. She could not expect him to change who he was just for her. "Are we good now?" He flicked a glance at her, and she nodded. "Yeah, we're good. So today was your last day." He rocked back and forth on his heels as he asked the obvious question, and Brandi wondered if he was reluctant to end the conversation. I am going away for a few days' vacation. I have not been on one in years, and then it's down to sub-level 3. She paused and stared at his face, taking in his strong jaw and nose, his blue eyes flecked with gray and green. "I'll miss you, Reno Smith." The words were out before she could stop them, and it felt like she was ripping her heart out for some reason. "And I'll miss you, Brandi Jones." Reno reached out and brushed a curl from her face, then twisted a lock around his finger. "Johansson." She corrected, and he laughed, releasing the curl in favor of chucking her under the chin. "You will always be Jones to me." "Smith and Jones, go figure." She shook her head and gave a light laugh at the absurdity. Unexpectedly, Reno cupped her face. "You know, I like watching you laugh." He skimmed his thumb over her cheek, and she unconsciously leaned into the gesture, enjoying the feel of his work-roughened palm. "A goodbye kiss." Without waiting for a reply, he dipped his head and caught her mouth with his. At first their lips brushed slowly back and forth, then he pressed a little closer. She parted her lips, inviting him in, and he accepted, sweeping his tongue over hers, tasting teasing. A shiver ran up her spine and she leaned closer still, wrapping her arms around him, absorbing his warmth, loving the feel of his long, hard body. Twice they would made love, and both times were indelibly imprinted on her memory. The strength of his arms, the smoothness of his skin, the play of muscles over his back as he moved within her, his hair-roughened thighs lightly abrading her own. Her stomach quivered at the memory, and she felt herself growing moist. Reno was affected too. She could feel his arousal pressing against her belly through their clothing. His hands roamed freely up and down her back, finally coming to rest on her rear, firmly caressing her flesh and drawing her closer. Memories of being with him flooded her, and the ache inside her grew. The idea of being with him again, just one last time, hovered in her mind. It would be easy enough to do, to slip outside to her car or find an empty storage room. In her mind, she played out the scene, his hard body poised at her entrance, herself whimpering with anticipation. The exquisite feeling of being stretched and filled, then common sense prevailed. Being with him once more would only prolong the agony. A clean break was best. Slowly, reluctantly, she pulled away and ended the kiss. His exhalations skimmed over her face. Cooler air slipped between their bodies as they stepped back, emphasizing the fact that they were now apart. She stared up at him, unsure of what to say. Words and ideas seldom failed her, but in this situation they did. Yeah, he shifted his feet. I guess they spoke simultaneously, paused, and each gave a nervous laugh. Reno nodded for her to go first. She licked her lips. I was just going to say that I guess I should get back to the party. That is what I was thinking, too. He stared down at her as if trying to see her soul, and she searched his eyes equally hard. Was there any sign that he cared, that he felt more than lust for a female with unusual red hair? Did he feel any connection to her at all? No. There was only puzzlement, maybe loneliness, and the barely suppressed wildness of his wolf. Her heart ached, and her wolf whined in denial that this was indeed the end, but it had to be. Reaching up, she brushed her fingertips over his mouth, and she felt his lips move, pressing a small kiss to them. Goodbye, Reno. Bye, Brandi. He stepped back, turned, and walked away. She watched his retreating figure, drinking in the sure set of his shoulders and his confident walk. He did not look back or pause even once. Unbidden, tears welled in her eyes, and she blinked to keep them from falling. For years the man had haunted her dreams, sometimes erotic, sometimes just homey scenarios. They would given her a faint hope that things would work out. Now, after 3 years, she knew she had to face reality. They were not meant to be. You okay? Brandi looked around and saw Al leaning against the wall. Yeah, I am fine. She sniffed and took a deep breath. You do not look it. She pasted a smile on her face and spoke with an airiness she did not feel. Well, I am. Reno just apologized for being a pain in the ass all these years. Can you imagine? Mr. High and Mighty Smith admitted he was wrong. She forced out a laugh, and if Al heard the partial sob that came out with it, he was too good of a friend to say so. Al chuckled. Wonders will never cease. Now come on back to the party, or Clancy might stop the free nachos. Smacking Al lightly, she rolled her eyes. Honestly, the man was like a walking stomach. I'll be there in a minute. I just need to go to the ladies' room. Once in the relative quiet of the washroom, she slumped against the wall and absorbed the coolness of the tile while trying to compose herself. Desire was still pulsing through her body. Her chest actually hurt with heartbreak, and her throat was tight with tears. Quite the way to spend a night in her honor, right? Releasing the tight control she would kept herself under, she allowed her emotions free rein. A sob escaped her, followed by another, and for a moment she allowed herself the healing luxury of tears. The encounter with Reno had been totally unexpected, and she wondered why he would suddenly felt the need to mend the rift between them. In a way, it almost made her angry that he had. Just when she would finally convinced herself that he was a jerk, he had to turn around and do something so unexpectedly nice, totally messing her up again in the process. She took a deep breath and grabbed onto that anger, using it to stave off her tears. The man was not worth crying over. A few kind gestures could not erase all the years of animosity, could they? Wiping her face, she turned her sadness into a growl of frustration at her internal turmoil. Would she ever figure out her feelings for the man? Lust. Any red-blooded female would feel that way. Respect. Yes, though at times she was loath to admit it. He was dedicated, damned good at his job, and treated the refugees with kindness. Exasperation. Without a doubt. Every time they seemed to be getting closer, he would turn into a jerk. Did he purposely lead her on, or did he sabotage his relationship with her for some weird reason of his own? And then, of course, there was the blood bond she had with him. A persistent emptiness existed within her, a longing for her other half that gnawed away at her soul and left her completely exhausted. It had been almost 3 years since she had been able to really relax and let her guard down without fear of Reno's thoughts flooding her mind. Keeping up a mental wall between them was slowly wearing her down to the point where she wondered how long it would be before it affected her ability to do her job. A wave of self-pity threatened, and she forced it back. It was her own choice to exist this way. She would had options, and this had been the choice she would made. Part of her felt guilty that she would never told Reno about the bond, and in truth, she would only meant to wait a little while, but weeks had turned into months and then into years. The time just never seemed right. There was always another case or people nearby. And knowing she was keeping such a secret from him made her defensive around him. Sometimes she would have been such a bitch, she would inwardly cringed at her own words. Well, it was too late now. So what if she would come to know Reno better, if he was even more appealing to her now than he had been 3 years ago? They were not meant to be. She would move away, live her life as best she could, and hope that distance would improve her circumstances. She licked her lips and closed her eyes, savoring the remaining taste of Reno that lingered there, the scent of him that clung to her clothes. Faint reminders, but she would hold on to them as long as possible. After all, they would have to sustain her for the rest of her life. The bathroom door swung open, the sound of music and conversation suddenly invading her retreat. There you are. Jenny stood just inside the doorway, a hand on her hip. We were all wondering what had happened to the guest of honor. Just taking a breather. With the ease of constant practice, Brandi pasted on a happy mask and allowed herself to be led back to the party. Chapter 14, Reno walked away from Brandi and wondered why he felt like he was making the biggest mistake of his life. Sure, she was easy on the eyes, but lots of females fell into that category. There was just something about her, Reno. Over here. He looked up at the sound of his name. Captain Fielding was sitting at a table and gesturing for him to come over. Captain. Sliding into the empty chair, he waited for the older man to speak. Fielding was akin to their alpha in the pseudo-pack of his department. No one was sure how old the man was. His hair was steel gray, and his face was lined, but his strength and authority showed no signs of faltering. Fielding was known as being fair and honest, providing sound leadership and demanding respect. He also was not afraid to knock someone back in line when they needed it. Reno smiled ruefully, recalling that in the early days, he would been on the receiving end of that discipline more than once. I saw you dancing with Johansson. You two still at each other's throats. Fielding looked at him while sipping the amber contents of a shot glass. Likely whiskey, Reno decided, having spent more than one night drinking with the man. Jones. He chuckled, thinking of the exasperated look on her face whenever he used the name. We made our peace, sort of. I thought so when you two disappeared for a while. He handed Reno a napkin. You might want to wipe her lipstick from your face. Makes you look like a sissy. Reno ignored the napkin. Using his hand, he wiped his mouth and stared down at the smear of color as he relived the feel of her lips moving against his, her tongue sliding over his. He cleared his throat. Thanks. I just stopped in for a quick drink. A couple of the department heads, and I think we have a plan in place for. He paused and glanced around, then lowered his voice to a near whisper, dealing with the purists. There are just a few minor points I need to firm up first. Anything I can help you with? Fielding took a sip of his drink and studied him over the rim before shaking his head. Not really, but thanks for asking. So when will you have something for my team? Most likely by next week, provided you do not get sent on another case. The captain set his glass down and pushed his chair back. Well, I have said my goodbyes to Brandi, so I am heading home. I'll see you in the morning. Reno nodded and watched the other man leave. It was not like the captain to stop in at Clancy's, though he supposed Brandi's farewell had caused the exception. Unless there was an ulterior motive. Something had seemed off about the captain tonight, but what? And why had the man been asking about his relationship with Brandi? Damn, just what he needed. The captain sniffing around and asking about his love life, not that he really had one, of course. Maybe some new rules were coming down about interdepartmental fraternization. Well, if there were, it would not bother him. Standing up, Reno made his way to the bar and ordered another beer. Casually leaning back on one elbow, he scanned the room. It was still crowded, despite the late hour. Brandi had rejoined her friends at the table and seemed to be enjoying herself. He quirked his lips, thinking of how he would miss matching wits with her, riling her up just to watch her cheeks flush with temper before she delivered a stinging comeback. God, she was a spitfire and smart too. Keeping tabs on her cases had become his secret hobby, and she was damned good at her job. Lycan Link knew when they sent her in there would be no unanswered questions for the human population to mull over. No unexplained rumors floating around the local coffee shops. While he would never admit it, he always felt relieved when she appeared on a case, knowing the situation would be covered up and everyone would be safe. He wondered who would take her place and if they would be half as good as she was. Al Zimmerman was decent, though in Reno's opinion, the man had ridden his way up the ladder on Brandi's coattails. You are drinking again. Damien slid onto a bar stool beside him, his tone faintly accusing. Last one, I promise. Reno sipped his drink, mindful of appearances as he had not been earlier. Good. Damien paused, studying his own drink for a minute before continuing. I got a call from a friend, Kane Sinclair. We were buddies back at the academy. Kane. Reno vaguely recalled the name. Was not he part of the Black Devils? Yeah. There were 3 of us. Damien gave a reminiscent smile. Kane, Ryan, and myself. We raised hell everywhere we went. Sounds like fun. Reno took a pull of his beer and wondered why Damien was bringing up the past. We all said we'd never settle down, but now Kane's an alpha and being mated next week. It's a political alliance. Some girl he's never met. Reno raised his brows. That did not happen very often anymore. It must be an older, traditional pack. How does he feel about it? Damien shrugged. He's not too worried. Kane was always the noble one, anything for the good of the pack. Duty before self. Reno nodded. Sounds like he's a dedicated alpha. Yeah. He stopped some of our more asinine ideas and actually cared about his grades, though he tried not to show it. Reno grunted, still having no idea where the conversation was headed. Damien sighed and frowned. Kane says he'll do his best to make the mating work, but I do not know. He has not even talked to her yet. Any idea how the girl feels about it? No. Kane says she does not know. He's pissed about it but cannot do anything. Guess her father's real old school. Damien sipped his drink again. Bate thinks it's just awful that they are going to spring it on the girl like that. Reno grunted. If she is an alpha's daughter, especially in a traditional pack, she should know it's a possibility. Maybe. Damien was silent for a moment. Did I tell you Bate grew up in a totally human neighborhood? No pack or anything. She is more human than Wolf on her outlook on things. I have actually been teaching her about our ways. Reno looked at Damien in surprise. He would never pictured him having that sort of patience. Apparently Bate was bringing out some new depths in his partner. That is good of you. Different but good. Yeah. Damien swirled his drink and chuckled softly. Bate makes me see life in a whole new way. She thinks a lot and likes to have deep conversations about world issues. When she gets excited about something, her eyes sparkle and her cheeks turn red. Sometimes I disagree with her, just to watch her get mad and start spouting off. A companionable silence fell between them. Damien seemed lost in thought, and Reno kept a casual watch over the revelers on the far side of the room. Suddenly Damien spoke again. Do you really believe those letters we have been getting represent a threat? Will the purists eventually come after us for helping the haves? Reno turned to look at his partner. The kid was dead serious, which was unusual. Damien was not one to worry. Something in particular bothering you? Damien worked his jaw back and forth before answering. The mistreatment of haves. It's wrong. Yeah, but it's nothing new. You have been dealing with it for 3 years now. That is just it. 3 years, damn it. Why the hell does not Lycan Link just tell the purists to stuff their ideas up their asses? He punctuated his comment by slamming his drink down, the volume of his voice rising. SHH. You trying to give the DC officer some work? Reno nudged Damien in warning, then smiled at the few patrons who had looked their way, perhaps hoping for a fight to break out and provide some impromptu entertainment. When nothing else happened, the people soon lost interest and returned to watching the activities on the dance floor. Sorry. Damien hunched his shoulders and stared down at his drink while speaking in a quieter tone. It just makes me mad to think that Bait could be targeted by the purists, simply because her blood is not as pure as they would like it to be. We're working on it. You are working on it by being part of the team, but it takes time. The purists have been spreading rumors for years now, creating unrest, getting worse to question Lycan Link's authority and its more modern interpretation of the Book of the Law. Headquarters is treading carefully, trying not to offend the more conservative packs while still moving forward with reform. If they start striking down the traditional rights of the alphas, there could be a backlash. Some even think that is part of the purist strategy. Damien ran his hands through his hair, his frustration obvious. I know. You do not have to give me the lecture. I was there at all the briefings, remember? You were there, but were you listening? I was, but it never touched close to home until now. Damien traced circles in the condensation that had gathered on the surface of the bar. You ever been in love, Reno? Me? He looked over his shoulder at Brandi. She was dancing with Brad again, and he resisted the urge to go over there and separate them. Brad was such a man-whore. Surely, Brandi could see that. Nah, not really. Damien followed the path of his gaze and smirked. So you say. Reno felt a flush rising on his face and jerked his eyes away from the couple. We're talking about you, not me. Yeah, well, I am in love with Bait, and it's like nothing I have ever felt before. All my life I have been alone, sort of on the outside looking in. But when I met her, I suddenly knew she was the one. She looks at me like I am her hero, and something inside me comes to life. I want to protect her and keep her safe, make sure she never gets hurt. He tightened his jaw. With her, I do not feel like a rogue, an outcast that nobody wants. Reno shifted uncomfortably. Maudlin conversations were not the norm for his partner. Maybe the kid had had more to drink than he realized. God, they were both fucked up tonight, it seemed. Do not worry. The chances of the purists ever touching her are slim. They are still sticking to the backwaters. And the threatening letters are just a bunch of hot air. They will never amount to anything. Damien gave a faint smile. Yeah, you are probably right. I am just crying in my beer because Bait had to leave. She is working the night shift at the local pharmacy. Reno nodded. It must suck to be separated from the one you loved. He turned on his seat and stared across the room at Brandi again and sipped his beer thoughtfully. Not that he would know about that, of course. Chapter 15. The next morning, Reno dragged himself into work, fell into his chair and stared across the room at the bleary image of his partner. Damien was already working on his computer and looked as if he had been up for hours. Hey. He grunted the greeting and eyed the coffee pot across the room. He would love to have some, but it seemed too damned far away. His body felt like he had been part of a stampede. The ground the cattle had stampeded over, that is. What is the matter with you? Damien looked up at him with a quirked brow. He seemed disgustingly alert. You look like something the cat coughed up on the floor. Reno could not summon the energy to even snarl over the comment. Instead, he rubbed his gritty eyes. Shit, I am hungover. You cannot be hungover from last night. Clancy only serves human strength alcohol. Yeah. Reno blinked, trying to focus, and forced himself to stand up. Coffee. He needed coffee. I have a stash of the good stuff at home. And you decided to drink it all in one night. Damien leaned back and clasped his hands behind his head, an evil grin spreading on his face. That is a dumbass thing to do. I thought you old guys were supposed to be smarter than that. Reno did not bother answering. Instead, he focused on keeping his hand steady so the hot liquid he was pouring went in the cup, and not on his skin. After successfully completing the tricky task, he took a sip and grimaced. The coffee was as thick as tar and must have been made hours ago. Still, it was coffee. Leaning against the wall, he took another sip and closed his eyes, feeling it slide down his throat and hit his gut. Said gut protested momentarily, but sheer force of will made it accept the offering. Reno sighed, relieved he had not puked, and opened his eyes. Damien was staring at him, the teasing grin having been replaced by concern. You okay? Yeah. I just could not sleep. Weird dreams. He ran his hand through his hair and then scrubbed his face as if the action could erase the memories. So I got up and decided to have a drink. A drink? Or the whole bottle? Something like that. Because of Brandi. Reno shifted his eyes and stared across the room, tightening his mouth. Sometimes the kid was too damned perceptive for his own good. Reno, you might bitch and complain, but I know there is something between you. Bate even noticed last night. When Brandi's around, you follow her with your eyes. When she is the DC officer on one of our cases, you never relax until she is out of that particular pack's territory. You care about her. Sinking into a nearby chair, Reno propped his arms on his knees, loosely cradling the coffee cup in his hands. He slid a sideways glance at Damien. That obvious? Damien gave a one-shouldered shrug. To me, maybe a few others that know you well enough, like the captain. Shit. Just what he needed, people seeing what an idiot he was and poking their nose into his messed up life. So what is the problem? Why fight it? If you have a thing for her, why not go for it? I did. Twice. Both times I screwed up. We ended up fighting. He stared at the floor, thinking of how he would relive those encounters in his dreams more than once. So, making up is half the fun. He shook his head. It would never work. Why? Because I am an enforcer. A potential rogue. I function well enough within the structure of Lycan Link, but outside of here, he shook his head. We both know that most of us would not survive in the real world. Our wolves could turn at a moment's notice. They would want to establish a pack of their own or overtake someone else's, yet have no fucking idea of what to do after the fact. I will not do that to a legitimate alpha or his pack. And starting your own pack takes money and territory, neither of which I have. Nope. My life is here at Lycan Link. And that is what you think Brandi wants. A pack and a home with a safe male at her side. He gave a dark laugh. Do not they all? Well, Damien paused and shrugged. Some, but not all. Bate does not seem to care either way. She says she likes a man with an edge of danger about him, and he paused and chuckled. She thinks this whole rogue business is highly overrated. According to her, Damien stumbled, a faint flush creeping up his neck, but he managed to finish the sentence. An oversized lapdog. Reno would have laughed if it would not have hurt his head so much. The idea of Damien being a lapdog was ridiculous. He would seen him in action and knew the kid could be as cold and dangerous as the situation called for. Next time I see her, I'll tell her a few stories about you that might change her mind. Go ahead. She might seem pretty meek, but my bait does not frighten easily. Your bait? Reno questioned the term. How long have you known her? A week. Yeah. A week. But she is mine. The corners of Damien's mouth curled up, his gaze confident. I told her what I did for a living, that there is some rogue in my makeup. She said she did not care, that when you love, you take the good with the bad. She is even willing to live in the housing with me. Even with a hangover, Reno's senses went on high alert. Something was wrong with Damien. The kid did not talk that way. He banged females, then sent them on their way. Frowning, he studied his partner carefully. Who are you, and what have you done with Damien Masterson? Say what? Last time I checked, Damien Masterson's mantra was the old wham. Bam, thank you, madam, and now you're talking about bait living in the housing with you. Damien shrugged and looked uncomfortable for a moment, then seemed to catch himself and sat up straighter. Maybe I do not want to be that person anymore. Does she know you are on call 24/7 and could be away for weeks at a time? Yeah. She is cool with that. What about pups? Damien shrugged and raised his chin, a sure sign he was getting pissed at Reno's questions. If that happens, well, get a place on the edge of town and ill try to get put on shorter cases. And when they grow up and need a pack. Did you think of that, kid? Some devil was prompting him to squash his partner's plans with a heavy dose of reality. Damien suddenly stood up and growled. Damn it, Reno. Quit calling me a kid. I am 24. And no, I do not know what will happen if we have pups. I do not have all the answers. I know most enforcers never mate. That being here is almost a life sentence, but I am not willing to settle for that. Not anymore. He shoved his chair out of the way and stalked over to the window, pulling the blinds aside. I have never had anything that was my own, Reno. I am like those refugees out there. This is my chance. With bait, I can have a real life, and I am not going to waste the opportunity. He paused and seemed to be trying to reel in his temper. You should not either. Reno was silent. Damien did not get riled up about much. The kid was pretty laid back and had never given a hint that he wanted more than the life he had here. Apparently, his partner had been harboring some secret hopes and dreams behind a devil-may-care attitude. It was sobering to realize he did not know him as well as he would thought. Staring into his coffee cup, he responded quietly. I hope it works for you. I hope you and your bait can have a good life together. Me too. Damien shoved his hands in his back pockets and turned around, a self-deprecating look on his face. Mind you, I have not asked her yet. She is coming to the lunar run with me at the end of the week, though. Good luck to you, kid-er Damien. Reno had used the term kid when Damien first joined the enforcers as a way to keep him in line, to remind him who was the senior partner. Since then, the name had stuck, and it would be a hard habit to break. Still, he would try. Reno stood up, having had enough of the heavy, heartfelt conversation for the time being. His head protested the sudden movement, and he groaned. I am going to get some food from the cafeteria. Do you want anything? Nah. I am good. But Reno. I meant it. Do not give up on Brandi too fast. I think she is what you need. Reno did not answer. There was nothing to say. Once in the cafeteria, he tried to eat, but the food curdled in his stomach. Damien's words kept playing through his mind. Do not give up on Brandi, she is what you need. Well, he knew firsthand that you did not always get everything you wanted or needed in life. Sometimes you were dealt a shitty hand, and you had to play it as best as you could. Hey, Reno. Someone gave his shoulder a friendly tap, and he looked up to see Al grinning down at him. Great party last night, was not it? Yeah. Great. Hoping Al would take the hint and leave, he turned and stared at the plate of food in front of him. He tried to give the impression of eating by poking the contents with his fork. Instead, the man sat down and continued talking. The food was awesome, and I think everyone was there. Even Captain Fielding put in an appearance. Of course, it's no surprise since everyone likes Brandi. Reno grunted. Yeah, everyone liked Brandi, even people who had no business liking her, such as himself. I saw you two talking last night. Make any progress? Al gave him a speculative look, and Reno struggled to contain his growl of annoyance. What was it with everyone lately? Did he look like a fucking candidate for the Lonely Hearts Club or something? And you care because. His tone was deadly, but the other man did not seem concerned. Al shrugged and grinned. I just think you two would make a great couple, and it's frustrating to sit on the sidelines and watch both of you acting like pig-headed fools. Reno stared at him stone-faced, wondering if Al had a death wish. Brandi talks to me, and I am good at reading between the lines. She has a thing for you, she just will not admit it. And I have noticed how you watch her, too. Tell you what, when she comes back from vacation, ask her out. I'll put in a good word for you. Al stood up, still talking. Yeah, that should work. You got to make your move soon, Reno, before she gets her own territory. You know what they say about he who hesitates. I'll keep that in mind. Al patted his shoulder and left. Reno relaxed the hand he had been clenching to prevent himself from hitting the man. God, for a DC officer, Al was thick as a brick, or just plain stupid. Any fool should have been able to sense the waves of irritation coming at him, and left after the first 10 seconds. He shook his head, wondering how Brandi had managed to stand working with the man every day. He stared at the fork in his hand. It was now bent into an unusable shape, and he gave a snort of disgust. Dropping the mangled utensil onto the tray of uneaten food, he got up and dumped the whole thing in the garbage before wandering outside. The hot summer sun was a blazing orb in the sky, heat rising from the ground in shimmering waves. Most of Lycan Link's members were inside right now, hiding from the oppressive weather in the cool underground halls of the complex. In the distance, the drone of cars on a highway could be heard, but beyond that all was still. Even the insect life seemed to be dozing as the midday temperatures rose. The solitude might have bothered some, but Reno appreciated the quiet. His body still protested the alcoholic abuse he would subjected it to, and Al's blathering had made his head pound even worse than it already was. The serenity was soothing. Finding a tree with a modicum of shade, he sat down and leaned against the rough bark. Grass, brown and crisp from the summer drought, pricked at his palms as he braced himself, but he ignored the small discomfort. Instead, he focused inward, trying to calm his thoughts and still the anxious feeling that filled him. Brandi was leaving on vacation today, had in fact left already, and somehow he was sure he could feel her increasing distance, almost like a physical tug on his heart. It made no sense. 2 physical encounters and a heated kiss did not create a bond between 2 wolves, at least not one like this. At times, he was almost sure he heard her inside his head, but could never make the words come into focus. God, was he going crazy? Last night, he would try to drink himself into oblivion, but all he would done was waste a good bottle of booze. He would fallen asleep near dawn, but dreams of Brandi had punctuated his slumber. All their encounters, their fights, the sex more than once he would woken up hard as a rock and aching with need. Finally, he would stumbled out of bed and stood under a cold shower until all his body parts were numb. Reno rubbed his forehead and stared out across the vast expanse of the prairies. He was on a bluff that provided a bit of a view beyond the tree-lined perimeter of Lycan Link. A slight breeze ruffled his hair and sent the long grass into a swaying motion like waves rolling across the ocean. This was his home and had been for the past 8 years, but today it felt strange, as if he no longer belonged here and needed to be somewhere else. Giving in to an impulse, he shifted forms and set out at a moderate trot. Perhaps this was what he needed. It had been a while since he would allowed his wolf free rein to roam. And the full moon was less than a week away. That might account for his restlessness. Small openings in the fence around Lycan Link provided an easy means for the werewolves to slip in and out of the complex unnoticed. Reno made use of one, heading out with no particular destination in mind. There was no peace in his soul, but running until he was exhausted might provide some relief. For a moment he stood still, allowing his wolf to test the air and scan for any danger that might lurk outside the compound. Nostrils flaring, ears twitching, the beast cataloged each scent, sight, and sound before giving a satisfied huff and shaking its head. Pleased to be free, it stretched languidly, then pranced about before beginning to run. As muscles warmed, his stride lengthened until he reached his maximum speed. Wind, hot and dry, whipped his eyes and whistled past his ears as he sped along. The dry grass crackled underfoot, some of the sharp edges slicing his leathery paws, but he did not care. He ran to escape the loneliness that filled him, the restlessness that was afflicting him with ever-increasing frequency. At 31 years of age, he should not be facing a crossroad in his life. However, no matter how hard he tried to deny it, it was there, and it was all tied to Brandi Johansson. He let his human self sink lower, hiding from the troublesome emotions behind the wolf's consciousness. In what was akin to a half-somnambulant state, he idly listened to the wolf's thinking. Survival. That is what is important. Food, water, shelter. His eyes flashed back and forth as he ran, alert to find the basic necessities. Establish a territory. Protect it. Gather a pack. Find a mate, the wolf's stride faltered. He slowed to a walk and finally stopped, unsure what to do. Every wolf needs a mate. There was a suitable one present, but the man who is our alpha let her go. Now she is moving farther and farther away. Cocking its head to the side, the wolf considered the problem. A chase. That is what is needed. Perhaps the female wishes to be pursued. That is why the man let her go. Excitement flared at the idea of using its wiles to track down the runaway female. Throwing back its head, the wolf howled its intent, giving warning to all that the hunt was on. Taking off at full speed, he raced over the plains, mile after mile, until he began to stumble from exhaustion. His sides heaved, his tongue hung from his mouth. Scenting nearby water, he made his way to a shallow pool. It was almost dried up, weeks having passed since the last rain. Dried mud, baked hard and deeply cracked, lined the edges, and he picked his way through until he reached the remaining moisture. It was tepid but drinkable, and he slaked his thirst while keeping a watchful eye on his surroundings. A field mouse scuttled by, rustling the dried grasses. A hawk circled overhead, drifting on the air currents while searching for its next meal. All was calm and peaceful in the animal kingdom. If only he could be so lucky. Though hot and tired, the wolf had no intention of stopping, sure if it just ran far enough and fast enough his mate would be found. Reno sighed and pushed his way to the surface, though a part of him longed to stay hidden. No. He could not let the wolf continue. Brandi was gone, probably flying to some exotic resort on a tropical island. His wolf could not track her, no matter how good its skills. Sorry, boy, he murmured, trying to soothe the beast by mentally scratching the creature's ears. There is more to life than a mate, he assured it. Our duty is more important. Duty to the pack, to the entire Lycan community, supersedes our personal needs. The wolf did not agree and muttered darkly that both were possible, but Reno knew better. You are in charge, the alpha in our relationship. The wolf stated emphatically. Reno nodded in agreement, wondering what point the creature was trying to make. Several times, he and the wolf had fought for dominance, but he would always prove to be the stronger personality. And I have bowed to your will. But if you are my alpha, then you are not fulfilling your duty. An alpha should provide all that is needed to keep its pack happy. Reno nodded again. Well, a mate is needed to keep me happy, yet you do nothing. We have had sex. Reno rolled his eyes, hardly able to believe he was even having this conversation. He hated it when his wolf tried to be clever. Over 2 years ago. The wolf pointed out with a huff. Reno winced. It had been a long time, but other females did not seem to appeal to him anymore. And sex is not the point. Finding a mate is. One was present, a good mate. Why did you let the female leave? If we are alone, it's your own fault. It's like the man said to you. He who hesitates, the wolf smirked at him, and Reno scowled. We're alone because of you, he pointed out. If you were not so strong, a near rogue that is ready to fly off the handle, only because you give me no freedom. And I have improved. You said so yourself. And if we had a mate at our side to help. The screaming of the hawk broke into their conversation, and both stopped to watch the bird swoop down in an attempt to catch its prey. This time the bird was unlucky and flew up with empty claws. See, Reno pointed out. You do not always get what you want. But at least you should try. If you never make an attempt, you will always wonder, always be alone. Reno sighed. The creature would never understand the complexities of the real world. Life was not that simple. Rising to his feet, he headed back to Lycan Link. Nice of you to join us, Smith. I hope I am not interfering with your personal plans. Captain Fielding gave him an annoyed look as he slid into the meeting room. He would totally lost track of the time and was late for their weekly meeting. Sorry, sir. Reno took his usual seat and began to flick through the pile of papers on the table in front of him. The captain cleared his throat and continued. As I was saying, our latest plan to flush out the purist leader will have to be revamped. Reno jerked his head up and gave the man a sharp look. But last night you said, that was last night. Today's a different story. The captain hesitated and then sighed. I guess I cannot keep it from you any longer. Keep what? Damien leaned forward, as did several of the other team members. There is a leak inside headquarters. The news caused a general rumbling to ensue, and it was some time before the captain could regain control of the group. We have been suspicious for a while now. Every time we're close to finding the leader, he slips away. Someone has to be tipping him off, and the information has to be coming from inside our organization. Proof? Reno barked out the question. Something was off about this. He could sense it, but what? I am not at liberty to reveal that yet, Reno. Reno and the captain stared at each other for a long moment. The older man's gaze was steady, his chin lifted ever so slightly. Slowly, Reno nodded. All right. I'll accept that. For now. Tension was thick in the air between them, and the rest of the team shifted in their chairs, eyes darting between the two leaders. Captain Fielding was the equivalent of their alpha, while Reno was like their beta in the pseudo-pack. A power struggle between the leaders made everyone uneasy. Packs thrived on stability. Without looking away, the captain concluded the meeting. Until we can find the source of our leak, there will be no more missions to search out the purist leader. This unit is on standby and can view the next few weeks as an unofficial vacation. Dismissed. Chairs slowly scraped back, as if the Lycans were reluctant to leave. I'll talk to you later, men. Reno spoke in a casual tone, but his unit understood. They filed out in silence, though several cast speculative looks from him to the captain. The captain's nostrils flared, as the Lycans seemed to obey Reno more readily than they did him. As the door shut behind the last enforcer, he exhaled loudly. You have a bone to pick with me, Reno. Maybe. Reno leaned back in his chair. Something is off. You are not telling the whole story. Why? Because we do not know where the leak is coming from. Everyone is under suspicion. Me. You. The other enforcers. Computer technicians. Office staff. The DC officers. He ran his hands through his hair. If I say anything more, the informant might run or go underground for a time, only to reemerge at a later date. Reno weighed the facts. It made sense, but he did not like it. As I said before, I'll accept that for now, but as leader of the squad, I'd like to be kept apprised of any developments. As much as I am allowed, I'll keep you informed. Reno stood up and headed towards the door. And Reno. Yes, sir. He paused and looked at the captain. I can still whip your butt, and will do it if you pull a stunt like that again. Do not challenge me. I'll keep that in mind, sir. He left the office, closing the door quietly behind him. Stupid move, he chastised himself. Why had he made a show in front of the others? It made sense that Fielding would not spill the beans to everyone, so why question the man? Reno rubbed his neck and narrowed his eyes. Fielding irritated him. As a matter of fact, almost everyone irritated him lately. He loved being an enforcer, yet glancing about the building, he noted the bland utilitarian office decor, the murmur of voices as people went about their jobs. He was sick of it. Maybe he needed a vacation, some time away. He wondered where Brandi had gone, but quickly dismissed the idea. Following her on vacation would put him in the creep category. He walked down the hallway mulling over possible destinations. The team was on standby. If he stayed close by, hey, Reno. Brad and Jenny were standing near a computer. Come look at this. Not really wanting to, he wandered over, pasting a politely interested look on his face. What is up? Look at these pictures from Brandi's party. Are not they great? Jenny pushed a button, and a slideshow began to run on the computer screen. Brandi laughing. Brandi opening a present. Brandi hugging Al, he could feel a growl rising in his throat, and fought to keep it under control. There was nothing between Al and Brandi. After all, had not the man just been urging him to go after her? Nice pictures. Reno forced the words out. But I have got some errands to run right now. With a casual wave, he walked away as quickly as possible and headed towards the gym. Maybe a good workout would help. He doubted it, but it was that or start a fight with someone, and in the mood he was in right now, it would not bode well for his opponent. Chapter 16. Several days later, the distant rumble of thunder echoed through the otherwise silent streets of Kolding's Pass. An evening storm had just left off drenching the small town, and water still dripped from every surface, while puddles dappled the dirt road. It was a full moon, but the thick clouds racing across the sky obscured much of the silvery light. Shadows shifted and swayed, twisting the usually familiar shapes of houses and shrubs into strange and unnatural objects. A gust of wind blew past, and Brandi shivered as yet another shower of cold water drops fell on her, further plastering her hair to her head before sliding down her face and neck. The ground was slippery with mud, and she cursed under her breath as she skidded yet again, her foot sliding into another puddle. Already her shoes and socks were soaked, squishing uncomfortably with every step she took. For all that it was a hot, dry summer back at Lycan Link, that was half a continent away. Kolding's Pass was being plagued by a rainy spell, and nights in the mountains were cool enough without the added discomfort of wet clothing. She finally gave up on retaining her human form in favor of the warm fur of her wolf. The air shimmered around her as she shifted, and then a contented sigh escaped her as the uncomfortable cold and dampness faded away. Her thick fur coat repelled most of the water, and the higher animal metabolism negated the effects of the night air. Unfortunately, nothing could be done about the state of the ground. Mud oozed between her toes, cold and slimy. She gave each paw a shake and whined with annoyance before carefully continuing on her way, peering into the shadows and testing the air. After being away for so many years, Brandi was not as confident as she would once been walking the back alleys of her hometown and picked her way along, trying to be as quiet as possible. Most of the pack was out for the lunar run, and so, supposedly, was she except for the fact that she would doubled back. Something was wrong in Kolding's Pass, and she had her suspicions as to what it was. A little investigating, while everyone was out of the way, should prove or disprove her theory. Her homecoming had started out well. Everyone had been surprised to see her. She would given them no warning of her arrival, not wanting anyone to fuss, and her aunt and cousins had greeted her with hugs and kisses, questioning her about her exciting career at Lycan Link. A few old friends stopped by to show off their families and inquire how she was. Yes, that had all gone as she would expected, but several long-time residents were missing, and others who used to be friendly seemed to be purposely avoiding her. Kolding's Pass was unique in that the entire settlement was Lycan. 100 years ago, it had been a thriving mining town, but the boom days of the coal mines were long past. Economic downturns, caused by the dwindling coal output, combined with the youth moving away to larger urban centers, had changed the once thriving community into little more than a ghost town. Slowly, Lycans filtered into the area, drawn by the secluded location. They took over what remained of the mining operation, eking out a living from the few existing coal deposits. Now, the only humans in the area were those that had mated with werewolves and were considered part of the pack. Or at least they used to be. Patting down the gravel-strewn alley, Brandi pondered yet again why Mrs. Channing had not stopped to talk to her yesterday when she would called out her name. And where was her mate, Peter? Their pups were suspiciously absent as well. Several others who were mated to humans were also unusually aloof or missing altogether. When Brandi asked her aunt, the the woman had simply changed the subject. There was a sinking feeling in her stomach that her pack had been taken over by purists, and she thought she knew how it had happened. While she would yet to talk with Victor, the new alpha, a sense of his presence seemed to be everywhere. An underlying tension filled the air, as if everyone were on guard lest they break some unspoken rule. For one thing, the hierarchy of the pack was more rigid than it had been when Brandi had lived there. Her aunt was bowing to Mrs. Shrigley across the street while Mrs. Pearson next door seemed to cower in her presence. And her young cousins were spouting off about the wisdom of the ancient ones and how Lycans were growing soft, forgetting their heritage. It brought chills to her spine just listening to them talk, with fanatical pride, of all the ways Lycans are superior to humans. And so here she was, creeping through the back alleys, searching out Alice and Peter Channing's house in the hopes of getting some answers. She carefully nudged the back gate open with her muzzle, wincing as it squeaked faintly. Holding her breath, she waited a beat, but nothing stirred in response to the noise. Why she was worried, she could not say. After all, the pack was out for a run, but something was telling her to be cautious, and over the years she would learn to heed that inner voice. With utmost care, she slipped through the small opening and made her way across the backyard. The grass was in need of cutting, and the once famous flower beds looked weed-infested and neglected. Except for a small light coming from the kitchen, the house appeared empty, but that could not be the case. Mrs. Channing had not been at the run, and on a night like this, where else would she be except at home? Rising on her hind legs, Brandi rested her front paws on the window ledge and peeked inside, but saw nothing except her own reflection looking back at her. Cocking her ears, she picked up faint sounds of movement, the creak of a floorboard, shuffling steps. Someone was inside. Dropping down onto all fours, she shifted forms and approached the back door, hoping Mrs. Channing would be more welcoming now than she would been earlier on. Perhaps the whole incident had been her imagination. Maybe the woman had not heard her yesterday. But then again, Mrs. Channing was a werewolf with excellent hearing. And she was mated to a human. Deciding nothing was to be gained by hesitating, Brandi knocked on the back door, glancing nervously over her shoulder as she waited for a response. She could swear someone was watching her, but her senses led her to believe otherwise. There was no sound, no scent, no sign of movement save the wind-blown trees. "Come on, girl. Get a grip," she chided herself and shifted her attention back to the door. Just as she raised her hand to knock again, there was the scraping sound of the lock being turned. Brandi held her breath as the door opened a crack. Through the slim opening, she made out Mrs. Channing's face. Worry lines marred the once cheerful visage, and gray, liberally streaked the woman's hair. "Brandi, what are you? You should not be here. You should be with the others." "Mrs. Channing stuttered nervously while peering into the backyard. "I saw you were not at the run and thought you might like some company." Brandi moved to step forward, but contrary to her past experiences visiting the house, no move was made to welcome her inside. "No. It is not safe." The scent of fear filled the air, and Mrs. Channing tried to close the door, but Brandi pushed against the wooden panel, holding it open. "It is not." "Why not?" Because the woman swallowed hard, her eyes darting around as if expecting an attack any minute. "Because it just is not. Please, Brandi, if not for your own sake, then for mine, just go." Again she tried to close the door, but Brandi held her ground. "But Mrs. Channing, I do not understand. What is the problem? Maybe I can help." "No, child. It's not possible." Deciding to be blunt, Brandi stated her suspicions. "Is it the purists? Are you being mistreated?" "I work for Lycan Link, and maybe I can help." The woman hesitated and licked her lips nervously before opening the door. "All right. But come inside quickly before anyone sees you. They are out on the lunar run." "We're safe." Brandi offered reassurance as she stepped inside and followed the woman through the pantry into the kitchen. "Not all of them. They never leave us unguarded for long." "Us? Who are you talking about?" "Myself and the others, wolves who mated humans." "Our pups. A quick glance around the small kitchen escalated Brandi's suspicions. There were no extra dishes waiting to be washed, no homey clutter on any of the surfaces. I have not seen your girls since I have been home. Mrs. Channing shook her head and compressed her lips. You will not either. They are all working for the purebloods, and they are not allowed out of their masters' houses. Masters. She raised her brows at the term. The woman nodded. Victor and the males he brought into the pack after taking over. The halves are their servants, working in their homes or as unpaid laborers in their businesses. Some of them are just children. Brandi looked at her appalled as she rapidly calculated the present ages of the pack members in question. That is what I said, but Victor insists that at 15, they are old enough to start earning their keep. They should be going to school, not working. Mrs. Channing shook her head. No school for the halves. Victor does not believe in wasting resources on them. A sinking feeling filled Brandi's stomach. She looked around once more. The house was neat, but had a worn look about it. And it was too quiet. Beyond themselves, the only sound was the faint ticking of the clock on the wall. Where is Mr. Channing? Gone. The woman's voice faltered, and she took a deep breath before continuing. They took Peter away, saying a human had no right to live with the pack. Is he? She could not bring herself to finish the sentence. No. Not yet. Mrs. Channing took a shuddering breath and blinked rapidly. They are holding him and the rest in the old jail in the back of the town hall. The packs divided on what to do with them. The woman finally broke down and sank into a chair, tears spilling down her cheeks. This is my fault. We should have left town. When Victor started to push to take over, he was ranting on and on about werewolf purity. Most of the other mixed families left, nervous of what might happen, but I believed in my packmates. I told Peter that we'd be safe. Brandi nodded in understanding. No one wanted to believe their family members and neighbors would turn on them. But Victor challenged for the leadership and Alpha Klaus lost. After that, things just kept getting worse and worse, and when we finally decided to leave, Victor would not let us. He said he did not want to be responsible for the scourge of half-breeds spreading to other packs. Brandi recalled Victor from when he had been pack beta. The man was not originally from the area, but had joined just before she had left. Looking back, she wondered if he had been driven from his home because of his beliefs, or if he would purposely chosen the pack because of its remote location. Klaus had good-naturedly let him in, and, impressed with the man's knowledge of the Book of the Law, promoted him to beta when the position opened up. Everyone had been in awe of Victor. He was commanding, eloquent, and had spoken of great plans for the mines. Given the economic times, the idea of revitalizing the town had been enough that most had been willing to overlook his strict views. They have not turned on you, though. Have they? I am allowed to stay. I would not leave my family behind anyway. But I am considered contaminated, and I am not supposed to associate with the others. That is why you should not be here. You could be punished. Brandi compressed her lips and shook her head. How could this have happened in her own community? I am not worried. I do not live here permanently. And I think I can help you get your family out of here. I have a friend who specializes in cases like this. Really? Mrs. Channing looked up at her with hope-filled eyes. When I first heard you were coming for a visit, I wondered if maybe, but Victor told me to make sure I stayed away from you, or the girls and Peter would pay the price. Mrs. Channing bit her lip and wrung her hands. You are sure no one saw you coming here? No one was around. I checked. Brandi patted the woman's shoulder while inwardly frowning. Had Mrs. Channing said heard she was coming. This was supposed to be a surprise visit. Well, perhaps the woman, in her agitation, had misspoken. And there was no point in mentioning the strange feeling she would had of being watched. It was only a feeling after all. Everything will work out, Mrs. Channing. This is part of what I have been doing for a living for the past 3 years. She glanced at her watch. I have to get back before they notice I am missing. Just sit tight. By the end of the week, help should be on its way. Taking her leave of the woman, Brandi slipped out the back door and shifted forms once more, though it took more effort than she would care to admit. She moved swiftly down the alleyway, no longer worried about being quiet. Speed was more important. The pack had started their run on the edge of town, and she wanted to be there when they returned. About a half-mile from the field where the pack gathered, Brandi stopped and slid into the deep shadows cast by a tree. Deciding she was close enough to the site of the run that she could claim to have finished early, she shifted again. A wave of dizziness washed over her, and she braced herself against the tree for a moment, trying to re-establish her equilibrium. Shifting so often was draining, though it should not be. It was just that her energy levels were low as of late. She made a mental note that she needed to try to get more rest. The rainstorm had moved off, and the night was quiet except for the faint rhythmic chirping of insects and the rustling of grass as it swayed in the evening breeze. Brandi scented the air, but could detect no wolves or other animals nearby. Hunkering down, she pulled out her cell phone and shaded the glow of the screen with her palm. A twig snapped nearby and she looked up, wondering if someone had returned early, but there was still no sign of movement, no betraying scent. Her heartbeat sounded loudly in her ears, and she wondered why her nerves were so jumpy. No one had followed her from town, and she was just making a phone call. There could be no complaint against that. Taking a steady breath, she dialed Reno's number. Even after 3 years, she still had it programmed into her cell, though why she was not sure. She would often been on the verge of erasing it, but had always stopped before finally pressing delete. Sometimes, she would wondered why she was so masochistic as to keep it. Now she was glad she had. As the phone rang, she nervously nibbled her lip. Even though they would parted on good terms, she still felt strange calling Reno in the middle of the night. "Lo." A deep voice, husky with sleep, answered the phone. Just hearing him speak had her melting into a puddle of desire. "Reno." He cleared his throat. "Yeah. Who is this?" "Brandi." Brandi Johansson. She held her breath, tightening her fingers on the phone and wondering what he would say. "Brandi. What is up?" There was a rustling sound, as if he were levering himself up in bed. She could easily picture him, his wonderfully muscled chest sprinkled with a light dusting of body hair, the way it formed an interesting trail down to where the covers pooled about his hips. Swallowing hard, she tried to concentrate on what she wanted to say. "I need you." Even as the words left her mouth, she winced. He chuckled. Deep and rich and sexy, the sound curled around her, causing her stomach to quiver and goosebumps to rise over her skin. That is what they all say, darlin'. Any particular reason for this sudden revelation? The drawl in his voice both aroused and annoyed her, and she fought to keep those feelings from her voice. Now was not the time to be mooning over the man or to be picking petty fights. She bit back the retort that rose to her lips and continued on. "In a professional capacity, Reno. I am home for a week's vacation, and I think Victor, the new alpha, is a purist. Some of the haves and their families left town, but the few that remain are in trouble. Specific rights violations." His tone became clipped and businesslike, the playfulness of just a moment ago no longer evident. She could almost picture him sitting bolt upright in bed, his eyes alert, his mind ticking off the salient facts. "Oh yeah." A hand suddenly reached in front of her and took the phone from her, flipping it shut and ending the call. "Hello, Brandi. I have not seen you in years." She looked up and saw a tall, middle-aged man standing over her. He had dull blonde hair and ice-blue eyes that seemed to cut right through her. It was Victor, the new alpha. Damn. Slowly, she got to her feet. The man was just as intimidating now as he would been last time she would seen him, and she fought the need to cower at his feet. "Hello, Victor. I have been away on business, but I'd heard you were coming home." "Not really coming home. This is just a short visit." She felt it wise to qualify the length of her stay. "This will always be your pack, Brandi. And pack is home, the place where your wolf feels most secure knowing there is an alpha to provide guidance and protection." He stepped closer. His voice was calm and reasonable, almost hypnotic as he stared intently at her. That is my role. To guide you down the proper path. Extending his hand, he slid his finger over the curve of her cheek. You have been away far too long, Brandi. I sense your inner wolf is discontented, confused. It's yearning for stability. The conflict is draining you, leaving you vulnerable. I think we need to fix that, do not you? For a moment she was mesmerized by his voice, by the steadiness of his gaze. The qualities that made him an alpha, strength, intelligence, charisma, pulled at something deep and elemental within her. She could feel herself falling under his spell, and had to force herself to look away and regain her sense of independence. Actually, my wolf is quite content and fully aware of the fact that Klaus gave me permission to leave when I went to the academy. She spoke with more bravado than she actually felt. The way he was looking at her made her nervous, but she lifted her chin and called upon her training to hide the fact. I found no signed papers officially releasing you from the pack when I went through his files. Any idea where he might have put them? He tilted his head slightly and looked at her inquiringly. She was silent. Klaus had never signed relocation papers. It had been a verbal agreement that she could go to the academy and work at Lycan Link, with the option to return someday if she so chose. As beta at the time, Victor had to have known that. He gave a tight smile. I thought not. It was remiss of him, but beneficial to me. We need you here, Brandi, as much as your wolf needs to be here. A strong pack is important, and our numbers are not as high as I'd like them to be. Unexpectedly, he switched topics. Who are you calling? A friend. May I have my phone back? She held out her hand, but instead of returning it, he flipped it open and began to search the files. And this friend would be Reno. He raised his brows and looked at her. That is the last number dialed. Like I said, a friend. Reno's an unusual name. It would not be Reno Smith, the infamous enforcer. She gave a negligent shrug while rapidly trying to decide the best way to answer. Unfortunately, her phone started ringing before she came to any conclusions. Victor handed the device over. For you, I am sure. She hesitated before taking it from his hand. Hello? Brandi. Why the hell did you hang up on me? You call me in the middle of the night and start to tell me about a group of purists. She interrupted his tirade and hoped Victor had not heard that last bit. Reno, darling. I miss you so much. Darling. She could hear the puzzlement in Reno's voice. Yes, it's hard for me to be away from you too. As a matter of fact, I was just telling Victor that I think I might end my vacation early. Victor. Oh, the alpha. Damn, is he right there? And he overheard you talking. That is right, Reno. She glanced at Victor and saw him holding out his hand, obviously wanting to talk to Reno. Oh, you have to go right now. All right, sweetheart. Love you and hope to see you soon, bye. She quickly ended the conversation and then smiled apologetically at Victor. Sorry, he had to go. Victor did not smile back. I am not amused by your silly games. He grabbed her arm and started to drag her along the road. She tried to yank her arm free, but he merely tightened his grip painfully and quickened his pace so that she had to half run to keep up with his longer stride. Brandi, I am well aware of your job. When I heard you were coming for a visit, I'd hoped we could avoid any unpleasantness, but was also prepared if you decided to stir up trouble. Apparently, I was wise to have anticipated your actions. I think we'll need to discuss this situation further.